HarperCollins presents Game Over by Adele Parks. Read by Sophia Zevadaki. Chapter 1.
What an inauspicious start to married life.
Josh comments. Is there such a thing as an auspicious start? I ask. He grins at me and Izzy scowls. She likes weddings. The rain is falling so hard, it's bouncing off the pavements and up my skirt. I'm bloody cold and wish the bride would stop hugging her mother and simply get in the car. I look closer. Maybe she isn't so much hugging as clinging. Maybe the seriousness of what she's done has hit her and she's having second thoughts. Izzy shakes the remnants of confetti from the blue box but misses the bride and groom. The confetti settles on the grubby road. The filthy street is a stark contrast to the finery of their clothes, the car, the flowers, the smiles that radiate. Josh, what's the proper name for a squashed cube? I ask, pointing to the little blue box of confetti. They should redesign this packaging, I add. No! Izzy looks horrified, as if I'd suggested exposing my bikini line to the vicar. Weddings are about tradition. Even if tradition means tacky and predictable? Two big sins in my book. By definition, she defends. Then she leaps forward to jostle for a front position to catch the bouquet. She nervously hops from one foot to the other, her sleek blonde shoulder-length hair brushing her right shoulder, then her left, then her right again. Izzy is a fidget. I am a still person. She continually rubs her hands together, taps her feet, jerks her knee. She once read that this constant nervous activity uses 30 calories an hour, more than a Mars bar a day, pounds in a year, a whole dress size in a lifetime. Her constant unfocused activity strikes me as a fairly accurate metaphor for how she lives her life. I don't try to catch the flowers. I don't try for two reasons. One, Izzy will lynch me if I catch them. She spent the entire reception spiking the drinks of single women in the hope that this will diminish their coordination. And two, it's bollocks. No, really. The whole marriage thing is bollocks. I mean, I'm as happy as the next one to have an excuse to wear a hat and drink champagne. Generally, wedding receptions are a laugh, a big, fun party. But that's as far as it goes for me. Beyond that, it's bollocks. I'm not a man. I'm not even a man-hater. Josh is one of my best friends, and he's a man. I'm a single, successful, attractive 33-year-old. I just don't want to get married. Ever. Clear? Izzy doesn't catch the flowers and she looks as though the disappointment will break her.
A drink, Cass? Izzy?
Asks Josh, in an effort to cheer her up. He doesn't wait for a response, but turns back to the hotel and heads directly for the bar. He knows that we'll willingly join him for a drink, anytime, any place, anywhere. We elbow through the elegant crowds. This morning they sat demurely in church pews, but they have now abandoned any semblance of civilization. The exit of the bride, the groom, and the oldies leaves the rest of the guests free to indulge in what brought us to the wedding in the first place. The opportunity for some hedonistic, no-strings-attached, unashamed sex. I selected my target in the church before the I-dos. I relocate him. He's tall, dark, and handsome. Admittedly, he doesn't look that bright. Rather too in love with himself to allow room for anyone else. Perfect. Deep and meaningful is an overrated phenomenon. Shallow and meaningless, but well endowed, gets such a hard press. It's important to pick out a target early on in the proceedings, and it's important to let him know he's it. I smile, directly at him. If at this point he looks around and tries to locate the recipient of my smile, I'll instantly go off him. I like my men to be arrogant enough to know that I'm flirting with them. He passes the test by grinning back at me, only turning to catch his reflection in the mirror that hangs behind the bar. He grins again, this time at himself. The difference in appreciation is fractional. I don't mind. Vanity is a safety net. I flick my hair and turn away. Job done. Izzy and Josh are still fighting their way to the bar. I call them back. "What? I was nearly at the front," Izzy complains. "Don't worry. Drinks are on their way," I assure. "Oh." She relaxes into the chintz chair. Josh sits back too, trusting me. We are all familiar with my routine. Josh and Izzy know all about me. Josh is like a brother to me. We met aged 7 over our suburban fences. It is this meeting that makes me believe in fate. We met when our family's stars were crossing, his in the ascendant, mine spiraling downwards. That summer, we shared Rubik's cubes, cream soda, and an uneasy sense of impending change. Our childish sixth sense told us that we were both powerless in the face of adult whim. The 5-bedroom detached in Esher, Surrey, that my mother and I had thought was a dream home turned out to be a temporary residence. That summer, my father announced that he was in love with another woman and couldn't live without her. My mother showed rare wit and emotional honesty by asking whether he'd prefer cremation or burial. My father moved out immediately following his announcement. I was to see him 3 more times in my life. A week later, when he came to collect his records, and he brought me a Lundby doll's house, presumably to replace the real home he was destroying. A month later, when he took me to the zoo, I cried the entire afternoon, saying that the animals behind the bars upset me. In fact, they didn't, but I was determined that both my father and I would have a terrible afternoon. After all, my mother and I were having plenty of them. And the following Christmas, when I refused to open his present or sit on his knee. After that, he just sent Christmas and birthday cards, which petered out before I was 10. Josh's 7th summer wasn't great either. He was told that he was to be wrenched from his comfortable local primary school and prepped at the hallowed ground of Stowe. Thinking about it, perhaps it wasn't so much a sixth sense. The prep school prospectuses and the endless rows were a giveaway. Although very nearly entirely submerged in our own terror, we settled into an uneasy mutual sympathy that passed as companionship. Sulkily learning to roller skate and eating raw gooseberries has an enormous bonding effect. I still think he got the best deal. At that time, we had lived in identical homes, distinguishable only by the colour of the formica on the kitchen units. I was never to live in anything so spacious again. He, in anything so compact. As a child, I identified the difference. His father kept quiet about his affairs. I suspect that our childish friendship, although intense in a sharing gobsmacker type of way, would have petered out except that we met again, age 12, at a county tennis tournament. Josh recognised that knowing a girl, any girl, would improve his standing at Stowe. I was attracted by his rounded vowels, and even at that early age, had recognised that competition was healthy, a challenge that the boys at Westford Comprehensive rose to. It turned out that we still liked each other. We liked each other so much that Josh insisted on disappointing his teachers and parents by joining me at Manchester University. They'd had their sights set on an establishment that was a little older and altogether less red brick. I was determined to go to Manchester, for the trendy bands, the radical students' union, the men in turned-up Levi's and DMs, but mostly for the outstanding media studies course. Josh is tall, 6'2", blonde. If I look at it objectively, I have to admit he is the most attractive man I know that I haven't slept with. Whenever I introduce him to my girlfriends and colleagues, they unilaterally swoon. They go on and on about how fanciable he is. He is what's described as handsome or dashing. Invariably, because they lack imagination, they assume we are an item. I explain that I like him far too much to complicate things by having sex with him. In fact, I love him. He is one of the 3 people I love in the world. I love my mother in a no-nonsense, non-demonstrative kind of way. And I love Izzy. Izzy and I met at uni. In her first term, she read biology, then chemistry, and finally chemical engineering. It wasn't so much that she'd finally found her vocation, it's just that her tutor wouldn't hear of another change of direction. Izzy is frighteningly intelligent and alarmingly optimistic. It's an unusual combination, which largely leaves her dissatisfied. She's a little taller than most women are, 5'9", and a little thinner, UK size 10. Achieved through the constant fidgeting rather than gym visits. Therefore she's slim but untoned. She bewails her wobbly upper arms and pot belly, but hasn't, in the 15 years I've known her, ever seriously considered stomach crunches or lifting weights, unless you count carrying heavy shopping bags. She's a natural blonde. Eyelashes and brows prove it. Therefore she doesn't tan, but has a sprinkling of freckles on her wide nose and slim shoulders. She has the sexiest mouth in the Western world. It's broad and red. Women describe her as stunning. Men are diametrically opposed. They either fail to notice her at all, her paleness rendering her invisible, or they want to be her knight in shining armour and put her on a pedestal. I don't think either of these responses suit her. Izzy's fierce intellect and brutal honesty ought to be dignified with something more than indifference or insulation. But then there's a lot of things that ought to happen and won't. I don't hold much hope for Izzy finding a man that is worthy of her, especially since her optimism has overpowered her intelligence, and she has spent her adult life in a stalwart but senseless crusade to discover hidden depths in the men she dates. I've explained on countless occasions that there isn't a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's really Josh who is responsible for Izzy's and my friendship. He spotted her at Freshers' Week and developed an intense crush on her. He begged me to befriend her. I did. By the time I discovered how much I liked her and how ethereal and fragile she was, Josh had slept with half of the students in Withington and Fallowfields. I decided that she was far too special to allow him to have his wicked and transient way with her. I discouraged both parties in what I admit to be a Machiavellian manner. I pointed out his shortcomings to her and other women's attractions to him. It was a successful ploy. I still think I made the right decision. If they'd wanted each other so much, they'd have found a way to make it happen. We settled into a healthy, flirty relationship where we often confused who fancied whom. Instead of any of us sharing each other's beds, in the second and third years, we shared a student house. Just the 3 of us, loath to let anyone else into our inner sanctum. This was sensible, as arguments over who bought the last loo roll and put an empty milk carton back in the fridge put a full stop to any romantic notion any one of us harboured. We were typical students. We avoided lectures, joined clubs and societies. Rugby, Josh. Literary sock, Izzy. Wine appreciation, me. We drank copious amounts in the uni bar, relied on last-minute cramming for exams, and shagged relentlessly. We were atypical in that none of us fell victim to the statistic that says 1/3 of all graduates meet their long-term partner at university. We were all hopeless at anything long-term. Izzy fell in love with every man she shagged. It was a warped attempt at respectability. She shagged until the men she was shagging got fed up with her reading metaphysical poetry as foreplay. Josh fell in love with every woman he screwed, at least until he'd eaten breakfast, and sometimes for days on end. He was forever breaking hearts. I never fell in love, and often got bored before the first post-coital cigarette. This youthful pattern set us on the path we would follow throughout our 20s and, likely as not, until we draw our pensions. This thought doesn't bother Josh or me. The law chambers which he so successfully wafts around offer enough intelligent and willing women for him to fall in and out of love ad infinitum. The same can be said of my job in the media. The abundance of loose-moraled young men is a necessary criterion for any job offer I accept. I have no illusions about commitment, which makes me a deeply attractive proposition to men who have no intention to commit, 99.99% of them. So I use and abuse. It's easier all round. Actually, I don't do too much abuse. To abuse someone, they have to be emotionally involved, and in my experience, men are happy to forego this nicety if good head is on offer. So when I leave their beds failing to leave my telephone number on the empty fag packet, or when I shoo them out of my flat with the empty promise that I'll call, no one really minds that much. Izzy is a lab technician at a huge pharmaceutical company. Her white coat is quite fetching, but I know Izzy is still looking for something more than a quick game of doctors and nurses. I'm always telling her it will be a fruitless search, and she wants to count herself lucky that we have each other to love.
Can I offer you a drink?
I never say yes to this question without first checking out the origin, however busy the bar is. I look up and see Mr. Tall, Dark and Handsome on cue. He is presumptuously holding a bottle of Bolly and a fistful of glasses. I like presumption, extravagance, and the recognition that my friends will want to drink too. He has sparkling green eyes. I like his suit. Fine, I grin. He does the usual stuff. He asks me my name, and I tell him it's Cass, and he says,
"Oh, what's Cass short for?"
And I explain it's short for Jocasta, and I grin and add, I was named after my father's mother, very Oedipal. And sometimes they get this reference, and sometimes they don't, but it doesn't matter, because either way, they grin maniacally. Because usually by this time, the men I talk to are well and truly in lust with me. They may not be interested in references to Greek plays, but they are extremely interested in the possibility of steamy foreplay. They are checking out my full, pert tits, or my long, brown, muscular legs, depending on whether they are breast or leg men. And, if their tastes are more sophisticated, and long black glossy hair, or clear skin, or slim hips, or blue eyes, or straight white teeth turn them on, I can offer all these things too. Believe me, I know I'm blessed. I wear my hair long because it drives men wild. They look at me and see a sexy bitch or a 19th century heroine, whichever is their bag. Strictly speaking, I think my personality would suit a razor-sharp, chin-length bob, but I work in television, and give them what they want is my war cry. I ask his name and try to commit it to memory. I ask what he does, and he does something or other. It doesn't matter. His prospects only matter to women who want a future. I notice he has very large feet, and this is exciting. In my experience, wide and varied, the old adage is true. I constantly touch him, little light touches on his arm and shoulder. I even pick off an imaginary piece of lint from his breast pocket. It always amazes me that men fall for this cliched crap, but they always do. I run my tongue around my lips, my teeth, and the olive in his martini. He is not vulnerable. He knows this routine. He's played it himself on countless occasions. He's a little bit taken aback that it's being played to him, but my audacity excites. He tries to regain control of at least the conversation and asks what I do for a living. I tell him that I'm a TV producer for the new terrestrial channel, TV6, and this, if we were in any doubt, clinches it. My glamorous job has huge pulling power. My job is glamorous, especially in comparison to most people's jobs. It is an affectation of those who work in TV to continually deny that the job is fun or alluring. It's a way of neutralizing our guilt at the hideously high salaries we earn. It is undoubtedly more glamorous to sell TV airtime than baked beans at a leading supermarket. It is unquestionably more exciting to spot Ant and Dec in the lifts than Dave Jones from accounts. However, TV is also bloody hard work. I've been in the business for 12 years now. I started as a gopher on Wake Up Britain straight after uni. The pay was a pittance, but I was thrilled. I had a job in television. I spent most of my time in a state of perpetual fear. I had no responsibility, so the level of misdemeanor that I could aspire to was putting sugar in someone's coffee when they'd distinctly asked for saccharin. My most constant dread was that my clothes, hair, figure, accent, jokes were unacceptable. I spent all my money on the right clothes, black, and the right hairstyles, long, short, very short, long again, black, blonde, red, black again. Happily reinventing myself until I could be myself. It was vital to me to do well. Not just well, but best. No job was too small for me to accept it cheerfully. No ambition was too large for me to hold it greedily. I worked obscene hours, even working once on Christmas Day, which wasn't really a hardship. Holidays bore me. It was worth it. I leapt ahead of my peers, and by the time I was 23, I was chief researcher. I rushed through the ranks of associate producer, and I reached the dizzy heights of executive producer the week before my 30th birthday. It's who I am. It's what I am. That must be fascinating, Mr. Tall, dark, handsome with green eyes comments. It is. As we are now living in the digital age, and there are hundreds of extra channels all fighting for the consumer mindshare, it's extremely tough. Viewing time per capita has declined. The more we have to watch, the less often we tune in. I'm constantly being asked to introduce more demanding or aggressive promotions, programs, or plans. Whoops, I'm getting away. Even Josh, my most devoted listener, glazes over when I give too much detail. I know I can be boring about my work, but it means so much to me. I try to think of an entertaining star story. In the corridors of power, I often bump into someone famous, especially those who are famous for being famous. They make themselves very available. I like them the least and admire them the most. It's much harder than being famous for being talented. I know a story about has-been soap stars won't interest. Handsome will want to hear about a real star. I eat my sandwiches in the same canteen as Davina McCall. That gets him. I wake up to birds screeching and a swarm of bees hovering threateningly above me. I fully expect to open my eyes and see a fan whirling from the ceiling. It takes me some seconds to understand that my pounding head is not because I'm on set in Apocalypse Now and Again, but that the audibility of feathered friends is due to the fact that the windows of the country house hotel bedroom are wide open. The night before, it had been a good idea. I'd insisted on it. Naturally, as I'm paying a fortune for the room, I wanted my money's worth. Shortbread biscuits, mini bottles of shampoo, shower cap, and fresh air. The swarm of bees turns out to be a lone ranger. This is a relief. I survey the room. The debris suggests I had a really good time last night. I move my head a fraction. The hangover confirms it. I concentrate on focusing. Empty champagne bottle, empty minibar, horizontal wardrobe, and handsome stranger in my bed. A result. His name eludes me. This is not a disaster, but it is an irritation. It seems rude, even by my standards, to ask a man to leave without addressing him on a first-name basis. Big boy, although an adequate term of endearment last night, seems faintly ridiculous in the harsh light of day. I'm saved from immediately confronting this dilemma as my phone rings. Tring, 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 tring. The tone is definitely getting more insistent. I feel around for the handset. Cass? Is he? I pull myself onto my elbow. You okay? No. I try to concentrate on her story. It starts well, scored with one of the ushers, but it gets muddled through her tears. Seemingly, she had a passion session last night, peppered with orgasms, blowjobs, and him murmuring, "You are amazing." This morning, she had woken up to him trying to sneak out of her room. She had asked him for his number. He gave her one, but it was made up. It was one digit too many. "He called me Zoe," she wails. It's true Zoe isn't generally the accepted shortening of Isabel. "How could he forget my name?" "I don't know, honey. I really don't. What's your room number?" I want to stroke her hair, hunt a tissue from my handbag, blow her nose, and pour a substantial G&T. I want to make her better. I hurriedly climb out of bed, momentarily noting the slight strain in my groin. I turn and have a last wistful look at Big Boy. I wouldn't have minded a bit of early morning naughtiness. But it is out of the question. Izzy needs me. I don't even have time to wash off the sperm and smell of rubber. "Hey, Big." I stop myself. "Hey." I shake him gently. He opens his eyes and tries to pull me back into bed. "What's the rush?" he asks with a lazy grin. I maneuver away from all his hands, pull a jumper on, and throw his shirt at him. "My friend called. I'm going around to her room." "I'll wait for you," he offers. "No, that would be..." I play with the idea of saying tedious and opt for the more polite approach. "Too kind, but unnecessary. She's very upset. I might be gone all morning, all day."
Should I leave you my card?
Yes, great, do that. I kiss him on his forehead and feel a bit like his mother. How young this guy looks in the daylight. Of course, I have no intention of calling him, but I'd like to have his name. I keep immaculate mental records in these matters. Izzy opens the door. She's wrapped in a sheet. Oh, Izzy. I hug her, fighting down the swell of irritation that washes over me when I see her tear-stained face. I'm annoyed at him for doing it to her. I'm annoyed at her for doing this to herself. Have you called Josh? He's incognito. Oh, that makes sense. I saw him slope off with that woman in the huge navy hat. Which one? Asks Izzy. There were a dozen navy hats. The emu one. Oh, she seemed nice. She grins, despite herself, and I think, not for the first time, that Izzy is too lovely to be treated like this. I put on the mini kettle and throw the biscuits to her. She needs the sugar. She catches them with one hand, and this simple gesture makes my heart swell with pride. It is so unfair. There is no way Izzy would ever have managed to do something so cool in front of a guy she fancied. Women are always so much nicer, more composed and funnier when blokes aren't around. Why can't we be our best selves in front of them? Did you have full sex? I ask, trying to establish the level of disappointment. Yes. She sounds guilty. Don't sweat it. Forget it. I'm not your mum. But I know she's racked with shame and an overwhelming sense of self-loathing. She's explained it often enough. I try to cheer her up. I also had full sex, and I'm not expecting to see him again either. But you don't care. You have no feelings. Fair point. I shrug. I'm as hard as nails on the outside, scratch the surface, and I'm as hard as nails on the inside. Impenetrable. Well, emotionally impenetrable, not the other. Not frigid. Technically, I guess, for want of a more user-friendly term, I'm a slapper. I start to run her a bath. I'm overly generous with the bubble bath. Bubbles are so frivolous. They never fail to cheer me up. Was it good sex? I shout above the running tap. Not particularly. We hardly know each other. So why is she so upset? I walk back into the bedroom and start to drag her towards the bathroom. What did I do wrong? She wails. I've heard this question so often that I have a stockpile of answers. You did nothing wrong. Men are simply incapable of more, etc., etc. None of it helps. She still regularly has her heart stomped upon. Whilst she is in the bath, I order room service. We require serious comfort food, so I order a big, greasy fried breakfast, powerful medicine for hangovers and broken hopes, a pile of pastries, and huge steaming mugs of hot chocolate. I quickly shower whilst Izzy flicks through the Sunday papers. We eat breakfast lying on the massive bed, wrapped in luxurious, white toweling dressing gowns. I couldn't be happier. To me, this is a perfect Sunday morning. I know Izzy would be happier if I were a man. But why does it matter? I ask, genuinely confused. You had your servicing, and you don't have to put up with the inane conversation this morning. Best of both worlds. Izzy sighs. What if the conversation wasn't inane, but stimulating? It's a bit unlikely, isn't it? She sighs again, very deeply this time. I know I am trying her patience. No, it's not unlikely. Men are people, Cass. and they are capable of relationships. It's not that I think men are any more awful or dishonest than women where such matters are concerned. That's such an archaic view. But as soon as sex comes into the equation, integrity, candour, and decency invariably make a swift exit. Someone is bound to get hurt. I simply prefer it if it's not me. Or Izzy, or Josh. I catch sight of my reflection in the dressing table mirror. I can see what other people see. A 5'7", size 8 woman, with huge blue eyes and long dark hair. Sexy, cool, flawless. But it still surprises me that they can't see what I can. The 7-year-old chubby tyke left behind by her father. Not only was I not pretty enough to make my father stay, I actually suspected it was my fault he'd left. Had I been naughty? Was it something to do with digging up his vegetable plot with Josh? By the time I realised this wasn't the case at all, and it was actually more to do with Miss Hudley, his buxom, blonde and willing secretary, it was too late. I'd spent a decade blaming myself. Rationale and reason were too tardy. The psychology isn't difficult to figure out. Intense feelings of betrayal, blah, blah, blah. I have a complex about men not loving me enough to stay, and about their general ability to be faithful. My defence is a life awash with cynicism, constraint, and calculation. And it's an extremely effective preclusion to pain. I hurt before I can be harmed. I dump before I'm damaged. I never get involved. The mistake everyone makes is thinking sex and love are at all compatible. Why? No one imagines they are in love because they feel hungry or tired or cold. Why imagine you are if you feel randy? Oh, you are too clever for me. Izzy evades my argument. She doesn't think I'm clever. She thinks I'm cruel. But she's too polite to say so. I had planned to spend Sunday afternoon with my mother, and Izzy decides to join me, as she can't face a Sunday afternoon on her own. I'm pleased she's joining me, but frustrated that she thinks there is such a thing as on your own when you live in a city with millions of inhabitants, dozens of museums, scores of galleries, hundreds of shops, bars and restaurants. When we arrive at my mother's, she is sitting in the garden, reading a romantic novel. I pointedly put down the bag of improving books that I have brought for her. She thanks me, but I doubt she'll swap the stolen glances and passionate embraces to learn more about the trials of the Irish during the potato famine. My mother is delighted to have both Izzy and me to fuss over, and immediately scuttles to the kitchen to put on the kettle. Mum lives in a small, immaculate house in Cockfosters. The house is crammed full of furniture that she rescued from her marriage. My mother brought everything from our 5-bedroom detached home and put it into her 2-bedroom terraced house. The result is overpowering. It is impossible to walk through a room without banging your hip on a sideboard or stubbing your toe on a chair. In some rooms, furniture is literally piled up on top of other bits of furniture. Chair on table, puff on chair. There are 2 beds in each bedroom, although no one ever stays. I wish she'd throw it all out. I wish she'd start again at heels. The house is stuck in a time warp, and so is Mum. When she married my father, everyone commented that there was an amazing resemblance between her and a young Mary Quant. It was a very successful look. She's never been able to leave it behind. Over 35 years later, and she still wears her hair in a thick, dark bob. She applies a home dye kit every 3 weeks. She wears her skirts too short and a ton of eyeliner. I find her look mildly embarrassing. Not simply because she's unfashionable and being a trend leader is important to me, but because of what her look signifies. It is a very public statement that she has not been able to move on since my father left her. She's never said so, but I know that she's preserving herself in this way. She hopes that one day father will come home and the last 26 years will be magically erased. A modern-day Miss Havisham. My mother is a tall, strong-looking woman. The height comes from her thighs, which are slightly longer than average. She's kept her figure. The only concession to her age is that her tummy is gently rounding, comfortably protruding, but certainly not huge. Her back is broad and her shoulders wide. Her body tells of capability. Her face is thin, and she has high cheekbones. Her nose is narrow and straight, giving the impression that life's discomforts slip from her without disturbing her. But her chin is pointy and juts out to catch all pain and atrocity. She has watery blue eyes that punctuate the solidness of her face, and because her eyes are the window to all her delight and disgust, she often hides them behind dark glasses, even in the winter. I've inherited this from my mother. Whilst I don't actually wear dark glasses, I do see the world as a slightly shady place. "Did you get my message on Tuesday?" Mum asks. I don't say yes, and that it made my day. I say yes, but I've been too busy to call back. She nods. "How was the wedding?" She knows all about my social life and what I do with myself on a daily basis. It's a tactic to avoid living a life of her own. "Fluffy," I reply. "Beautiful," Izzy smiles. "What a shame about the rain, especially as today is so beautiful. Isn't that always the way?" They must have expected rain, or at least thought there was a fair probability. It is August. It is England. I don't know why I do this. Behave badly. But I always do. My mother always brings out the worst in me. The moment I am in her presence, I am incapable of being polite, let alone charming. I become petulant, sulky, churlish, and unreasonable. My mother authorizes this appallingly childish behavior by silently indulging me. The harder she tries to please, the meaner I become. I always leave her house ashamed of myself. "Ignore her," says Izzy. "Oh, I do," giggles my mum. "You know how she hates weddings." I pretend to have an overwhelming interest in the yellow patches of grass on the lawn. My mother cuts me a piece of chocolate fudge cake. It was my favourite as a child. I consider telling her I'm dieting, but it's a lie. I'd only be doing it to be pathetic. "Did Josh enjoy the wedding?" "Seemed to," I mutter. I know where this conversation is leading. It's leading where every conversation my mother ever has about Josh leads. She mistakenly labours under the belief that Josh and I would make a lovely couple. She insists on deliberately misconstruing his innocent acts of friendship as overtures. Her interference would irritate me, but I comfort myself with the thought that my mother knows absolutely nothing about the male psyche. "Didn't he want to come for tea too?" "He was otherwise engaged." I haven't the heart to elaborate. She looks crushed as it is. Rallying herself, my mother turns to Izzy. "Izzy, are you courting at the moment?" asks Mum, as she passes Izzy a slice of cake. Izzy and I avoid catching each other's eye, because although we are 33 years old, we still think the word courting is hysterical. Hearing it said out loud is enough to send us into peals of helpless giggles. "No." Izzy manages the single syllable by cramming a load of fudge cake into her mouth. "Oh, What a shame. Are you working too hard? You're not neglecting your social life, are you? Don't forget, there's more to life than work. My mum and I agree on one thing. If Izzy wants a man, it should be possible. It's not work. It's just that all the men I meet are bastards. Mum blushes at Izzy's expletive. I'm amused and watch the exchange with interest. My mum and I run through this routine every week. It amazes me that whilst her marriage made her so unhappy, she still thinks it's the answer to everyone else's dreams. I met someone last night. I catch Izzy's eye. We both know she is giving my mother false hope. But I took his number down incorrectly. 1 digit too many. She's just bending the truth to protect the feelings of an older lady. Anyone would do it. My mother and Izzy then spend an hour looking at the telephone number, working out which is likely to be the wrong digit. This is one of the most pointless exercises I've ever witnessed. I spray the roses, which have a spot of greenfly. Chapter 2. He is appallingly ugly. And whilst most people are embarrassed by their physical drawbacks, Nigel Bale, my boss, is blissfully unaware. He is very tall and should be skinny, but he has wide, middle-aged woman's hips and a pot belly. The pot belly is a testament to the numerous occasions he's cornered some poor, defenceless junior in the pub and drunk them under the table, or, more accurately, into bed. He has large feet and fat fingers. He's balding. The hair he does have is greasy, serving to glue his dandruff to his exposed scalp. And yet he is inconceivably arrogant, confident and vain. So much so that he will not recognize himself from this description. He considers himself to be the most intelligent of the male species, and although he doesn't come across as crushing competition on a day-to-day basis at TV6, he is mistaken. He firmly believes he is irresistible to the opposite sex. Sadly, to many, he is. It's his bank balance. It is huge, massive, and he is powerful. Extremely so. 2 compelling aphrodisiacs. I am ashamed to be female when I see him surrounded by an entourage of young vixens, willing to lie back and think of the Bank of England. It disgusts me that these women, always attractive and often intelligent, are too lazy to think of anything more creative than sleeping with the boss to ensure a promotion. I can sense his presence, and this isn't entirely to do with his body odour and bad breath. A deathly hush has fallen. Bale is oozing his way across the open-plan office towards me. I brace myself for his visit by starting to breathe through my mouth. I force myself to look up. Nigel is leaning over my desk. He has no perception of personal body space and does not seem to understand that I don't want to be close to him. Could his mother? I think of dead fish in a fishmonger's window.
A word, if you please,
he sprays. He mistakenly believes that the fake Dickensian language is distinguished. Flapping my arms, encouraging the air between us to circulate as quickly as possible, I follow him back to his office. As controller of entertainment and comedy, a position he secured by uniquely blending bullying, bullshitting and, much as it pains me to admit it, a genuine business acumen. Bale has 3 offices. The executive office, on the 6th floor, which is bigger than my flat, heaves with mahogany and teak, deep shag pile carpets, literally, and numerous pictures of Bale with celebs. It doesn't work for me. I still don't think he is interesting. I still think he is offensive. His second office is a pied de terre in Chelsea. I shudder to think what kinds of contracts are negotiated there. I've never visited. The third office is the one on our floor, which he is currently leading me to. Again, huge, this time very modern and open. Not so that we are encouraged to drop in on him, no one wants to, but so that he can terrify us through constant surveillance. Although visiting Bale's office is unpleasant, at least I am one of the few heterosexual women in TV6 who is safe from his advances. He obviously asked me to sleep with him when we first met, but I refused. He quickly became distracted by a far prettier but less fastidious PA. By the time she received her P45, following her justified but failed attempt to bring a sexual harassment case to court, I'd proved I was actually quite good at my job. Lascivious Bale is, but stupid he is not. He realised that actively pursuing me as a lay was unlikely to be successful and would certainly limit my productivity. More concerned with the bottom line than any bottom, he's since left me more or less alone. He occasionally takes the odd potshot when he's had 1 or 2 dozen too many. He leers at me or sprays his spittle in my direction, but a friendly hint that Mandy in comedy finds him really attractive is usually enough to distract him. Bale nods towards the leather chair that is strategically positioned to be 4 inches lower than his. It's a ham-fisted attempt at intimidation. I sigh. This man is a parody. I sit down and wait. He waits too. Silently. Then he grins. It's the cruelest smile I've ever seen, and it totally fails to ignite his eyes. I wonder if he is going to sack me. I feel a bead of sweat run down my back. It's cold. If he calls me Jocasta, this is serious. Jocasta, I want an idea. He bangs his fist on the desk. I force myself not to jump. I know we are at war, but then I always am. His gesture is unnecessary, but I understand his motivation. He knows, as well as I do, that every eye on the floor is turned towards us. He likes to appear passionate. It's very new millennium. We're in trouble, Cass. Because he calls me Cass, I realise that we may be in trouble, but I am not. He needs me. I allow myself to relax enough to take in what he is saying. He flings the channel's weekend viewing figures over the desk. I don't pick them up to examine them. I don't have to. I checked them this morning at 7:30 a.m. They are terrible. Not content with being one of the youngest executive producers at ITV and managing some of the strongest shows for a main commercial channel, 2 years ago, I decided I needed new challenges. I took a leap of faith and joined a consortium led by a group of guys with enough venture capital and balls to bid for the franchise of a new channel. Our team won the bid for TV6 by insisting that instead of being yet another publisher broadcaster, filling airtime with programs shipped in from the US, we would produce new programs. I had visions of producing challenging, dynamic, informative and startling programs. I threw away my 6-figure salary, company Porsche, obscene expense account, private healthcare, pension and gym membership, and moved to TV6. To be clear, this was not an act of altruism. My end goal was not to educate and entertain the great British public. I just thought that this novel approach would generate huge viewing figures, that the channel would be an unprecedented success, and that I'd get more material rewards than I've ever had before. The added benefit, the incalculable advantage, would be that I would have control. A smaller pond to swim in, perhaps, but I'd certainly be a much bigger fish. a shark. I'd honestly believed that the public wanted new programming, new thoughts, new ideas. It pains me to admit that this was a misjudgment on my part. It's unusual that I miscalculate human nature, and it's unprecedented that my miscalculation is rosy. It appears that the general public is very happy with repeats of decades-old USA shows. Channels that, 3 years ago, looked as though they'd never sail are beginning to race in the white waters. It could be that I am on the Titanic. The competition are whipping our arse. They're not fucking around. He throws a competitive annual report in my direction. I've read it. And they are capturing the youth market. He throws another annual report my way. Again, I've seen it. Youth is the name of the game. We should go after that. What, and be a me too? I comment scathingly. I notice that the slats in the blinds in Bale's office are damaged. I briefly wonder who he's fucked up against them. Bale ignores my put-down. Let's employ some designers with trendy jeans. We could get the girl on reception to serve our clients vodka and Red Bull. He looks at me hopefully. My eye falls on his desk. He has a mug with a dozen identical yellow, sharp pencils. All this in the digital age. Oblivious, he carries on. They could listen to trance music and send their friends text messages. They could wear blades to work. And that would help with the schedule, would it? It would bring fresh ideas. Bale, we are too old. Even the lads and ladettes we know are aspiring to me time and their own paths. We can't do anything for the teen market. Well, what then? He asks petulantly. I bet he'd already chosen the bunny outfit for the receptionist. I don't know. Late 20s and early 30s are always rich pickings. I know I'm clasping at straws. We should think of a schedule that targets them. Yeah, they all have more money than sense, no direction and lots of time. How about sport? I've never believed in encouraging sports fanaticism. The next thing you know, they are actually playing, which involves turning off their TV sets. We don't want them out playing sport. We want them slouched in front of the box. Besides, A Sky A are there. Yes. Whilst I think about it, write a complaint letter. A Sky A are running sports updates throughout their ad breaks on sports programmes. They'll be charging advertisers a premium for that. Where there's advertising, there is money for programme development, he warns. You could argue that it distracts the viewer from the advert. Maybe it's worth less money. Yeah, send a spoiler letter to the advertisers, he instructs. Get your PA to do it. I counter. We glare at one another, both livid and arrogant, and scared. I want an idea, he yells again. A single idea, but a big one. A humongous one. A bloody big dick swinging one. An astonishing, unique, bang those bastards and their new shows into the ground idea. He changes tack. He leans towards me and starts to whisper menacingly. The tabloids and the men's mags have a host of new wannabe babes who present meaningless shows and are prepared to pose topless for publicity. I'm about to condemn this when he adds, You're going to have to come up with something really good to top that. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. The idea of topless wannabes has made him salivate. Got it? Something arresting. I'm trying to sound cool, but I keep my hands by my sides so he doesn't see them quiver. I hope my mastery of understatement irritates him. A ginormous fucking ratings rocketing idea. Now go away and have it. He dismisses me. I get back to my desk and give in to the shaking. I light a cigarette and swallow back a cold double espresso. Artificial stimulants are a way of life. For all Bale is as ugly as a slapped arse, he is good at his job. I do, grudgingly, admire him. He has a point. I've been trying to ignore our flagging ratings, positively denying the competition's success. But the weekend runs are indisputable. TV6 is in big trouble. Our office is in North London. A peculiar idiosyncrasy in the microclimates means that it rains more than average here, or so it seems to me. It's late August. It has certainly been summer in every other part of London. I have seen pavement cafes exploding throughout Soho. Crowds of office workers have exploited every coffee and lunch break by pouring into the streets in the West End. Girls in skimpy sundresses and strappy sandals have been spotted as far as Hammersmith. But in Islington, it's bleak. To be specific, in TV6, it's bleak. "Everything okay?" asks Fee. Fee is my assistant and has been for 18 months. I employed her because she reminds me of myself. She is committed, ambitious, and dedicated. She's cold comfort in times of a crisis. Fine. I turn to my PC and hope she'll get the hint. I like to work things out for myself. "Is there anything I can help with?" "No," I reply automatically. Although I employed Fee, I don't trust her 100%. It isn't that Fee has done anything to lose my trust. In fact, when she first joined TV6, she worked very hard to be a chum. But eventually she realized I don't do chum. And I don't trust. These are policies. "If it's Bale, maybe I can have a word," she offers. I sigh, depressed by the implication. Am I supposed to think she's being helpful? I look up at her and she is twirling her fine blonde hair around her finger, tapping her foot and smiling to herself. The implication is that she has a special relationship with Bale. Has she? Has she slept with him? Oh, awful thought. I look closer, and she defiantly returns my gaze. Her ice-blue eyes, sparkling out above her high, chiselled cheekbones, lock on mine for a fraction of a second. Then she starts to walk away. She is striking. Her mother is Norwegian, and she has inherited her scan, confidence and good looks. She's one of those women who can make a beady bag and a friendship bangle look cool rather than childish. She is 5'10". She has no hips, no thighs, no stomach. She is the ideal woman, as far as women are concerned. Generally, Bale likes his women a little curvy. But then, that is a generalization. It's possible they've had sex. However, I don't want to ask her. What's the point? She wouldn't have to tell me the truth. If she has slept with him, she will have no influence over him, whatever she thinks to the contrary. But it is possible that he's still trying to seduce her. And if this is the case, I can't afford to alienate her. She could be useful. "Hey, Fee. Yeah, you can help. Organise a meeting between our team after lunch. We need a brainstorm." I smile. We both know the smile is business. She grins back and I'm relieved. She probably hasn't slept with him yet. I normally know about such things long before the participants do. I consider warning her, but decide not to. She'll either think I am jealous or too old to know better. Advice, by its very nature, is there to be ignored. Our office is a huge glass building that seems to rise endlessly upwards. It's turned inside out like the Pompidou Centre. There is an odd mix of Ritz and Tat. Diet Coke and watery hot drinks from vending machines are consumed around Conran aluminium tables. People don't move around much. They stay at their desks. This suggests that there is a substantial amount of genuine industry, but not much communication. Calling a meeting indicates the seriousness of my issue. Through the glass partition, I see my team congregate. It's like watching a bunch of anxious relatives waiting by a sickbed. The analogy is frighteningly close to the reality. I'm pleasantly surprised to see that they possibly realize as much. Everyone appears slightly nervous and sweaty. They are trying hard to look as though they are not trying at all. Their names are Thomas and Mark, the creative team, Jacqueline, production secretary, Diana, marketing manager, Graham, sponsorship and advertising manager, Deborah, PR officer, Richard, broadcast strategy and scheduling manager, and Fee. Because we work in TV, they are known as Tom, Jackie, Di, Gray, Debs, Ricky, and Fee. There was nothing we could do with Mark. The team look at one another to discover a suitable expression to draw their faces into. They are trying to decide whether to look racked with professional concern, coolly indifferent, or bright and optimistic. The problem with my industry is that a very large part of it is populated by those who refuse to leave their student years behind them. They dress like students. Everyone is ill-looking thin. Dressing down is an art form. The merest hint of trying, an iota of personal pride, will be condemned. Everyone looks as though they do too many drugs and smoke and drink too much. It's fair. Besides looking like students, the attitudes are similar too. It is only students who could have arrived at the concepts of essay crisis or no milk in the fridge crisis. These are not crises. Crises are earthquakes, famines, and tidal waves. My team understands that the cancellation of the Christmas Karaoke Act is a crisis, but have no concept that 12 weeks of plummeting ratings is a crisis. If they do get the concept and panic about it for 15 minutes or so, they can't hold the concept. It's usual that mid-brainstorm or meeting, someone suggests that we need to go to the pub for a break from the intensity. On our return, the original subject of the meeting is forgotten, and the debate has moved on to whether salt and vinegar are a better flavour crisp than cheese and onion. I don't feel like this. There is nothing more important than my job. I never enter a meeting room without first thinking through exactly what I want to say, how I want to say it, and what effect I want to have. Fee being keen and ambitious, whilst slightly threatening and nauseous, is useful. She'll really want to crack this. I've slept with both Mark and Tom, although neither of them knows about the other. FYI, Mark is better looking, Tom is better in bed. He tries harder. It should be easy to keep their attention, especially as by happy chance I am wearing an unnecessarily tight t-shirt and bootleg jeans that cling in all the right places. I haven't slept with Gray, so the outfit will be doubly effective. Debs and Di like to keep in with me, as I occasionally give them tips on hair conditioners or the latest must-have fashion statement. Ricky's gay, so he does the same for me. "Afternoon," I breeze.
"Afternoon,"
they mumble sulkily. For a nanosecond, I think they are going to add miss, but they don't. "What's this?" I ask, pointing skeptically towards a cardboard box in the centre of the table. It's overflowing with balloons, Christmas decorations, crayons, sticky-backed plastic, old magazines, a toy trumpet, several comic relief noses, and a cappuccino. "Oh, that's my coffee," says Di, reaching into the box and rescuing her drink. She takes a huge slurp, oblivious to my disdain. Yes, that's clear. What is the rest of it? I fear Debs has been let down by her childminder again and had to bring her 5-year-old son into work. I hope not. Bale just isn't in the mood. It's the creativity box, pipes up Fee, enthusiasm oozing from every pore. I look at her, waiting for a more meaningful explanation. She tries. It's to help stimulate more creative thoughts. Even if I hadn't read Fee's CV, I would know by this comment that she had an idyllic childhood, went to the best public schools for young ladies, and had a father who adored her. How else could she be this happy with life? I think I'll piss on her parade. Remind me, Fee, which industry do we work in? TV? She looks cautiously around the room, unsure where this questioning is going. And wouldn't you agree that TV is generally considered a creative industry? Well, yes, but we're not bloody management consultants. We don't need sticky-backed plastic to prove we are capable of ideas. I don't raise my voice. I don't have to. She sheepishly drags the box off the table and tries to hide it behind the more conventional ideas aid, the flip chart. The others disloyally look away, distancing themselves from her. That doesn't impress me either. Okay, you have read the brief. We have to come up with a hero show, something that will draw in the viewers and the advertisers. Interest of the press would be a bonus. Mr. Bale has articulated the problem here rather succinctly, I'm sure you'll agree. I read, "We need a bang those bastards and their new shows into the ground idea." The team treat themselves to a nervous giggle. I'm tough, but Bale is a tosser, and our common loathing of him unites us again. I roll up my sleeves and sit on the side of the table, smiling and allowing the good humour to penetrate. So, what's the competition doing? ITV are concentrating on their main stable of shows, successful soaps, quiz games that make people rich, and buying in blockbuster films that earned a fortune in the box office. Here's their schedule for the next 4 months. The docu-soap features heavily too, says Ricky. He's done his homework efficiently. Unfortunately, the news is depressing. The room falls silent again. The good mood has evaporated. What about Channel 4's scheduling this year? Asks Fee hopefully. Just as strong, adds Ricky, embarrassed to be twisting the knife. They have everything. Arts, music, drama, comedy, entertainment, lifestyle, leisure, documentaries, film premieres, and something called Fall Later.
What's that? Porn? Asks Mark. I don't expect they even need porn, answers Tom.
I read the descriptor. It's porn, I assure. No one knows whether we should be glad that C4 have resorted to this, or depressed, because it will be a crowd pleaser. I clap my hands. Okay, to business. No idea is a daft idea. Any thoughts, please? I pick up the marker and stand with my pen poised in front of the flip chart. Silence. Come on, I encourage. Don't let those schedules intimidate you. I really think you can overestimate a period drama with high production values, big stars and great plots. I think they are too highbrow. Let's catch another niche market. Fee gets it. Drama is too expensive for TV6. Entertainment is cheap. Exactly. I bolster. With entertainment, the main outgoing is people's pride and common sense.
What about a game show? Offers Tom.
The look on his face suggests that he thinks he's just invented electricity. Good, I assure. He'll be the first to go when the P45s are being dished up. Now try and think of what type of game show. I consider whether, if the worst comes to the worst, I could retrain as a primary school teacher. I have all the core skills. We bandy a few game show ideas around, but they've all been done before, often on bigger budgets than we have available. We talk it round and round.
We could diversify. We could buy a publishing house or a football team,
suggests Gray. He's thinking of the free tickets that he could blag for his friends. That's a stupid idea, comments Di. Gary, the commercial director, likes it. I think it is a great idea, says Di. Can we keep to the point, please? I instruct. It's getting hot and late. I call out for more coffee and Coke. The rest of London's workforces team out of their offices and escape into pubs for a long, cool lager. This isn't an option for my team. How about our fly-on-the-wall programme? Asks Jackie. They are cheap and popular. Absolutely. On which subject?
The police force,
offers Mark.
We could expose their ruthless tactics and racist tendencies.
They do a pretty good job of that themselves, without TV, points out Jackie.
The fire brigade,
offers Ricky. I know he's simply getting hot and sweaty over the idea of them swinging down their pole. He's a sucker for uniforms. Been done. His disappointment is criminal. Banker wankers? Same as the police force, really.
The gas board?
Done. Electricity? And water. Nothing left to be said on the utilities scams.
Or builders or mechanics?
It's all been done before, sighs Mark. It's all too undemanding and formulaic. We are talking about an escapist medium, I remind him. No one wants demanding. Demanding is how we describe our kids, red bills, and the lover we no longer want to have sex with. We fall silent again. I look at the trash that's lying on the table. Numerous empty cans of Diet Coke, overflowing ashtrays, curling sandwiches. This mountain of debris and my Patek Philippe watch tell me it's time to call it a day. Okay, go home. Go and see your partners and kids. I flop back into my chair and put my head on the desk. The cool surface is a relief. But don't stop thinking about this. The idea may come to you on the tube or in the bath or whilst you're making love. You're sick, grins Jackie. She seems to think that part of her job description as production secretary is to tell me how it is. Look, Jackie, football is not a matter of life or death. It's more important than that. And TV? TV is more important than football. She laughs and closes the door behind her. But I'm not joking. Chapter 3. I live on my own, in a spacious pseudo-loft apartment in a trendy part of East London. I say pseudo because it's not in the loft. It's on the second floor. But I do have exposed brickwork and genuine iron girders that keep the roof from falling in. My space is the antithesis of both the abandoned family home in Esher and my mother's 2 up, 2 down in Cockfosters. It's modern and light and empty. I only allow things into my flat if they are both useful and beautiful. Except for the men who visit, which would be asking too much. My 2 favourite possessions are my charcoal grey B&B Italia couch that seats umpteen, and my B&O TV, which is the size of a screen at a small local cinema. I love my flat, and Izzy hates it, for the same reason. It's clinical and impersonal. Izzy keeps trying to introduce chintz by buying me floral bath mats and tea cozies for Christmas. I return the favour by buying her aluminium slimline pasta jars, which she can't open. Josh and Izzy both have keys to my flat, as I do to their homes. We are Londoners, so we don't literally drop in on one another, but sometimes we make arrangements to go round to each other's pads for supper, as it's nice to occasionally come home to the smell of cooking and the clink of someone pouring you a G&T. Tonight, I'm delighted we've made this plan. I need their company. I push open my door and am hit by delicious cooking smells.
"You're late,"
shouts Josh from the kitchen. He's responsible for the delicious smells. I drop my bags and PC and head straight for the kitchen. "What's cooking?" I inquire, lifting lids and spooning small amounts of heaven into my mouth.
"Out,"
he snaps, playfully swiping at my hands and trying to replace the lids.
"You have to wait."
But he can't resist showing off.
"It's pepperoni con acciughe e capre."
"Char-grilled peppers with anchovy and capers," translates Izzy as she hands me a glass of Australian Chardonnay. "Mount Adam, Eden Valley," she assures, knowing it's important to me.
"And maiale arrosto con aceto balsamico," interrupts Josh.
I turn helplessly to Izzy. She fills in. "Roast pork with balsamic vinegar."
Fantastic.
Funny, I'm never irritated by Josh's pretension of insisting on calling every dish he cooks by its Italian name. "Have I got time to shower off my shit day?"
"Yes, if you're quick."
Sometimes we chatter non-stop throughout supper, and sometimes we watch TV, entertaining ourselves by hurling abuse or a book at the commentary. But tonight we eat in comfortable silence. Or at least, I think it is comfortable, until Izzy asks, "What's up, Cass? You're really quiet tonight." She's given me authority over the remote control. Normally, I love this, but tonight, as a diversionary tactic, the remote control is a failure. I realise I'm grateful to be asked and slip into child mode, hoping that surrogate mum and dad can sort things out for me. There's only Izzy and Josh in the entire world who I let see me when I feel vulnerable or down. "It's work," I whine.
"Naturally. We never expect you to say it's man trouble," comments Josh.
I don't have man trouble. That's the advantage of seeing them as sex objects rather than soulmates. The channel's viewing figures are down for the 12th week in a row. It's serious. Bale's talking redundancies. Problem is, we haven't got a hero show. We haven't even got a strong soap. "What about Teddington Crescent?" Izzy is as intimate with my programming schedule as I am. The lives and loves of the inhabitants of Milton Keynes don't have what it takes to knock Cora or EastEnders off their spots. We haven't got a principal game show or a lead chat show host. Poor ratings, that's viewership, I translate. But it's unnecessary, as they are both educated in my media speak. Affect the advertisers we can draw. Without advertising money, we can't invest in cool shows. It's a vicious circle. I pause. They don't interrupt, but allow me to find the words. The worst of it is that Bale has made it into my problem. I check to see if they are as pissed off as I am. They both make an admirable job of looking horrified. Satisfied, I continue. Despite his obscene paycheck, he has renounced all responsibility and said, I have to come up with a winning idea. He's...
So rotten. He's repellent, revolting, ridiculous, jokes Josh.
A plethora of R-words. Izzy grins and tries to get me to cheer up. I scowl. He's a shit. I'm not going to allow them to brighten me out of my despair. I'm scared. Everyone is silent. They know my job is my world. Josh sits down next to me and puts his arm round me. I'm fucking scared, I say with unusual honesty.
I don't see the problem. We'll come up with the idea.
he comforts. Normally, I love his confidence in me, but I shrug, because right now, I don't think his confidence is founded. My head is aching. Everything's fuzzy. Maybe. I know that it is my problem, and neither of them can really offer a solution, so I change the subject. Did I get any post?
It's on the mantelpiece.
2 bills, council tax and water. Marvellous. 3 pieces of junk mail, all for pizza delivery services. I spy another heavy white envelope. Oh, hell, another wedding. I sigh. It's nearly September, for Christ's sake. Haven't these people any decency? Plaguing me throughout my autumn months as well as the summer. I'm only half kidding, but it's great to see Izzy look het up. Who is it this time? She asks. Jane Fisher is marrying Marcus Phillips, I read. Have we met him?
Yup,
confirms Josh.
he was at Leslie and James's wedding last week. He was an usher, the blonde one with the red waistcoat. Jane wasn't there, some prior commitment, probably another wedding.
Izzy and I freeze. Bastard, we assert in unison. I pass Izzy the invite so she can see the betrayal for herself. Izzy fingers the white card, caressing the embossing, and sighs. It's not turning out to be a good day for either of us. That explains the reluctance to give a real telephone number.
Will either of you marry me?
Asks Josh, realising that Izzy's had a disappointment, but not knowing the exact nature.
No,
I say. Yes, says Izzy, but only for the dress. We all laugh. We've run through this routine zillions of times. When we graduated, Josh promised to marry whichever one of us wasn't married by the time we were 25. 25 came and went. None of us had managed to find a life partner, but we were forced to admit that, at that precise moment in time, we didn't fancy each other. We decided not to go ahead, but to put the deal back to when we hit 30, assuming that we'd be so desperate by then, we'd all be less fastidious. 30th parties came and went, but Josh said he couldn't choose between us, and as bigamy is an offence, punishable in the highest courts in the land, we all agreed to think about it again in another 5 years. However, Josh does regularly ask us to marry him, just so we feel good about ourselves. He often tries to coincide it with our menstrual cycles, which, with the passing of time, he has reluctantly become intimate with. Can you believe that Marcus guy slept with me just days before he sent out invites to his wedding?
Yes, I reply.
She scowls and mutters. Well, of course, you only expect the worst from people. She grumbles. Can you believe it? Izzy turns to Josh. It's an annoying habit of hers to think that there is a male and a female point of view on these things. She often dismisses my point of view and turns to Josh. Because he's a man and he knows how men think. Invariably, Josh agrees with me.
It's commonplace. The last fling and all that,
says Josh. And although I know that what he is saying upsets Izzy, I feel vindicated.
I make a conscious effort to look up ex-girlfriends just before they get married, on the grounds that I might exploit the last fling thing, he adds.
Do you? Cries Izzy, horrified.
Do you?
I say, and once again my respect for him is renewed. Josh tries to settle his face in an expression that will please both of us, a subtle mix between contrition and pride. He gives up and ends up just grinning at me. Tell me, I beg. Josh is a wonderful friend, and I love him for very many reasons, and one of them is that he's unscrupulous and we can share tactics.
It never fails. It's the combination of the near-legalized indiscretion, Women figure that once they've slept with you, they might as well sleep with you again.
I raise my eyebrows. Personally, I'm not too fond of repeat performances. They give the wrong message. Josh catches my glance and understands my skepticism.
I'm generalizing,
he explains.
Normal women. Everyone wants a final fling, but a safe final fling. The ex is that. It's worked for me on several occasions. One last night of unbridled passion, but without the complications that Marcus risked by starting up a new liaison.
Izzy scowls. Josh shrugs apologetically. But what can he do? He's spent years apologizing to Izzy for his half of the human race. But really, it's not his fault. Now he simply shrugs off her disappointments. That's it! That's it! Genius! I congratulate. You are a genius. I cry and hug Josh. Josh happily accepts my hugs, but he hasn't got a clue why I'm so excited. That's the idea for the fucking amazing ratings-rocketing program. A blind date meets The Truman Show.
What?
Asks Josh. Izzy simply stares. She rarely expects to follow my devious mind. A fly on the wall plus, we get couples the week before their wedding to come onto the show and tell us all about why they are getting married. I rush to explain, but my tongue can't keep up with my grey matter, and I doubt I'm making sense. Loads of sucker stuff about how they knew from the moment they saw each other and how there could never be anyone else for them. Then we find out which one of them is gagging for a bit of extracurricular. But Izzy tries to interrupt me. There will be one, I assure forcefully. Then we manoeuvre a meeting between that party and an ex. Then we let nature take its course. Will it work? Of course it will work. There is nothing more seductive than an ex. Izzy eyes me skeptically. Except perhaps Gucci, I concede. I'm thrilled. It has everything. Voyeurism, trivialization of sex, manipulation. It's a terrible idea, shouts Izzy. I'm genuinely bewildered. It's brilliant. It's the principle I object to, she adds. I don't deal in principles. They are no longer legal tender. More is the pity. I start to imagine the marketing and PR. He's put on a pound or two, maybe lost a bit of hair, but otherwise he's unchanged. He was the love of your life when you were 21, and 10 years have gone by. Yet he has that same boyish grin. He still calls you by your nickname, and he remembers that you bought your hair gel in goldfish bowls at Superdrug. How can you resist? I'm warming to my theme. Flirting with nostalgia is perilous, warns Izzy. That's its selling point, I confirm. You could wreck lives, be responsible for cancelled weddings, she squeals. We'd pay for the wedding if it fell through. Josh looks at me as though I've just crawled out from under the rim of the loo. This surprises me. What? I demand hotly. I'm saving taxes. Your hard-earned taxes. I think this will get him. Josh is in the 40% bracket. He has private healthcare and went to public school. So my very reasonable argument that taxes aren't just for the building and deconstruction of our roads, but for the building and reconstruction of our healthcare and future has never washed with him. Now I'm grateful. If these people married, they would sooner or later divorce, dragging their children through the courts. The children would be emotionally scarred and, no doubt, perpetuate the scenario by reenacting their parents' failed marriages. The total legal aid costs could run into the hundreds of thousands.
Christ, Cass, you deserve a medal,
bites Josh sarcastically. I choose to ignore the sarcasm. I knew you'd see it my way. I can hardly sleep with excitement. I fine-tune the details. I consider that perhaps it is too much to expect every couple, weeks away from marriage, to have cracks in their relationship. But I could advertise. I reason that no one is going to come forward and volunteer that they are feeling restless or randy. People lack such emotional honesty or self-awareness. I know. I've operated in the so-called adult world for 16 sexually active years, and I've yet to find anyone who is prepared to call a spade a shovel. But perhaps there is another way. Perhaps I could attack it from the other side. I've seen countless examples of paranoia, jealousy, insecurity, and mistrust. Now that is an angle. Maybe I could advertise for people who doubt their partners and want to test them before they make that final commitment. Then all TV6 will have to do is maneuver a situation where the mistrusted party comes into contact with the threatening ex and then I hug myself. Obviously, it depends on the mistrusted partner never having a clue that they are being tested. Total secrecy. But that shouldn't be too hard to achieve. In my experience, secrecy between couples is pretty commonplace. I know this is big. I can see it now. The reaction of the duped, the hypocrisy of the rogue partners, all on live TV. It is pure brilliance. It's so cruel. It's so honest. I can smell my success, and it makes me feel sexy. I switch on my bedside light and feel under my bed in an attempt to unearth my phone. I hesitate. Problem with repeat performances is that they invariably lead to unnecessary complications. The guy involved thinking I really care, him thinking he does, or his wife finding out and thinking both of us do. Yet, needs must. I really can't be bothered to get dressed and drag myself to my club to pick up something fresh. I scroll through my contacts. Stephen Arnold? No, I think he just got married. That would be awful timing. Keith Bevan? No, psycho, stalker tendencies. Phil Bryant. Didn't he emigrate? George Compton? Or perhaps his brother, Jack? Oh no, too late in the day for the complex sibling thing.
Why did you ring me rather than my brother? Is mine bigger than his?
Lord, it's enough to bring on a headache. Miles Dodd. Good idea. Not too clingy, not too involved, with me or anyone else. Prepared to hold back until I come. Yes, Miles will do nicely. Disappointingly, his line is engaged. Well, at least it's just his line. Joe Dorward. It takes me a moment to place him. Oh yes, the researcher on that pop quiz show on Channel 4. I met him at a workshop several months ago. I hadn't found him sexy at first. Good-looking, yes, but not clever enough to really turn me on. I figured I could run verbal rings around him, which is rarely attractive. However, after 3 or 4 glasses of champagne, I was less fastidious. It had panned out quite well. As Josh says, it's not verbal stimulation you want in bed. I call his number. He picks up. Hey, Joe, I murmur. I wake up and Joe is already up. I can hear him in the kitchen, whistling and fixing breakfast. He brings up a coffee and tells me that he's been to the 7-Eleven to buy croissants, that they'll be ready soon. I tell him I don't eat breakfast and struggle to sit up. Water? He rushes to the bathroom and returns with a glass of water. I'm so dehydrated that I ignore the fact that this glass of water has undoubtedly passed through 5 other bodies before me. Joe climbs back into bed and starts nibbling my shoulder. In the cold light of day, I realise that first impressions are always right. He is dumb. Admittedly, he is extremely handsome and, I suppose, sexy, in an obvious sort of way. But how come I hadn't noticed those puppy dog eyes shining with devotion? That over-loud laugh that erupts every time I say anything, even unfunny things like my name, and that nodding, bloody head that agrees with everything I say. It's nauseating. He still smells good, and, thinking about it objectively, he is a shag, but he's so certainly besotted. I try to think of the things that could put him off me. Perhaps if I showed him my cellulite, or my untrimmed bikini line, he'd leave the flat. Unlikely. Maybe if I insist on watching Oprah, or pick the pubes from between my teeth with my toenails. I can't think of any antisocial behaviour that is antisocial enough to discourage him. I realise that the only way to get him to lose interest is to pretend to be in love with him. I doubt I have the energy. His large legs, erotic last night, look overwhelming today. I push him away, get out of bed, locate his trousers, and throw them at him. Get dressed. I've a big day today. Bale, I have the answer. I charge into his office, shooing his PA away with a single, withering glance. I decline the seat and the cigar he offers. He really is a twat. However, he is my twat boss, and I want to impress him. I have the idea.
I'm all ears.
He sneers. Actually, he does have jug ears, but he's all teeth, not all ears. I resist the jibe and start to tell him about my idea. Although I've stormed into his office at 10:50 a.m. to give the impression of an employee who knows her worth and won't be bullied, I have actually been in the office since 8:15 a.m. rehearsing this meeting. I have perfected a pitch that guarantees punch but appears spontaneous, that is irresistible and, most of all, assured. Besides the presentation of the pitch, I have paid immaculate attention to the detail of the presentation of the person. I'm wearing a Dries van Noten white cotton slip dress with heavy boots on bare legs. The look I've achieved is naive charm, but the boots hint at something a whole lot tougher. I'm showing enough cleavage to secure his attention. Okay, I take a deep breath. The brief was to have a high-profile program that will attract viewers, advertising budgets, and the press. Bale nods cautiously. You want notoriety on a shoestring, I add for clarity.
I never said notoriety.
But you agree we need to be noticed. He nods. The nod is fractional. I know this is because if there is ever a debate with the executive committee regarding this program, Bale will deny he gave consent. Sod him. I tell him my idea.
It's a bit unlikely, isn't it?
Says Bale cautiously. Why do you say that?
Well, the premise you're working from is that we need couples who are just about to skip towards the altar, but are paranoid enough to think that their dearest is not 100% kosher and he fancies a bit of pork with his ex-totty.
The analogy is repulsive, offensive to a number of religions, vegetarians and women. But yes, basically, Nigel has it. I try to encourage him. Look, I've done my research. There are 250,000 marriages per year in the UK. I'm rounding up, which is roughly 4,800 a week. It's one of the highest marriage rates in the world, but we also have one of the highest divorce rates too.
Well, you can't divorce unless you marry,
says fucking Einstein. I smile icily. 7th highest in the world.
And your point is?
Do you know in how many cases the ex is cited in court? 37%. There are countless rekindlings of old flames and remarriages to ex-partners each year. The X is so compelling. I give you Liz Taylor and Richard Burton, Miley Cyrus and Liam Hemsworth. Bale's beginning to be interested. He knows a good idea when he sees one.
Would there really be people who would do this?
I can't believe Bale is questioning whether there are enough exhibitionist, paranoid, jealous types in the world. We are looking at a pilot series of 6 episodes, 2 couples per episode. We only need 12 couples. We have the entire British population to choose from. Bale nods.
People are so hideous.
He should know. I fake cordiality. It makes good television. It always has. It all started in 1974, Paul Rodgers' documentary The Family. You know what I'm talking about. The show has superstar status in the history of TV. It was the first fly on the wall.
Oh, the one where Rodgers sat for months with a camera in the front room of some family from the commuter belt. The marriage broke down as a consequence.
Yes. I don't think it was simply to do with Mr. Wilkins's dislike of audio equipment. It was because Mrs. Wilkins admitted on national TV that her husband was not the father of her last child.
That's right.
Bale is leering and chuckling at the same time.
Dirty bitch.
But ask yourself why, Bale. Why would she divulge such a thing to the entire world? Maybe it was simply stress, but she invited that stress into her home. Why would she do that? Maybe she wanted to make the confession. Maybe she wanted to blow apart her sanitized semi. Or was it to guarantee that she didn't pass from this world to the next without her Andy Warhol requisite 15 minutes of fame?
Or maybe she wanted to teach him a lesson, adds Bale. Hurt him, or beg his forgiveness in a forum too public to allow him to eject her.
Exactly. We don't know. There are myriad reasons that motivate people. But nothing has ever been the same since that TV moment. And think of that TV show, Married at First Sight. People are prepared to trot down the aisle with absolute strangers to get their Warhol 15 minutes. Bale taps his pen on the desk. He's getting excited. I go for closure. There are countless fly-on-the-wall programs about marriage. The run-up to the proposal, the wedding, the first year. I've heard that Channel 4 are developing a documentary on consummation. I'm making this up, but I want Bale's budget. I am immoral most of the time, and amoral where business is concerned. I'm proposing a twist to a proven formula. The contributors are to be in the studio when the actions of all parties are exposed. The live audience is key. It's overpowering. The thing about exes is that they never go away. Even those to whom you haven't given a second thought in over a decade, whom you've never seen since you parted, are important. There is always a nagging curiosity about what happened to the one that got away, or the one you threw away. Bale, a true businessman, sees the potential.
You think it will work?
He states this as a fact rather than as a question. Yes, I enthuse. I admit that it is dependent upon the credulity, stupidity, and vanity of the British population. I take a deep breath. It can't fail.
But if it gets as big as you say it will, how will we keep attracting people onto the show?
We'll film enough shows for a series before we go live. We'll have watertight release forms so that the guests can't retract their permission. Bale, I'll work out the detail. Don't you worry. I'm desperate, so I gently pat his arm. Bale nods.
OK, Cass. Go to finance and work out a budget.
I want to punch the air. He senses it.
Hey, don't get carried away. I'm not a millionaire.
That's another one of Bale's relentless lies. But I don't care. I've got a program, and it's a winner. Chapter 4. Josh, hi, it's me. Guess what? Bale went for it. The Infidelity with an X show.
And I'm supposed to think that's a good thing.
Oh, come on, Josh. It's not like him to be down on me. I'm back on top.
Which is where you most like to be.
Josh laughs, despite himself. Both literally and metaphorically. I add cheekily.
Are you flirting with me, Cass?
Josh asks, but not seriously. I'd be flirting if it was anyone but you, I assure him.
Cold comfort.
We're going to call it Sex with an X. What do you think?
I'm trying not to think about it.
I sigh, disappointed by his lack of enthusiasm. Look, I've got to ring off. There's so much to do. I just wanted to tell you my good news. After all, you more or less gave me the idea.
Oh, horrible thought. Bye now.
I put the phone down and do my best to push Josh's reserved response to the back of my mind. Instead, I focus on the fact that Bale is as grateful as I could hope. He has offered to pay me a bonus related to the ratings we secure. I'm likely to make a killing. My success has duly subdued Fee, and I have decided to be magnanimous. I don't trust her, but practically speaking, she is my assistant, and I need her to be closely involved in this project. There is so much to do. We start with the advert. Are you about to get married? Do you trust your affianced 100%? Is there an ex in his or her past who could still affect your future? Please email in complete confidentiality to... Such a simple call to action. Will it work? Asks Fee. If I know anything about human nature, this will work. Where should we place the ad? Initially in the sad loser magazines, Gas and Goss. I throw a couple of mags over to her. I respect Fee enough not to expect her to be familiar with them. She picks up the mags and begins to flick through them. My God, these are obscene. Don't these people have any self-respect? I don't look up from my budget sheets. No. She starts to read the contents page. I had sex with 100 men in 3 years. I had a threesome with my mate and his girlfriend. The crotchest knickers are by the booby drops working in a sex shop. We're sexperts, women who really rate themselves in bed. It's ideal, I interrupt. The readers are willing to bare their souls and their bodies for a measly $5 and a couple of column inches on the letters page. These people are looking for platforms. They're a gift. However, Fee, I don't want to be another Jerry Springer. I don't simply want the oddballs of this world. We're going to have to think of an extremely clever incentive to attract normal people. Fee groans. But it will be easier to get horrid people on the show. They have no self-awareness, and also they've had fewer opportunities. I glare at her. Easy, unless relating to my sexual morals, is not a word I like in my vocabulary. I know that the success of the show will lie in whether I can make the average viewer feel uncomfortable. There are zillions of fly-on-the-wall and chat show programs where the guests are modern-day ghouls. Normally, the viewer sits back, cushy on their chintz. They comment that the characters on talk shows are priceless, pure escapism. Chat shows do a public service. People watch and thank God that their own lives are better than these are. I want Sex with an X to be a different sort of show. I want cosy couples to stiffen in each other's company. I want them to struggle for conversation in the ad break. I want them to move apart a fraction and doubt each other. This show is their lives, whatever class, age, race, or religion they are. So, who do you want to attract? Joe and Joanna Public, the people we trust, policemen, nurses, librarians, teachers, the guys at Carphone Warehouse. Fee eyes me sceptically. Eventually, we agree to place the advert on the TV6 webpage and various online magazines, and to send a researcher to gyms and clubs to do some on-the-spot recruiting. Any reservations Fee had regarding the number of volunteers we'd find are soon swept away. Within days of placing the adverts, we are inundated with responses. The world, it appears, is full of those who are about to pledge love until death do them part, but actually fear a much more secular separation. It was as I'd expected. They are the most depressing reads ever. My girlfriend, Chrissy, is the sweetest, kindest, most loving woman I have ever known. I'm honoured that she accepted my proposal and agreed to be my wife. We are due to marry in 4 weeks' time. We are having a big do, no expense spared. After all, you only do it once. We plan to have a large family, and one day live by the sea. I love her and she loves me. She says so all the time. Do you think she'd ever be unfaithful? I only ask because my best mate reckons he saw her in a pub with an ex-boyfriend of hers. I'm sure it was innocent, but when I asked her about it, she said he must have made a mistake. I get married in 7 weeks' time. I love my fiancé so much, and I'm sure that he loves me. Pretty sure. But not absolutely certain. There was a girl he went to college with. She ditched him for an American rower. My best friend got very drunk at a dinner party last night and said some really mean things. She said that I caught him on the rebound, that he's out of my league. I wonder, if he had the choice, would he choose me? I found letters, you see. Why would she keep his letters? When you marry, you give up your past. You have to. I'm ready for it. But is he? He's always been a bit of a one for the ladies. Nothing serious. He's just a flirt. He can't help himself. He doesn't mean any harm by it. It doesn't bother me too much. It's just that my mum says that men like him never change. It's not that there is an individual ex that I'm threatened by. To be frank, there are dozens. There are a number of psychotics. People who said they'd rather see their partner dead than unfaithful. I believe them and pass their letters on to the police. We employ a team to trawl through the responses, but Thea and I can't resist an occasional morbid dip into them. Although the emails are in many ways individual, there is a commonality. There is a mustard ripeness of those desperate to confirm their own supremacy in their partner's affections. Do you think they'll all look hideous? Why do you suppose that, Fee? Well, to be so desperate, so insecure. I throw over to her a picture of one of the letter writers. The woman in question is 32, slim, blonde, elegant. She has enclosed a CV detailing that she has a first from Cambridge and a PhD from Harvard. Fee looks amazed. To shake her further, I pass a photo of the fiancé. He is smart and mediocre. Fee looks bewildered. He is so ordinary. Yeah, to you. But to her, he is a god. I don't get it. She shakes her head wearily. Nor do I, babe. Maybe it's a London thing. I don't believe this, but I think it might be a comfort. Anyway, get her on the show. The team is gathering around my desk. The emails appear to have a magnetic force. I take advantage of their presence. Okay, status. Have you seen the lawyers, Jackie? Yes. We have to be extremely careful, but the terms aren't impossible. For those who know they are being filmed and are part of the setup, we can use any footage we like, as long as the punter is informed that the tape is running. Informing them can be as simple as posting a notice saying cameras are in operation. And to be super safe, we must get the guests to sign this. She waves a weighty document about the thickness of the Bible. The fine print will bore the proverbials off most guests, and they'll sign. You can use CCTV footage as long as the local council agrees. I'm working on clearance. Those cameras are everywhere, shops, garages, on the street lamps, in dark alleys. I like the fact that she's been thinking laterally. Libraries, public car parks, hotel foyers. I can't imagine these public and commercial bodies will agree, though. Will they? Asks Fee. As I say, I'm only working on clearance, but as long as all the correct legal documents are in place, no one seems too squeamish about blowing the whistle. Restaurants and hotels see it as free publicity. However, taping the dupe is much more difficult. If someone doesn't know they are being taped, it's illegal to show footage of them, unless they are committing a criminal act, and it's to help the course of justice. Oh, I sigh. This isn't good news. The whole premise of the show depends on catching these guys and gals red-handed, so to speak. Jackie continues. The only way round it is to conceal their identity. Do it all through implication. So, for example, show stills of the dupe and current fiancé, which the fiancé will have released. Then show stills of the tempting party. And then, when filming the actual seduction scene, we'll have to be creative with those black banners that obscure identity or body parts. It will be clear whether the dupe has fallen or not, without having to actually say so. I think about it. As the film will be shown for the first time in front of a live audience and all the parties, it will be impossible for the dupe to deny if she is the person committing infidelity. And even if they do, the guaranteed ensuing row will still make great TV. I can't lose. Sounds manageable. Anything else? In addition, you can't show any actual lewd acts, even after the watershed. We can blur out body parts. We must bleep out the C word, at a minimum, and other expletives if you want to avoid controversy. Which I don't. Jackie shrugs. It's your call. In summary, Mr. and Ms. J. Bloggs have very few legal rights over their privacy. Fantastic. Document everything. Remember the golden rule. Jackie nods. Yes, I have it tattooed on my cranium. Thou shalt cover thy arse. Precisely. Okay, Ricky, what did the scheduler say? Oh, you know, the usual bollocks that their responsibility is to heighten the built-in tension between random luck and rules in the game structure, between the predictable and the inconceivable, the controllable and the frenzy, which creates enjoyment, blah, blah. Need I go on? No. What slot do we have? They offered us 7:30 on Saturday night, going out against Strictly. That's stupid. I'd never think of running a head-to-head against Strictly. I pause. Well, at least not until towards the end of the series. What else did they offer? It's hardly as though we are flush with brilliant programmes. Monday at 10. Take it. Gray, how are the sponsorship and advertising deals coming along?
Good. The advertising is all in place, the TV trailers are set up, and we've optioned press and poster adverts. The exact placement will be confirmed a few weeks before the first show. As for sponsorship, we have a lead. A teenage retail store is interested in sponsoring the show. It would be a cash and barter deal. You know the type of thing. The guests would be obliged to wear their gear, etc. The creatives have come up with some suggested brake bumper ideas.
Gray cautiously puts the ideas on the table. It's an unsubtle play on the words top shaft. The creative team annoy me on a number of counts. They are incapable of accepting a creative brief without whining that they are overworked, which is unlikely to be the case in a channel struggling to come up with programs. They take long lunches, they switch off their mobiles, they never accept advice, use dictionaries or attend meetings. They comment on the size of the tits of their female colleagues. And finally, worst of all, their ideas are puerile. Gray reads my face.
You think they're puerile, don't you?
Yes, I confirm. It won't work. The Independent Television Commission won't touch it. And even if we could get it through, it says the wrong things about the show. Get Mark and Tom to come up with some more upmarket directions. I push open the pub door and am hit by the familiar and comforting smell of beer-soaked carpets and salt and vinegar crisps. It's mid-September, and although the sun is weakly trying to battle with the autumnal winds, I'm glad Josh has decided to sit inside rather than in the beer garden. I spot him immediately. He is sitting in the corner reading Private Eye, oblivious to the adoring looks he is attracting from the small gaggles of women office workers. I weave my way towards him and kiss him on the cheek. He puts down his reading matter and, grinning, points to the vodka and orange which is waiting for me. Cheers! We clink glasses. How did you know it was a vodka day? I normally drink gin and tonic, except when I'm under extreme pressure at work, when I drink vodka and orange. I like to think the orange cordial will somehow compensate for the fact that I haven't eaten a proper meal for days.
Well, since you started this Sex with an X project, neither Izzy nor I have heard from you. I figured if you hadn't had time to call us in 10 days, you wouldn't have had time to eat either.
Sorry, I mumble. Josh shrugs. I don't have to say much more. I'm still reeling from the ticking off he gave me this morning when he finally got through to me at work. He'd made it quite clear that he was sick of talking to my voicemail. I'd insisted that given a choice, of course, I'd prefer to be drinking with him and Izzy, but developing a new show monopolizes my time, whether I like it or not. Josh swept aside my objections and bullied me into coming out for a drink with him. To be honest, I was grateful to concede. Where's Izzy tonight?
Yoga. She said she might join us later, so in the meantime, you'll just have to put up with me boring you with stories about court.
Bore away, I grin, because Josh is anything but boring. He is a good storyteller. He practices criminal law and is always full of amusing anecdotes about his day-to-day dealings with the dregs of society. We chat about his work and his flat. He wants my advice on bathroom tiles, and I agree to go shopping with him next Saturday. He tells me about his latest flirtation, which he doesn't appear to be that enthusiastic about, although he assures me that she has stunning legs. The chat is comfortable and relaxed. I listen intently, and whilst I'm bursting to talk about sex with an X, I resist. Josh knows me well enough to know I am practicing extreme self-restraint, and so finally allows me centre stage.
And what about you? How's Sex with an X panning out?
This is what I've been waiting for. I know that I can discuss all aspects of the show with Josh without the reserve I have to employ when talking to anyone else. In the office, it is of paramount importance that I appear confident and assured at all times. I can't express any doubts or misgivings, even about small things, like the colour of the set design. With Josh, on the other hand, I can bounce from extreme confidence to misgivings and back again in one easy move, without him thinking any the less of me. I sigh. I don't want this show to be tacky, but I am working against the odds. Sex with an X is a good idea, but we are investing sweet FA in the production. I've seen the set. It shivers dangerously when anyone sneezes or shouts loudly. If only Bale would dig a little deeper into those pockets of his. I know they are not limitless, but they are fathoms deep.
Is Bale being tight?
He did at least agree to a warm-up act. You know, someone to keep the audience amused during the commercial break.
Well, that's something.
Yes, the epitome of generosity. He suggested we pick up some act from Covent Garden and pay them 30 quid. I bite sarcastically.
Who are you getting as the presenter?
Well, I wanted Zoe Ball, Naga Manchetti, or Helen Skelton, but Bale instructed me to go and get some new totty straight out of drama school. That way, you won't have to pay her more than a few grand for the series. Josh laughs.
Typical Bale.
Absolutely. Even so, I'm optimistic. After interviewing forever, we found the perfect presenter. She is busty with short, spiky hair and personality. She wears crop tops and baggy trousers. She's young. I don't add that I see this as an advantage because she's too young to feel particular about the tragedy bus she is, if not driving, certainly stamping tickets on.
Have you worked out the detail of the show's structure?
Yeah, we advertised and were inundated with responses from the paranoid and jealous. We record our interviews with these individuals. We draft in the threatening ex and interview them too. The motivation of the ex is usually revenge or desperation, if they were dumped, curiosity or vanity, if they were the dumpee. Then we follow all parties, including the unsuspecting dupe, for a week, intercutting the preparations for the wedding and the possible betrayal. The key to the show is that we bring all the guests back and play the footage live. The unsuspecting dupe thinks they are going to be on Who Wants to Be a Billionaire or something similar, right up until the moment they are on stage. It will be on stage that the mistrusting party gets to either faint with relief or discover if their worst fears have been founded. I stop and check Josh's reaction. He's very pale and sweaty looking. Perhaps he's been drinking too much. You do think it will work?
Yes. Sadly, I think you're on to a winner.
Pleased, I stand up to get the drinks. Izzy calls Josh's mobile to say that she's not going to join us because she doesn't fancy being in a pub after meditating. We stay until last orders, and I have a great time. As I climb into a cab, Josh wishes me luck with the show and makes me renew my promise to help him shop for bathroom tiles. I nod, blow him a kiss, and fall back onto the leather seat. My slightly inebriated state brings with it a sense of well-being, and all is right with the world. I really should make more of an effort to see more of my friends. I find the interviews with the selected couples obscene and fascinating at once, and have insisted on conducting as many of them as possible myself. So, Jenny, you wrote to us in response to the advert you saw in Gas. Let's run through the details of your email so you can confirm them for me, and I can get them straight in my head. I laugh in a jolly, oh silly me, I find it so hard to retain information way. I find it gets them on side.
Do you mind?
Jenny shakes her head. The movement is exaggerated. She is trying to appear confident and assured. However, she is chain-smoking full-strength Benson & Hedges, lighting another before the first stops smouldering. Not the actions of a confident woman. I should tell her to stop, but I don't. Jenny is skinny, but not the fashionably anorexic skinny that is prevalent in the studio. She's skinny because she can't afford to smoke and eat. We all have choices. According to my notes, Jenny is 23. She looks 45, but then I suspect she was born looking 45. I suppose the advantage is she'll still look 45 when she's 65. Her face is pinched and reminds me of a balloon the day after the party, all shriveled and twisted into a knot. She's had a lifetime of poor school results, no chances, and no splendour, which is why she's here. Jenny, you must be very excited by the chance to be on TV. Too right, yeah. And it's been explained to you exactly how the show works? This is code speak for, you know the humiliation you are about to undergo. Yeah. You wrote to me because you think there is a possibility that your fiancé, Brian Parkinson, is being unfaithful, or, at least, he would be, given the chance. I tilt my head and quietly cluck. Yeah. And you mention in your letter that you have your suspicions as to who the object of affection is. Too right, yeah. My best friend Karen. Karen Thompson. I read from my notes. She nods again and swaps stub for fresh fag. Can you give me a brief history? Brian was going with Karen when I met him. And that was when? I was 17. The story is bleak. Brian has yo-yoed between Karen and Jenny for the past 6 years. It's hard to understand what drives the change of allegiance. I think it is something to do with which of the two women is employed at the time and can supply money for his fags and booze. The only cheering thought for humanity is that the women have not allowed Brian's indecision to come between them. More often than not, all three of them go to their local together. I'm not delicate, but I wonder how any of them live, not knowing whom Brian will want to go home with on any given night. She'd be better getting on with Roy, Brian's brother. After all, she's my bridesmaid, and Roy's the best man. It's traditional, ain't it? She slaps my thigh and laughs, but the laugh is tinny and nervous. She stops suddenly and leans close into me. I know from Izzy and a number of my other friends that she is about to indulge in a confession. In a more religious age, she would be offering up prayers to Mary, the Virgin Mother, saint of desperate cases. I really wouldn't like to lose him, darling. I love him. But if I'm going to lose him, it'd better be before the wedding. I back away, disentangling myself from the woman's cigarette fumes and her earnest stare. My interview with Karen is almost identical, except Karen is as fat as Jenny is skinny. Her arms wobble when she raises a glass of beer to her mouth. Her life has been one of steaming hot chips wrapped in newspaper and pastry cakes with custard. She's wearing a flowered tent. I pull Fee to one side. Fee? Has she had her clothing allowance? I ask, horrified. There are some shows that encourage their guests to wear bright outfits so that they look like fat sugared almonds. This isn't supposed to be one of those. Yeah, but we couldn't find anything in Harvey Nicks to fit her. Fee whispers back. Well, what about a high street store? We couldn't find a researcher who was prepared to go and find out. I sigh and resign myself to the tent. I wonder how the colours will work against the backdrop of the set. Karen, the other woman, explains that she thinks she has as much right to Brian as Jenny has. After all, I was with him first. But people unlike pieces of furniture or clothes. I saw him first isn't exactly a reason to lay claim to someone. I remind Karen that Brian must love Jenny, or else he wouldn't have proposed. Karen corrects me and points out that it was Jenny who proposed. And in fact, she brought her own ring too. She admits that she is still sleeping with Brian. She shakes her tits at the camera. He likes something to get hold of. I leave the room. That is so depressing, comments Fee. What is? I ask. The way both of those women want the same man, and by this time next week, one of them will have been rejected. Don't you think that's awful? I think that's the point of the show. Now, here's the rest of the schedule. I want you to take a cameraman and stay with Jenny. Get lots of shots of her trying her wedding dress on, interviews with her mum, something to depict their financial struggle, to put on the best wedding reception they can afford, and a shot of her on her own, preferably in a church. So, you are expecting Brian to choose Karen then? Asks Fee. Not so much actively choose, more like his dick will jump out of his trousers through habit. Now, I need the logistics crew to work out where the camera should be for the grand seduction. Karen is planning to seduce him over a pint and some pork scratchings in their local. Very glamorous, says Fee wryly. She's not a glamorous girl, and he's not a glamorous boy. It should be on their usual turf. We don't want to arouse suspicions. Besides which, our budget is a pittance. Now, go to it. Next, I interview Tim Barrett. I think that Tim has a good career ahead of him as a criminal. Not because he appears particularly vicious, immoral, or crooked, but because he would be impossible to identify in a lineup. He is neither extraordinarily skinny nor obscenely fat. He is, in fact, of average build, average height, average looks, and average intelligence. His hair is mid-brown, his eyes are a brown-grey-green colour. I forget which. After close investigation, I discover that the only thing that distinguishes him at all is his fanatical, obsessive jealousy in relation to his fiancée, Linda. He runs through his suspicions regarding 3 of her exes. I don't think his suspicions are founded, but that's irrelevant. As he tells the stories, he fidgets on his chair, moving from one buttock to the other. His hands appear to have developed an independent personality. They are animated. He picks up his coffee cup, puts it down again. He picks up a pen, pencil, ashtray, clipboard, biscuit. Everything, other than the biscuit, is put into his mouth. After he has spent 15 minutes boring me with his paranoia and insecurity, I think that this girl deserves a fling. If we do manage to cause a rift between them, we will be providing a public service. I instruct a private detective to track down some of her exes immediately. My next interview is with a petite brunette, Chloe. Chloe is an advertising executive in a small advertising agency in Bristol. She is more like the type of guest that I crave for the show. She is certainly attractive, with shoulder-length curly hair, a winning smile, and a neat, sharp body, which she is obviously and justifiably proud of. She's aged 25. She's bright, funny, and insecure. I imagine that generally she hides it quite well. I imagine that her acquaintances and colleagues describe her as confident, but behind her back her friends discuss her ugly neediness. After chatting to her for 4.5 minutes, it is obvious to anyone who has ever read any popular psychology books, and I've read them all, that she is a woman who loves too much. She believes she is half a person unless she has a boyfriend. The men she meets believe she is an entire person, until they become her boyfriends. On sensing her dependency, their cocks go limp, and they leave her. However, as I listen to her chat, it seems to me that her fiancé, Rod, breaks the mould. He actually likes her dependency. It makes him feel valued. But her historical, consistent failure has eroded her trust and faith in the concept of fidelity. Instead of being grateful to have found Rod and keeping her head down, Chloe is hitting the self-destruct button by testing him on national TV. As the interview comes to a close, and I have all the details I need regarding Rod's exes, I ask Chloe why she feels compelled to verify his fidelity on TV. She must know that she is risking personal humiliation and universal disdain. She shrugs, and with a bravado which we both know to be fake, replies, "I think if you're going to be a failure, you should try to be as conspicuous as you can about it. Who wants to be a run-of-the-mill failure?" I love this wisdom. You've got to hand it to the British public. There's an Aristotle in every one of them. The queue for the live audience is massive. It stretches the entire length of the car park, laughs Fee excitedly. This is a good sign. The PR vehicle must have done its job. What do they look like? I ask. The correct live audience is essential. There are lots of things that the majority of us will do in our homes that we wouldn't do in public. Things like cheer at other people's insecurities, rejection and fear, encourage savagery and disloyalty, positively celebrate humiliation and distress. I need people who are either honest or stupid enough to have these reactions on live TV. Generally poor and unhealthy looking, but they appear oblivious to their aesthetic drawbacks. They're oozing excitement, says V. This is exactly what I want to hear. An anonymous voice cries, "Spot checking, ladies and gents." Nobody has a clue what that means, if anything at all, but it has the desired effect, and the audience squirm with nervous expectancy. I don't blame them. It is exhilarating. We put on a bit of a show to get them in the mood. The runner's bleep pings incessantly. She ignores the increasingly desperate calls. The director, long-haired and self-important by necessity, production manager, a grumpy git, it's a professional qualification, and the stage manager, careworn and exhausted, huddle in a corner debating furiously about some technical point or other. The production executive is running around the set as though her life depends on it. A plethora of cameramen, dressed entirely in black, baggy combat trousers and Ted Baker shirts, cats or DKNY trainers, are standing around trying to look casually indifferent, as though their lives and souls depend upon it. The set, although flimsy, is attractive. The backdrop is a close-up picture of dozens of fat red hearts. At first glance, the impression is romantic. A dip in the lights, and the effect is satanic, open heart surgery on stage. There are the compulsory comfy couches in the middle of the stage, ensuring everyone gets the best view of the gallows. Where did he come from? I am referring to the warm-up act. He is a fat northern comedian who has blatantly been on the circuit longer than Schumacher. He looks like a pantomime dame, and his requests for the audience to "go wild, go crazy" elicit nothing more than a few embarrassed titters. Fee shrugs. I listen to him telling a few mucky jokes. He is the only one laughing. What were you thinking of? I've told you I want an upmarket show. Which bit of the word upmarket is it that you don't understand? I snap. Somewhere I can hear someone say, 30 seconds to live. You told me to deal with the detail, she defends. I'm not in the mood for debating. I want him off the show by next week, Fee. The voice in my earpiece says, 20 seconds. I tune back into the fat man. It's a live show tonight, so if you are sitting next to somebody you shouldn't be,
Move.
The audience finally begins to smirk.
10 seconds.
Did you see anyone move, Fee? I ask. I'm always thinking about potentially adulterous relationships.
8, 7, 6.
There is a swell of expectancy.
Now a big hand for Katie Hunt, this evening's presenter.
The audience start to clap their hands raw for the remote chance that there may be a nanosecond mugshot on TV. The fat man tries to get Katie to twirl like a ballerina in a children's jewellery box. Katie casts him a withering look. I'm relieved. At least she understands what type of show I'm making here.
3, 2, 1. We are on air.
The roving camera sweeps magnificently across the audience and set. The camera reminds me of an internal.
It must do the same for Fee, as I notice she writes smear on her hand with a felt tip.
The emergence of the cameras acts as an aphrodisiac on the audience. Everyone visibly brightens. They grow a couple of inches, smile a bit wider. Hello, and welcome to the very first Sex with an X. The stage manager initiates more applause. The audience catches on quickly and begins to cheer. Katie smiles back at the camera, appreciating their appreciation. You smell the same.
Smell? What do I smell of?
He is mildly irritated, scrupulously clean at all times. He has made a particular effort tonight. My youth. She smiles. She leans closer to inhale him again. She notices he is quivering. She notices she is. He turns a fraction, and he is staring into her eyes, straight past the pupils and directly hitting her mind and soul. She is 16 again, which makes him 18. She has been propelled back to the doorstep of her parental home. The season is irrelevant. She feels warm and safe. It's late at night, very late, because although they abide by the curfew and get her home by 10:45 p.m., they are literal. She is home, but not in her home. It's past midnight, and they are still sitting on the step. They can't go in because her mother is waiting up in her nylon dressing gown. Her mum will want to know what the film was like, and she'll make a cup of coffee and stay up and drink it with them. They don't want to talk to anyone else. They never do. Did. Did is the correct verb, because she's not 16. She's 26, and she's not on the step of her mum and dad's house in Croydon. She's actually just bumped into Declan outside the bridal shop.
Big box,
he comments, grinning. And he's just the same. The grin is just the same. It lights up her stomach, and a bit lower. Yes. She hesitates. The natural thing to say next is, it's my wedding dress. But Abby doesn't say the natural thing. She says, wow, it's been a long time.
Yes, 10 years.
He pauses for a moment and then adds,
4 months, 2 weeks, and about 8 days.
Delighted and shocked, Abby blushes and glances both ways up the street. She's not sure what or who she's looking for, but she's relieved not to see anyone she knows. I don't believe you've been counting.
Fair cop. I haven't. I just made up the stuff about months and weeks.
They both laugh, because it always was easy for him to make her laugh.
Fancy a drink?
He adds casually. And why shouldn't she? It's just a drink. She hasn't anything else planned, except a night in with a face pack. Lawrence is out tonight. Rugby practice. They make their way to a nearby wine bar that he knows. She is impressed with the way he takes charge, and really, he couldn't have chosen better. As she pushes open the door, she is overwhelmed by the smell of hot bodies and booze, by the litter of noise and dark suits. Money and irresponsibility, the most potent aphrodisiacs. The wine bar is packed, people forcing their way to the bar, into each other's psyches and beds. The suits are Armani, and the bed linen will be Egyptian cotton. It's Abby's kind of bar, full of deeply attractive and arrogant media types, all of whom have disposable incomes matched only by their disposable lifestyles. She hasn't been to a bar like this for ages. It was in a bar like this that she met Lawrence. But once they'd been together for a few months, such dens of sin were superfluous. It was easier to sin on the settee in his flat. The music pumps through Abby and Declan's brains and rushes to her knickers and his cock. Music just does that. No one is dancing. It's a bar, not a club. And although Abby is tempted to sculpt out a space on the designer scuffed wooden floor, she's far too shy to do so. Besides which, she's still carrying her huge box with her bridal dress and 6-foot veil. Where would she put it? What is she thinking of? Bringing her dress into a crowded bar? What if someone spills a drink? She notes that she's tapping her foot. In fact, her leg is jerking almost uncontrollably. She wants to dance. She needs to whoosh and swirl. Suddenly, she understands stripping. Music does equate to sex. It thumps and jars and consumes and fills and ultimately relieves. Abby prefers to make love to music, rather than in silence. It helps to create the mood, whichever mood she wants. Fast and frantic, or slow and seductive. Abby shakes her head. What is she thinking of? Sex? That's what. Why is she thinking of sex? She's not out with her fiancé. She's with Declan. She should not be thinking of sex. Drink? She yells. She orders him a Beck's and herself 2 gin and tonics. She downs one at the bar and then returns to her seat with the other. She doesn't normally try to calm her nerves with drink. Then again, she's not normally nervous with men. She's been with Lawrence for 3 years, so she can't remember the last time she felt flirtatious or sexy. But she is nervous with Declan. And flirty. And sexy.
So, you don't drink Bacardi and Coke anymore?
He smiles. No, she smiles back. And I assumed you'd moved on from woodpecker cider. Cheers. They clink glasses. They fall silent, as they have so much to say. She wants to ask him why he never stayed in touch once he went to university. Why didn't he reply to any of her texts? She remembers the fruitless, pointless hoping. The answer is he met a girl from Nottingham in Freshers' Week. For the first 2 terms, it seemed like love. He reads her mind and says,
I never was much of a one for long-distance relationships.
He wants to ask her who she lost her virginity to, and was it good? The answer is that, furious and bored with waiting for his calls, she eventually climbed into bed with his cousin within hours of blowing out the candles on her 17th birthday cake. Yes, it was good. Very good. She reads his mind and assures him. Pretty average, really. Like everyone's first time. They both start to laugh at the cosmic connection that seems undamaged by the years of neglect. They had always found talk easy, indulging in endless outpouring of thoughts, views, dreams, and emotions. Now they exchange suppositions, opinions, histories, and sentiments. They don't notice the difference. It is still there, the familiar but indefinable sense of possibility. He had always filled her with such a pure sense of adventure. She loves Lawrence dearly, but he doesn't create that sense of future possibilities. He brings with him a sense of future stability. She thought it was impossible to feel 16 unless you were 16. But now she is within inches of Declan. It's back, that overwhelming sense of yesness. Her mood is buoyant as she drinks those first few G&Ts. Quickly, they pass a respectable G&T hour, so they swap to red wine.
"Aren't you hot?"
He yells over the crowd.
"Hot?"
she asks with feigned nonchalance.
"You are still wearing your gloves?"
Slowly she peels them off, revealing her engagement ring.
"When?"
he asks. 2 weeks, she answers. The answer does not create the same rush she experienced this morning when she checked her countdown calendar.
"He's a lucky man,"
says Declan, but he won't look at Abby.
"We should be celebrating. I'll buy us some champagne."
Occasionally, when she wanders around Heel's furniture department or sits at a dinner party with Lawrence, Abby finds herself idly wondering whether, if she met Declan later in life, he would have been the one. Occasionally, Abby has wondered what sleeping with Declan would be like. The front step of her parents' house didn't offer the correct opportunity. As she watches him at the bar, she believes that it can't hurt to find out. As Abby pushes back the hotel sheets and climbs on top of Declan, she is 16 again. As she leaves the hotel room 3 hours later, under the cover of darkness, she feels her 26 years, and to be frank, she rather likes it. Declan was a lovely part of her past, and that's where he should be. She's walking with a swagger. It's the swagger of a confident young woman who knows she's marrying the right man. When Lawrence watches the tape, he misinterprets the stance and is disgusted. For a moment, the studio is silent, awash with betrayal, regret, and fear. Lawrence is staring at Abby. His jaw is hanging open, which is unbecoming. He looks like the dumb animal Abby has reduced him to. It's complex, I admit that. I signal frantically for camera 2 to move in tightly. Close up, close up. I want to see every muscle twitch, every emotion exposed. Abby is shaking so violently that I think she may spontaneously combust. I suspect she wishes she could. She resolutely stares at the floor, too humiliated and ashamed to think beyond how she can get out of the studio. She doesn't even attempt to catch Lawrence's eye. She's forgotten that Declan ever existed. Declan is trying to look unconcerned. He is sitting back in his chair, with his long legs casually crossed, and he's tapping his toe. His brave performance is exposed as the act it is when camera 3 picks up the fact that he is tearing at his own skin, digging his nails so deeply that his quicks are brilliant white. Boy, are they regretting it now. They are a mass of sweaty palms, quivering lips, and knotted intestines. Their faces ask what they've done. I wish I'd never responded to the advert. I'm sorry. Fuck! Lawrence breaks the silence.
"Why did you do it?" he upbraids.
Why didn't you trust me? Accuses Abby.
"Fuck," says Declan.
That's the cue for the audience. They become animals. They boo and hiss and spit and claw. They are collectively relieved that, in this instance, it is someone else who has been fucked over. Unscathed, they fly into an uncontrollable frenzy. The savages hurl abuse and insults. I think that if they'd had rotting fruit to hand, they'd have used it. They despise Lawrence for being cuckolded. They loathe Abby for being a slut. And they forgive Declan because he has got a cute grin and he's a bit of a lad. The synthesized music pipes cheerfully through the studio, oblivious to the fact that Abby is sobbing hysterically and has to be carried off the stage. Her legs buckle. It's a sad, pathetic sight. I hope camera 2 got a close-up.
Good job, Cass.
Thank you.
Way to go, Cass.
Thanks. High five, Cass. Yes, very high. I efficiently accept the congratulations and charge through the corridors with the air of someone who has a mission. Thing is, I have. My heart is pounding. The blood is rushing through my being. The show only finished minutes ago, but already I know it is a huge success. Massive. The audience won't leave, and we have had to call in security. Lawrence punched Declan, live on stage. I'm delighted. It couldn't have gone better if I'd scripted it. Then Jenny, Brian and Karen. What a horror show. Brian wasn't sure if it was the worst or best day of his life. The audience loved his unashamed cockiness. I walk into my office, which is awash with flowers and champagne. Good news sure does travel quickly. I had expected to be doused in congratulations and good wishes. After all, nearly everyone at TV6 is scared of me, and therefore they try hard to ingratiate themselves. But I never calculated a result as big as this. I'm delirious, but I know that it is essential that I appear unmoved. "Where should I put these flowers?" asks Fee. "Anywhere." I casually read the cards. There's one from Josh and Izzy. It reads,
You are an unscrupulous, overly ambitious, single-minded exploiter. Well done. Love your best friends.
I grin. There is another one from Bale. It reads,
Big things get bigger very quickly.
You are so profound, I mutter. "I'll crack open this bubbly, shall I?" asks Fee. She's holding a bottle of vintage Veuve Clicquot. "If you like, as long as you understand that this isn't a celebration." Her smile vanishes. "Isn't it?" She is genuinely dumbfounded. "No, it isn't. We need to see the overnight runs and also the log call book before we can really celebrate. In fact, I think I'll go and sit in the log room now to talk to the duty manager." "But I've booked Bippendom. The team's looking forward to it. They've worked so hard over the last 8 weeks." It's true. We've all worked regular 14-hour days. On whose budget? She's crushed. She's silent. I relent. "Okay, you guys go along, and I'll catch you up. If the news is good, I'll pay. If it's not, I'll pay." Sometimes I'm nice like this, but it's just to confuse them. I make my way through the rabbit warren of corridors, leaving the sound of popping champagne corks behind me. I stumble past piles of A4 paper and mountains of clip files. The paperless office is a figment of management consultants' imaginations. I note dozens of plastic crates that haven't been unpacked in the 24 months that we've been here. I wonder if someone knows something that I don't. As I approach the normally silent log room, where all complaints and compliments are handled, I am struck by a general buzz of activity. I wake up with an aching back and neck, a furry mouth, and a fuzzy brain. Not enough sleep. It's a huge effort, but I force concentration. I establish the following facts. I'm not in a bed, my own or a stranger's. I'm not hungover. but there is a glob of saliva on my desk where my head has been. I consider that this is one of the reasons I'm careful about intimacy. Imagine if I had woken up with the man of my dreams, if such a thing existed, and there had been a string of saliva on the pillow. It would certainly put him off. Far too human. However, such speculation is irrelevant, as my pillow last night was a box file, my bed companion, my laptop. I try to think it through. I'm here because... The phone rings. I reach for it and automatically chant, "Cass Perry, TV6, good." I hesitate and check my watch. It's 7:15 a.m. Morning. I confirm, confident that it is morning, but I'm less sure why anyone would be calling me at this hour.
"Thank God," says Josh.
"Oh, hi," I mutter, reaching for my fag packet. I light up and inhale. The nicotine hits me behind the eyeballs. That's better. I know, strictly speaking, I shouldn't smoke at work, but as no one else is around, no one can complain.
"We were so worried. Where the hell have you been?"
"Hey, don't come on all marital with me," I laugh. "I've been here all night. Did you see the programme?"
"Yeah."
"Wasn't it brilliant?" The tar and bad stuff have helped. I now know why I slept at my desk. We were taking calls all night. I took the last one at 4:45 a.m. The lines were jammed. TV6 has never seen anything like it.
"Lots of complaints, then?"
asks Josh sympathetically. "Complaints, sure," I say dismissively. "But compliments too, and applications to go on the show." I check the latest figures in the logbook. 247 calls. I do some quick mental arithmetic. 130 complaints. Can you believe it? I only have to get 15 before I am obliged to take the programme to the ITC for reappraisal.
"So, that's good news?"
Josh asks hesitantly. He simply doesn't get it.
"All those complaints are good news?"
It's caused a national outcry. It's huge. It's fantastic. Look, I can't chat. I need to call PR. We'll have to put out a press release. I wonder if any of the papers have picked anything up yet.
"It's a shame you didn't make it to Izzy's last night. We had ricotta and basil risotto. As planned?"
Josh slices through my euphoria. I suddenly remember that I had promised to go straight to Izzy's after the show. In fact, I'd begged them to meet up. I'd insisted that Izzy miss her pottery class and that Josh skip his rugby practice. I'd worried that the show would be a disaster. We'd all known that if that was the case, Izzy and Josh would be the only people I'd be able to face. "Oh, shit. Josh, I'm sorry. Fuck. I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to you, both of you. I just got caught up here on the telephone lines. Shit. I'm sorry." This is genuine. I feel awful. There have been occasions when Izzy and Josh have let me down, always due to circumstances they couldn't control. I've sat endlessly staring at the clock, wondering where they were. Why didn't they call? My irritation that their supper is ruined has turned to fear as I imagine they've been abducted or murdered or involved in a road accident. I know that standing each other up is a major crime. I should have called, I add meekly.
"Yes, you should have. We were worried."
Josh can't stay angry with me for long.
"The risotto was ruined. I've had to soak the dish, but the stubborn bits of cheese won't come off."
I know I'm off the hook. Try Fairy Liquid Extra Concentrated King Strength. I laugh. Look, I've got to go. I'll call you tonight.
"You'd better."
I can see my reflection in my computer screen. By rights, I should be looking rough. Last night I secured just a few hours' sleep. Over the past 8 weeks, I've been averaging 6 hours a night at best, even at weekends. I haven't had a night out in all that time. I've existed largely on sandwiches from the staff canteen and double espressos from the Italian deli round the corner. I can't remember when I last saw natural daylight or a vitamin, either boxed or first generation. And yet I look fantastic. Well, there is no point in my being falsely modest. I look keen and lithe and sharp, and I'm glowing. I know I look like a woman who's just fallen in love. And the reason for this, the little beauty secret, tip for the top, is that the show is a success. I rattle around in my desk drawer looking for a toothbrush and all the other necessary toiletries. I open my stationery cupboard. I keep a full wardrobe at work for all events. A few basics: trousers from Jigsaw, t-shirts from Gap, white cotton knickers from M&S, plus a couple of Nicole Fahy trouser suits and shirts from Pink, in case I'm unexpectedly called into a big meeting, some agent provocateur underwear, and a number of garments that vary in their size and transparency, but are reassuringly constantly black. These are for when I get lucky. None of this is appropriate for today. I see what's lurking behind the plastic file dividers. Eventually I select Miu Miu trousers, a slash-neck Christina Ortiz wool jumper, and bally boots. I find a pair of clean knickers and a tiny lacy bra in my filing cabinet. I know today is my day, and it's important to look the part. I go for a brisk workout and then shower in the office gym. By 8:45 a.m., I'm back at my desk. Fee is in too. It looks like my budget was thrashed at Bibendum. "You look crap," I tell her, as I generously offer a can of Red Bull. "Thank you. You look fresh as a daisy." I graciously accept the compliment. After all, I do. "Was it worth it?" I ask. She grins. "Yeah, I had a fantastic time. Or, at least, I think I did." She holds her head steady for a moment, trying, no doubt, to chase a faint memory. She gives up. "Well, that's the main thing," I assure. "We went on to the Leopard Lounge. I didn't go home. I've come straight in." I'm impressed by her dedication. I try to ignore the brewery smell she's exhaling and fill her in on the excitement of the night in the log room. "Sounds a gas," she stifles a yawn. "I'm glad it went so well." She starts to tell me some funny tale about Di getting off with Gray and Ricky trying to pull. I'm glad they've had a good time, but I'm not interested. I know I'll lose most of today. The team's productivity will be severely depleted because of the necessary administration of Alka-Seltzer and intravenously dripped black coffee. They'll spend hours discussing the pros and cons of the various hair of the dog cures. Choices being Bloody Mary, a pint of Guinness, fried eggs with gin. Most importantly, they will all be extremely ashamed of themselves, and so tomorrow I'll get commitment overdrive. My phone rings again. "Cass Perry, TV6, good morning." "Jocasta?" "Mum." "How are you, dear?" "Brilliant, Mum. Did you ring about the show?" I'm thrilled. "Show?" "My show. You did watch it, didn't you?" I'm devastated. I can't believe that my mother has forgotten about the show. Even when things were really hairy and busy around here, in the penultimate couple of weeks before the show went live, I'd religiously visited Mum on Sundays. I had been there in body, although, I admit, not always in spirit. I'd had to spend a lot of time on my mobile. But when I wasn't on my mobile, I had taken time to tell her all about the show. Now my mother is acting as though she's never heard of it. Oh, yes. Best with an X? She demurely avoids the S word. Actually, I'm quite impressed with her title. I should have consulted her before the show went out. Best with an X is so much more subtle than sex with an X. I wonder if there is any chance of a name change at this stage. My train of thought is interrupted as Mum mithers on. I did watch the first 10 minutes, but then Bob from across the road popped over to fix that drawer that's been sticking. You know, the third one down in the kitchen. Bob, one of a small number of names that my mother floats past me on a regular basis. Mrs. Cooper said that there's a buy two and get one free offer on shampoo at Boots at the moment. It's Albert and Dorothy's 40th wedding anniversary on Saturday. They are having a supper. Dr. Dean was asking after you. It's tedious keeping up with the comings and goings of these tiresome people. I couldn't have the television running whilst he was in the house, comments my mother. I'm disappointed, so move quickly to get her off the line. A non-offensive exit demands a certain amount of self-sacrifice. I agree to go shopping with her on Saturday. I regret the offer almost the moment the words are out of my mouth. It will be a disaster. It always is. For a start, she will want to find a bargain in the high street stores, whilst I will want to spend obscene amounts in Bond Street. If we do go to Bond Street, her face will settle into one of the expressions I can only assume she most favours: shocked or cross. Shocked at the prices and cross at life. I can't bear her sudden outbursts in small boutiques. That's how much? There's nothing to it. Look at the hemming. I could run you one up on the sewing machine. Which is odd, as she has never sewn in her life. Worse than her audible disgust will be her silent condemnations of my frivolity, the incessant tutting at the cash point as I hand over one of my magic pieces of plastic. Therefore, we usually shop at cheap high street stores, where I destroy her pleasure by continually pointing out nice things and adding for clarity, nice for you, Mum. Revenge is always hers as she buys whatever monstrosity I've picked out and gives it to me for Christmas or my birthday. All this accepted, we regularly put ourselves through this purgatory on earth. What else can I do? She's my mum. I wonder if I can get Izzy or Josh to meet us for lunch. By the time I put the phone down, most of the team have arrived, except for Tom and Mark. Their status as creatives excludes them from having to appear at work at all if they are hungover. The scene is as I'd predicted. I am in an office with the Walking Dead. They are pale and unshaven, and they smell of booze, sweat, and sex. There is a certain amount of squabbling, the excuse being that the vending machine is all out of non-dairy creamer, the real reason being the bad heads. However, the atmosphere is immediately dissolved when Ricky bursts into the office. "Have you seen the ratings?" he screams. Shit. The ratings. I must have been affected by the booze fumes to allow the ratings figures to slip my mind. The number of calls we have received that have been duly logged suggests we have a stonking success on our hands. However, I can't count my poultry just yet. Ratings are the accurate measure of exactly how many people watched the show. This is the acid test. Ricky is breathless. I know it is good news. Well? He grins, enjoying his moment. I humour him and extend my grin a fraction wider. Well? He hesitates again. This time, I consider firing him. A girl can only be so patient. 1.4 million viewers tuned in at 10 p.m. There is a whoop. The team throw off their hangovers to cheer and shout and clap and generally behave like delinquents on E, which is not so far from the fact. I stay calm. Well done to marketing. I smile across to Di and Debs. I know that the number of viewers we draw in as the initial credits roll is 95% down to the marketing. Keeping the viewers for longer than 5 minutes is down to the quality of the program. I am at the mercy of the remote control. It's so undignified. And what were the numbers after the centre break? I ask. 1.6 million! Now I scream. Really loudly. Chapter 5. Can you believe it? I ask Fee for the 14th time. The ratings went up. That means people actually called their friends and told them to tune in. Or something good finished on the other side, adds Fee. I scowl. I've thought of that and checked the schedules. It wasn't the case. Not unless you count a documentary on the hibernation habits of bugs on hedgehogs as good TV. Fair point. Can you believe it? A follow-up interview with Declan in the Sun. I've got to hand it to him. He's a natural the way he worked the tabloids. And now they are begging us for the names of the people in the next shows. We'll have to work really hard to keep the can on the interviews we've already got. The trick is going to be in continually surprising the mark. The mark is the official name for the person we are tempting. We also call them grouchos, stooges, and victims. Can you believe it's such a success? I complete my circular diatribe. Not really, Fee grins. I glare and she corrects herself. Well, obviously it is a brilliant idea. We all knew it would be a fantastic show. But the public isn't always as perceptive as we'd like to imagine. There's always a risk. I'm mollified by her obvious flattery. Very true. Exactly my point. Want another drink? I survey the debris in front of us. It's roughly 7:30. I'm not certain. The hands on my watch have shrunk, and they are randomly bending. We've been in this pub since 4:30, celebrating. I'm beginning to see Fee's more sympathetic side. In fact, I'll definitely be buying her a Christmas pressie. I shouldn't, but okay then. A gin and tonic. Go easy on the tonic. Best make it slimline, says Fee, as she reaches for the bowl of cashew nuts. She offers them to me, but I decline. I'm allergic. This isn't true. I'm very thin and very fit. Whenever anyone asks me how I manage this, I smile and say it's genetic and effortless. This is, of course, bollocks. But I know that if there is anything more annoying than a thin woman, it's a thin woman who professes that she never diets. There's no such thing as effortlessly thin. It comes as a direct result of one or more of the following: dedication to a relentless fitness regime, being a slave to the calorie counter, drugs, or an unreliable bastard of a boyfriend. I work out at the gym 5 times a week, minimum. I'm also an expert kickboxer, although I don't enter competitions. It's just for fun. I own a BMW, but cycle to work, 6 miles there and back every day. I climb once a week, and I never touch any saturated fat. In addition, I indulge in every detox program known to womankind. I can regularly be found swathed in seaweed or mud at Champagny's or the Sanctuary. I place the double G and slimline teas on the wooden table. Fee is chewing an ice cube thoughtfully. Is there anything you haven't tried? I think she has telepathically understood that I'm concentrating on detox programs. But before I tell her that I've never done colonic irrigation, I just can't stand the idea of a hosepipe up my bum. She puts me on the right track. I mean, with men, this is easier to answer. I never do 3 in a bed. Oh? Yes, I think everyone's entitled to some exclusive devotion, even if it's between 20 minutes and a few hours. Not much of a moral, I admit, but one I'm faithful to. Is there an ex in your past then, Cass? No, I say without hesitating. Then again, you're not on the cusp of marriage. Nor am I ever likely to be. Then how did you know the show was going to be such a success? How did you know both Brian Parkinson and Abby would fall? And, for that matter, all the other couples that we've already recorded? I didn't know, absolutely no, but I thought the odds were with me. You are so cynical. We have fast become confidants. This is entirely due to the copious amounts of alcohol we've consumed. Still, I am quite unable to resist the illusion of companionable intimacy. Whilst I talk about work, Fee is more keen to discuss her dearth of men in relation to my plethora. On one hand, it is odd. After all, she is an extreme beauty. She's also got that exotic twist of a Scandinavian parentage. If I were male, I wouldn't be able to stop myself. The matter is cleared up when she admits to me that secretly all she desires is a large family and a log cabin. Men can smell women who want commitment further away than they can smell those who wear poison perfume. The odour is just as overpowering and off-putting. Fee is looking through Tatler's little black book. She throws it aside and picks up London Guide to Restaurants. She isn't looking for somewhere to eat, but she's looking at the photos of the chefs. She fancies the idea of bagging a creative, temperamental kitchen diva. I'm sceptical. I'd stick to the methods which are proven, I advise. Like what? Asks Fee grumpily. Supermarkets or the company telephone directory? I don't know. I never have any trouble meeting men. Yeah, you'd get lucky in a convent. She throws the guide to one side. But it's such a waste. You are never even grateful. I stare at her. Surely that is the point. Why are you so eternally unimpressed? She asks. It is the drink that has given her the confidence to ask this. You're first. She's fallen on some inspiration. Tell me about that. She's looking for insight. I don't normally indulge, but a bottle of Merlot has magically appeared from nowhere, and we'll have to talk about something as we drink it. Fee's stories have dried up pretty quickly. I feel obliged to entertain. My first. I cast my mind back through the numerous tangled sheets and emotions I've shagged my way through. Maybe if he'd been faithful, I could have believed in fidelity, even after my father's rather poor attempt as a role model. He wasn't then. What do you think? The odds are definitely against it, admits Fee. She pours some wine into my glass. What was he like? Beautiful, I admit. I mean, I was just like the next 17-year-old. Okay, my parents had gone pear-shaped, but, I was 17. I was hopeful. I hadn't been sitting at the dining room table sticking a fork into my hand to see how much pain I could sustain like some psycho. I sigh. He was 26. He was beautiful and shallow, and married, as it happened. No. Fee is shocked. I grin wryly. I remember being shocked. Now, disreputable behaviour never shocks me. It doesn't even disappoint me. I see it as an inevitability. Yeah, slipped his mind to tell me, until his wife turned up on my mother's doorstep. To quote the great Holly Golightly, "Quelle rat." Fee sits silently, trying to take it in. It's true it's not the conventional first lover story. That's meant to take place in the back of your parents' Volvo or at someone else's house whilst you are babysitting. It's meant to take place with some acne-ridden youth who is equally inexperienced and as smitten as you are. Which made me a paramour at 17 years old, I joke. But really, it was no laughing matter at the time. Inadvertently, says Fee, loyally. Still. I inhale deeply. Still, she admits, taking a large swig. I'd cried for months, and when I stopped crying, I started hating. It took several more months for the hate to cool, and when it did, I was left in a pool of icy resentment. So I figured I should try and turn it to my advantage. No more shocks, no more surprises. I decided to have a very low expectancy threshold on what should be gained from a relationship. I don't think unconditional love is a possibility, never mind a probability, which guarantees no disappointment. Fee is concentrating on what I've just said as she taps out the tune playing on the jukebox. Sounds a bit extreme. Couldn't you have just dated someone your own age and sort of... She pauses. I don't know, muddled along like the rest of us. I raise an eyebrow, and she shrugs, perhaps realizing how unappealing the alternative is. I did date someone my own age next. He was a fop. Lovable, I guess. I think about it, perhaps for the first time. Yes, certainly, but his willingness to please, at first a novelty, quickly became tiresome. Why don't we value those who most deserve to be valued? I turn to Fee, but she's concentrating on drawing a love heart on the table with drips of wine. Answers on a postcard, please. Before I knew it, I'd sort of fallen into a series of one-night stands, mostly with married men or commitment phobes. I run through my sexual misadventures in my head, and it could be the alcohol, but this reminiscing is making me decidedly morose. I rouse myself into my more acceptable, tough, public persona. Just take it from me, it's easier to enjoy the moment and not expect anything more, because really, there isn't anything more. I heartily recommend The Married Man. I swallow, and then refill both our glasses. Doesn't it bother you that someone else is getting the best bit? The best bit? I'm genuinely challenged to understand what Fee means. The companionship, the stability, the history, the future. The dirty washing, the belching, the rows, the incessant football results. But it doesn't make sense. You suffered first-hand because your father had a mistress. Why would you want to inflict the same pain on someone else? To be fair, this is a pretty good question, especially considering the units we've consumed on empty stomachs. It is a question I'd asked myself once upon a time. The first time I fell for a married man, it was purely accidental. I didn't really expect it to happen again. I did hate the very idea of the other woman. Women who were compliant in this perpetuation of misery repelled me. After all, if there hadn't been a Miss Hudley, there wouldn't have been a deserting father and a deserted mother. A deserted daughter. The problem is, of course, you can take out Miss Hudley, but a Miss Budley or a Miss Woodley would replace her. The choice is clear to me. Become a Miss Hudley because the alternative role is worse. Become the deserted wife. My mother's face, worn and weary, with clinging to her pride whilst losing her husband, her home, her name, and her identity, burns into my consciousness. Fear flung me into relationships with men committed to someone else. It was safer. I should have been struck by lightning when I broke the taboo the first time. I sometimes wish I had been. With alarming ease, I've broken every rule and never been punished. In fact, I've often been rewarded. It seemed that what I was doing was sanctioned. Whilst I collected compliments in Cartier, tenaciously avoiding commitments or Kleenex, my friends who hoped for the happily ever after were discovering that the road to fairyland was long and winding, and often heartbreaking. Somehow, I've developed secret signals that repel available men, or men with a penchant for commitment, yet simultaneously attract married men, or any of the others who don't want anything more than sex. Or maybe it's just that the numbers are in my favour. I don't say any of this to Fee. I turn back to her question and simplify. I'm not threatening. I don't want to be someone's girlfriend or, horror of horrors, wife. Therefore, I'm not a risk. I never demand. I never call at inconvenient times. I never criticise his wife/girlfriend. And in return, he has no right to ask me where I'm going or when I'll be back. He has no ability to make me fall in love with him. Fee stares at me. It may be that she is impressed. It may be that she is horrified. It may be that she is pissed. Christ, how depressing, she moans. Tell me I'm wrong, I challenge. We are both silent for a long time. Eventually, Fee suggests, another bottle? I return from the bar with a bottle and, because we both need cheering up, a couple of bankers. Fee, let me introduce Ivor Jones and Mike Clark. They're bankers. Fee starts to giggle. That's with a B. I hiss through clenched teeth. I've seen Ivor and Mike in this pub before. Over the last couple of months, we have nodded to each other, and occasionally I've accepted a drink from Ivor. They've been watching us all evening. Then I started to watch them watching us. When it got to the point of them watching us, watching them watching us, I knew it was time to say hi. They are well and identically dressed. Dark boss suits, striped shirts, probably off the peg rather than Savile Row, saffron Hermes ties. They probably don't even know they are saffron. They probably describe them as yellow. Ivor distinguishes himself by having a killer Welsh accent that largely renders him incomprehensible, but is very sexy. I don't mind incomprehensible. Most importantly, Ivor is wearing a wedding ring, and so I leave Mike to Fee. Ivor's attractions are not what one would describe as classical. His face reminds me of a soundly slapped bottom. He is pale with a sprinkling of freckles and a small snub nose. On the other hand, he is tall, 6'2" ridiculously intelligent and appallingly arrogant. Besides which, he is begging for it. It would be rude not to sleep with him. His hungry, alert eyes bore into me as he showers us with awful sexist jokes. As he hands round bottles of Beck's, he asks, "How many men does it take to open a beer?" Without waiting for a reply, he tells us, "None. It should be opened by the time she brings it." Mike and Ivor laugh heartily. I do too, even though I've heard the joke before. Fee scowls. Ivor is doing an emotional border point check patrol. Just checking the amount of commitment I'll require. If I take his blatantly offensive jokes seriously, he knows he's on dangerous territory. If I don't nettle, but counter with a few sheep-shagging jokes, he knows he's in the clear. Ivor catches Fee's scowl.
Oh, no offence. There's nothing worse than a male chauvinist pig, is there? Well, except a woman who won't do what she's told.
Again he laughs. Fee is obviously unimpressed. I'm refreshed to find a man who is honest enough to tell it as he sees it. However, for Mike's sake, I hope he tries a more conventional chatting-up approach with Fee. If I could, I'd advise chocolates and compliments. Ivor is bored with trying to control the group dynamics, and his interest now lies in drawing me into a more intimate conversation. He takes advantage of Fee going to the loo and Mike going outside for a fag to invade my body space. He's sitting on my right, and he edges closer. I have nowhere to move, even if I wanted to. He puts his left arm along the back of the scruffy tartan settee. It reminds me of being in the pictures, aged 13.
So, how old are you, Cass?
33. I never hesitate here. I'm proud to be 33. I think it has much more kudos than, say, 26 or 18. I certainly feel better than I did then. It's only women who have biological Timex who have a problem with saying their post-30 ages out loud. Pointless, really. It's not as though denial will turn the hands back. Anyway, I know I don't look 33. As if to prove a point, and somewhat predictably, Ivor raises his eyebrows. He doesn't bother with the cheap compliment that I don't look my age. He knows I'll have been told this often enough. Instead, he keeps the conversation on track.
So, when are you going to settle down and make an honest man of your boyfriend?
Honesty is not my thing. I don't have a boyfriend, and I don't want to be a wife. I smile efficiently. So Ivor's scored a hat-trick, discovering the 3 most important facts in one conversational turn. He taps my leg with his right hand. You're a wicked woman, Cass. This isn't strictly true, but for immediate purposes, it will do as a character ensemble. So, what do you want? I could tell him that I want world peace. I want Izzy to find the man of her dreams. I want Josh to stop having wet dreams. I want my mother to redecorate, and I want massive ratings on the next episode of Sex with an X. That's for me to know, and you to find out. I whisper as I move closer, allowing my breast to rub against his arm. I realize I'm not conforming to the traditional role of coy female, but playing hard to get is only useful if you want to keep the man in question, which I never do. I approve of the invention of paper knickers, cups, napkins, knives and forks. I adore the disposable. I smile broadly. He gulps his designer beer. Amnesia has hit. The words for better, for worse, etc. are temporarily erased from Ivor's mind. You know, just before you joined us, Fee and I were discussing the fact that I make an adorable mistress. My voice is devoid of emotion, and I could have just commented on the autumnal weather. The contrast between the piping hot statement and the Arctic delivery causes Ivor's cock to stiffen. It's just too much fun to resist. I look from his cock to his eyes, back to his cock. His gaze follows mine. He blushes and crosses his legs, but to be honest, he hasn't a chance. You see, I enjoy it. All of it. Dressing up, having food eaten off me. I never worry that the chocolate ice cream will stain the sheets. Meet me outside in 10 minutes, he says, leaving before he's finished his beer. I wonder how he's going to hold his erection for 10 minutes. as he looks fit to explode. I need to call my wife. It's just... I stop him saying any more. I don't need his excuses. Save it for her. He shows willing, in fact, much too willing. His enthusiasm briefly battles with his ludicrously macho self-image. The enthusiasm wins. Ivor manages to restrain himself in the short cab ride that takes us to a hotel, and whilst he checks in, if restraint can be used to describe a man who is intermittently swilling out my ear with his tongue. However, somewhat disappointingly for us both, he shoots his load in the hotel lift. I have very little to do with the act, besides being there. It's a depressing thought, but I have to face it. He could have downloaded some images from the internet. His premature ejaculation has sobered both of us. I'm left frustrated. Hardly the culmination to the evening celebrating my ratings that I was expecting. I stare at Ivor, who can barely face me. The lift stops. I haven't spoken to my wife for nearly 18 months. Inwardly, I sigh. If I'd realised this, I wouldn't have touched Ivor with a barge pole. I look at him. He's grinning.
I don't like to interrupt her.
Another one of his jokes. We are both relieved and indulge in juvenile sniggers. His humour, for what it is, has saved the day. It's not that I think this man is particularly irresistible, but I do admire an ability to laugh in the face of adversity. Although I no longer want carnal knowledge of him, I am aware that he is just shed out for a hotel room. The least I can do is help him attack the minibar. By the time he unlocks the hotel bedroom door, it's pretty clear that neither of us wants sex. We do both, however, need a bit of a confidence boost. I never had the internet porn thought before, but now I can't shake it.
I've never done this before.
He offers as an explanation, justification, an apology all at once. You don't, I plan to say. You don't say, but I catch a glimpse of Ivor sitting on the edge of the bed. His head is in his hands. It could be the alcohol, but I think he is genuinely upset. I change tack. You don't have to apologise. There's a first time for everyone.
It's just that recently my wife and I haven't been getting along too well.
Married long?
I ask as I light a cigarette. 4 years.
Ah, the 7-year itch.
Everything is fast track in London.
I inhale deeply.
We're moving house and trying for a baby. Things are tense.
Oh. I'm engrossed in the minibar. The hasty offload I can forgive. But if it's marriage guidance he's after, I'd prefer it if he got a counsellor. I pour myself a brandy and try to change the subject. Know any more jokes? It appears that the sexist and irreverent jokes have dried up. He's insisting on showing me that he's a decent bloke. He's wasting his time. It's an oxymoron and it's late. He fishes in his wallet and pulls out a picture of his wife.
This is Julie.
I hate this name and face business. I light another cigarette and realise that I haven't smoked my first one yet. Irritated, I stub it out. Very nice, I comment, after taking a cursory glance at the picture. Julie looks like a pleasant enough woman, curvaceous, jolly, uncomplicated. She looks like a wife.
I do love her,
pleads Ivor. I take pity, which is unusual. Am I due? It could be that. When I'm hormonal, I'm moved by Coca-Cola adverts. Look, it's okay. I sit next to him on the bed and stroke his head as if he is a Labrador. I am practiced at letting them off the hook. Admittedly, it's usually post-coital rather than pre. Normally I use the gentle letdown as an efficient way to get them to vacate my bedroom. Nothing happened. I insist. I wonder if he'd have resisted me if I was an ex of his. I doubt it. It's the uncharted waters that are scaring him. It was the combination, availability and alcohol. My availability and your alcohol. It gets them every time. I try to grin. Now, go home to your wife. He readily accepts my suggestion and scrambles to his feet. He pushes his arm into the sleeve of his jacket, which, I note, he hadn't let go of. His readiness to leave me momentarily stings. So just before the bedroom door slams closed, I yell, "And don't get mixed up in capers you can't handle." It's useful advice. Chapter 6. I couldn't have wished for a better outcome. Declan enjoyed his 15 minutes of fame so much that he ached for more. He has a talent for the kiss and tell, which arguably isn't a nice characteristic, but it is commonplace, and commercially admirable. Within a week of the first show, he has appeared in most tabloids, giving sordid details of various aspects of his and Abby's relationship, immediate and distant past. Some of it is undoubtedly true. He has been interviewed on local radio and TV stations. He has an agent, and rumour has it that he is reading a couple of screenplays. There's no truth to this rumour. I know. My PR team initiated it. Lawrence has asked his boss for an overseas posting, but this has not shaken off the Rat Pack. It simply means he has become the Pied Piper for the European paparazzi as they maniacally search for him. Abby has gone underground. However, her actual presence isn't such a loss, as a number of her friends, family and associates are available to make comment. The woman who sold her the wedding dress offered extraordinary insight, as did the vicar, who should have married them. 3 or 4 of Abby's other ex-boyfriends, and perhaps, most questionably, her hairdresser. Fee, can you believe her hairdresser betrayed her? I ask, aghast. Jenny, Brian and Karen have gone one step further. They've happily handed over their phones to reveal details of texts they've written to each other, posed for photographs with their families, and finally invited OK to cover their wedding, although we are still unsure whose wedding it will be. We have created a real, live soap opera. By week 2, we have secured ratings of 1.8 million. By week 3, there have been 2 articles in the serious press discussing the nature and motivation of betrayal. The ratings tip 2 million. What's making you grin so much? I ask Jackie, looking up from the letters commenting on the show. Have you been promoted, and they've failed to tell me? Jackie laughs. No, but they should. I admire her. She never misses a trick. No, it's something else. I was at a dinner party on Saturday night. Oh yeah? What did you eat? She perches on my desk, and Fee stops working on her laptop. There is nothing we like better than a good conversation about food. Conversations about food have an advantage over actually eating. You can take an avid interest without jeopardizing your waistline. Conversations about food are better than conversations about sex, which are often mildly pervy or frustrating. I'm not sure how to rank conversations about food and actually having sex. It's close. Jackie details her menu comprehensively, taking an inordinate amount of time to describe the chocolate soufflé. We hungrily hang on her descriptions of double cream and blackberry sauce. When she's told us that the mints were Benedict, I drag her back to her original point. So, what's nearly as exciting as a promotion? Well, after dinner we usually play games, so that the boys can get competitive legitimately. And the girls whip their arses openly, adds Fee enthusiastically. Exactly. Sometimes we play Outburst or Trivial Pursuit, but more often than not, we prefer the more revealing Truth or Dare. This week, someone, not me, suggested playing Sex with an X. No! Fee and I chorus. We both immediately understand the importance of being absorbed into real-life popular culture. And so damn quickly. It was brilliant. Everyone had to name the X in their past. You were right, Cass. There is always one who can send a thrill through the groin or heart. Then they had to say whether they would risk an uncomplicated, no-strings-attached, one-for-old-time's sake bonk. But wasn't it all couples at that dinner party? I protest. We are a small team. The stuff we don't know about each other's private lives isn't worth knowing. Believe me. Yep, Ellie and James, Daisy and Simon, Nige and Ali and Toby and me. That was the attraction, a public outing. So what happened? Asks Fee, excitedly playing with a staple gun. I take it from her before she causes serious bodily harm. Well, to start with, everyone lied through their teeth. Those who I reckoned would do it became extremely demure. Those who wouldn't tried to pretend they had an experimental streak, which they blatantly don't have. But as the alcohol flowed, the truth began to emerge. And? Fee and I chorus. We both know the result we want. Huge rows. Ali walked out, Ellie burst into tears. Daisy and Simon's party was ruined. Way! Squeals Fee. Our first row. But think, adds Jackie. If we were having this row in Clapham, how many similar rows must be taking place both north and south of the river, up and down the country? It's become a matter of national debate. Jackie, go to marketing and tell them to slap a copyright on the board game, if they haven't already. They should be talking to game manufacturers before anyone else does. I wonder if we could get it out before Christmas. That's only 4 weeks away, Jackie protests. I silence her with a glance. She rushes off. Her dark afro hair and pert bum sway jauntily. Did you notice, Fee? Jackie never said how her evening panned out with Toby. By the end of November, on week 4, the ratings rip through the 4.5 million viewers mark, and Bale insists I start interviewing again for a second series. The initial pilot series was scheduled to run 6 episodes. I have enough material to go to 10. 10, yells Bale. You are far too conservative. Interview enough couples for 20 shows. I try to object and explain that the show will only work whilst we can surprise the Stooges. That's why we filmed so many shows in advance. Bale glowers away my objections. Cass, have you seen last night's ratings? I shrug. I hope my shrug implies that I am far too busy having a fabulous social life, juggling several other projects at work, and actively contributing to society by doing charity work to have checked the ratings. The reality is, I checked the ratings this morning before I went to the gym. I have worked out my related bonus and mentally spent it 6 times. Have you any idea how big this is? It's more ratings than this channel has ever had on a single show. It's the same number as ITV gets for... He names 1 or 2 really big shows that ITV has as staples on their schedule. It's more ratings than... He names one of our competitors, has ever had. He's not telling me anything new. I know this. I've had offers from other channels to buy us out. I startle. I didn't know this. He reassures me.
Of course, I'm not going to take them. Our lawyers are selling the idea to networks in the States, Australia and Asia. Murdoch wants to meet me.
I'm very pleased for you, I reply coolly as I help myself to tissues from his desk and wipe his heinous spittle off my face.
Yeah, it's good. I think we were helped by Melvin Bragg and Gabby Logan both condemning the show. It's good. You're good.
Bale smiles. He's genuinely pleased with me. And why not? I've just saved his channel. More, I've probably made his career. I smile back and hand Bale the latest draft of my terms and conditions. It's not at all ludicrous in its scale. I'm not looking for a Boxster convertible or a 6-figure salary. Although I'm confident that the bonuses will take me there. Bale picks up the paper and holds it at a distance. He eyes me suspiciously. He doesn't need to be afraid. The most demanding perk I've requested is that my mum gets to meet Tom Jones when we do the Audience with Tom Jones show on Christmas Eve. I've also suggested that Izzy's younger brother gets a temporary placement as a cameraman during his university vacation and that Josh can have 6 tickets for the Cup final. Bale doesn't know this and naturally assumes the worst. He feels compelled to be nasty.
Yes, you are good. It is relatively easy to reach the dizzy heights of your chosen profession if you are not hampered by morals and squeamish sentimentality.
You'd know best, Bale, I reply, and leave his office. I'll give him some privacy to review the T's and C's. Kirsty had thought long and hard about this after the private detective contacted her. At first, it had seemed ridiculous. She thought some of her mates were winding her up. But then she began to understand. A new show. Something to do with confidence in fidelity. To be specific, Eva Brooks had contacted the TV station to say that she had some doubts about her fiancé, Martin McMahon. Did any of those names mean anything to Kirsty? They did. They meant the taste of metal and bile in her mouth. The private detective was not wearing a long raincoat and beret. In fact, she looked rather more like one of those women who stop you in the shopping centres and ask if you'll spare a few minutes for market research. The private detective, Sue, liked her tea strong with 2 sugars. Kirsty considered the proposition for 2 days solid. She was unable to keep her mind on her job and kept irritating the doctors by giving them the wrong patient notes. They nagged and grumbled at her. Ironically, it was their irritation that coerced her into accepting the role, rather than a wish to wreak revenge on Martin. Well, why shouldn't she be on TV? It had to be more glamorous than her job here as a receptionist, in the dowdy little practice in her small town, the same small town she had been born and bred in, and if she wasn't careful, would be buried in too. Sue promised that Kirsty would get a complimentary haircut and makeover, an allowance for her outfit for the show, and some publicity photos afterwards. Sue thought Kirsty had a great chance as a model, but she warned time was of the essence. Kirsty didn't care for Martin at all anymore. She was surprised to hear that Eva thought of her as a threat. He had chosen Eva over her before, hadn't he? Oh shit, he had. What made Kirsty think he'd choose her over Eva this time? Her knees nearly buckle under her. The humiliation was painful last time. The stinging, scorching disappointment, as he explained that Kirsty was a really fun girl, but absolutely not marrying material, whereas Eva, with her posh university qualifications and green Wellingtons, was. Kirsty had tried to comfort herself with the thought that their kids would look like horses. but the thought didn't really keep her warm at night. Still, it was a long time ago, and she was far too sensible not to move on. In the last 10 months, she had only thought of Martin occasionally, like when her sister had a baby, her birthday, or when one of the patients did something hilarious at work. But that was natural. That wasn't hankering. Christ, what if he rejected her again? Still, the channel didn't want her to get him to propose, just to have some fun, to compromise himself. She figures it will be easy. Kirsty waits for Martin outside the High Street Bank, where he is assistant manager. She doesn't often come into London. It's busy and cold, and she remembers why. Martin. She steps through the throng. He is with a couple of colleagues. They are all dressed identically, even the women.
Kirsty, my goodness, what are you doing here? God, it's nice to see you.
And Kirsty knows him well enough to know that he is being genuine. She sighs, relieved, not just because the channel will get what they want, but because something, somewhere very deep inside her, melts. He cares. Not enough, not consistently, but he does care. Martin nods his colleagues away, assuring them he'll catch them up in the pub. I came up to meet a friend for lunch. I heard you got engaged, so I thought I'd pop by and drop off a congratulations card. She holds out the card and beams. Congratulations.
Thanks. He reaches for the card,
and their fingers bump. I'm really pleased for you. Kirsty stretches her amazing smile a fraction wider.
Yeah, thanks.
Martin seems quite embarrassed and quickly thrusts the card into his suit pocket without reading it.
Do you fancy a drink?
He's not wasting any time. Should we catch up with your friends? Offers Kirsty.
No, I know the bar they're going to. It's really loud. We won't be able to hear ourselves think, let alone talk. Let's go somewhere quieter.
I know just the place, says Kirsty. It surprises Martin that Kirsty knows a local pub, which turns out to be absolutely perfect, because she doesn't come up to town that much. Then Martin sighs to himself. Maybe she does come into town now. He doesn't know much about her life. He always felt it pointless to keep in touch with old flames, especially ones who obviously have such different ambitions and expectations in life. Besides which, Eva wouldn't hear of it. He only expected to have a quick one, but this is their 3rd round. It is good to be out with a bird who drinks pints again, instead of the obligatory gin and tonic. Nice that she gets around in too, and isn't above going to the bar herself. Christ, Kirsty has fantastic tits. He'd forgotten how magnificent they are. She's still very chatty too. She still makes little sense. She keeps whittering on about cameras. There again, he's not being that rational either. Psychologists rate getting married as equally stressful as bereavement. People do odd things under stress. For example, right now all he wants to do is snog the lips off Kirsty. With every day a new triumph emerges. The Evening Standard runs a story on the weddings that have been cancelled by couples who have appeared on the show and the financial implications for the industries involved. The Express picks up the lead and runs a story on how many weddings up and down the country have been cancelled since the show began. A 120% increase on the exact same period last year, cries Debbie. We are ecstatic. The Express hasn't said that sex with an ex is responsible, but the implication is there. It's big. The Mail spots the same potential story as we do, They track down a couple who have called off their wedding recently to ask them why. People quite unconnected with the show, people who've never appeared, had no desire to appear, and would probably be horrified at the idea of appearing, admit that frank discussions on the sex appeal of an ex-lover have led to a discovery of fundamental disagreements which can't be ignored. Debs is reading from the morning paper. "This is it. This is the quote we need to use for our latest press release." She is literally jumping up and down. "What does it say?" I ask. "I am regretful," says the would-be groom. "I believe our parting of ways was a direct result of staying in to watch TV on Monday." Debs stops reading and asks, "Why do people use such ridiculous and pompous vocabulary when talking to the press? I'm sure he doesn't normally say such stupid things as parting of the ways." "Very astute, Debs. What else did he say?" I ask, trying to keep her on track. "I wish we'd gone to the pub as we'd originally planned, but you see, we were saving up. I wish I'd never heard of the show Sex with an X." Debs puts the paper down with a satisfied flourish. "Oh well, he sounds like a prick. By the way, Kirsty is doing well. I saw her in B magazine the other day, and I understand she has a contract with some modelling agency." All this points to the fact that the show only has a shelf life of 1 or 2 episodes. It is becoming almost impossible to lure people onto the show, as the entire nation appears to be on infidelity alert. The plan is to use the kudos from this show to launch other programs. My phone rings, interrupting Debs's newspaper review. "Hi, stranger." "Hi, Izzy." I wait for her justified complaints. I never ring her or Josh. I'm totally absorbed in my work. Have I visited my mum recently? It's a relief that she skips it. "Fancy a night out?" "Well, yes, but it's just that I'm still interviewing. Bale's keen to commission another series." "Then what? Another and another?" "He seems to think so. I'm sceptical. I mean, how gullible does he think the general public is?" "Well, you may as well have a night out. You can't continue to work at this rate ad infinitum." "What have you got in mind?" I ask. "A drink, grab some pasta, somewhere where we can talk and catch up. I feel I haven't seen you for weeks." I wonder if this is code for "I've been ditched." Okay, let's try Papa Bianchi's," I suggest. The food's fine, not exactly Michelin star, but it's cheap and cheerful, and most importantly, the waiters understand the importance of having a laugh and getting lashed. I don't mention that it is also in spitting distance of the studio, and I'll be able to return to work after we've dined. But when I give her the address, she'll guess. "Okay, hold the line while I get a pen." I can hear the music from Izzy's radio drift through the telephone line. I hear her scrabble around for a pen. I know where she's looking. She'll be starting in the telephone table drawer, futile. She'll progress to the kitchen drawers, the jam jar on the windowsill, and then behind the cushions on the settee. She'll find a number of pens, but none of them will work. The pencils will be blunt. For a scientist, Izzy is extremely disorganized. She's back on the line. "Couldn't find a pen. An odd earring that I've been looking for, a telephone number, and a recipe, but no pen." "Try your handbag." "Good idea." She leaves the line again, and this time the hunt is successful. Izzy takes down the details of where and when we are going to meet, and I put down the phone. I'm pleased to have averted the inevitable disaster of her arriving late because she's lost or going to the wrong place and not arriving at all. My life is made up of a series of these small services which make other people's lives more comfortable. If only people realised. I turn back to Fee and the problem of an increasingly moral nation. I know this squeamishness is hypocrisy, and I don't expect it to be sustained, but it is an irritation. You know what, Fee?
What?
This new morality that the British public have so inexplicably developed. I'm scornful. May work to our advantage.
How come?
Well, as I predicted, they've fallen, one after another. We really are living in a faithless society. Fidelity, or the lack of it, knows no boundaries. Indiscriminately, it rages and rocks the lives of anyone who dares to trust.
But it is brilliant television,
adds Fee, not getting my drift. But somewhat depressing, I assert.
Well, yes, it is, she confirms. In fact, we had an email from a silkworm farm in Ireland today.
Really? This trivia momentarily distracts me.
Yes, apparently last year, this farm, I forget its name, won the Queen's Award for Industry and some other shield thing for their exports. Apparently, this year demand has dipped perceptibly.
Honestly? I'm delighted. Fee doesn't catch my drift.
I know. It's a huge responsibility, isn't it?
Responsibility bollocks. It's a huge story. Sometimes Fee lets me down. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, whilst interviewing next week, I want you to actively look for those you think have a chance of resisting.
I thought you said people like that didn't exist,
protests Fee. Prove me wrong. She looks nervous. I try to be helpful. Pick the underconfident who don't believe they are attractive to one individual, let alone two. Or pick those who are too driven by public recognition to risk public humiliation.
What, like budding politicians?
Yes, or Freemasons.
You are a sensation. You are a fucking marvel.
Thank you, Nigel.
Where did you find them?
Believe me, it took some doing.
Your timing is immaculate. We've had 6 shows, and just when there was a danger of infidelity becoming a foregone conclusion, you find a couple who resist.
I smile at him. I'm trying not to look excited, but to be honest, I'm delighted too. We found a couple who, although probably tempted, were not stirred, so to speak. These people amazed me. They resisted not simply because the ex turned out to be a crashing bore, not just because they were worried about the chiffon and lace industry, not just because they feared being caught, but because they believed in it. Fidelity. Loving. Cherishing. They wanted to be exclusive lovers. Forever.
Suckers,
I comment.
Still, it's brilliant television,
adds Fee. This it is. It brings the house down. This is what people want to believe in. It tantalizes. I've made it a possibility again. The happily ever after. We plan to do a massive follow-up show by paying for the most OTT wedding. We are investigating the possibility of getting Westminster Abbey. It's short notice, but providing there are no obscure foreign royalty or minor member of the aristocracy booked in, I think we'll pull it off. I'm going to give the public what they want. Next week, we can go back to the cheats. It's late, and it's the 24th of December. I look up from my desk and note that there is no one else left in the office except the cleaner. I note that he is wearing a Santa hat and a red nose. The red nose is real. I close down my PC and decide to lock it away rather than take it home for Christmas. My phone rings. Cass Perry, evening.
Cass, you silly tart. What are you doing in the office on Christmas Eve?
Hi, Josh. I sigh, too tired to tell him how pleased I am he's called. Just finishing off, actually.
Good. We're in the Goose and Crown. Come and join us.
Who's there? Josh names a number of our friends. I look at my watch. It's 8:40 p.m. Not too late to join them. I can't remember the last time I got pissed with genuine mates. I'd love to. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Suddenly, I'm awash with Christmas cheer, and so give the cleaner a bottle of malt whiskey that some advertiser sent me. He's disproportionately pleased. I received a dozen similar gifts this Christmas and can't relate to his excitement. I call the lift and experience the unusual sensation of being relieved to leave the building. It is a glass elevator, not unlike the one that appears in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It glides up and down in a graceful, effortless movement. As the lift takes me to the ground floor, I mentally checklist the next show. This is the 100th time I've done this. I know everything is fine, but I do it anyway. It's habit. The building is dark, only illuminated by fairy lights. I pass the meeting areas. One has a photocopier in it, and is always empty. The other has a Mars bar dispenser and a coffee machine. The latter room is usually heaving. No one is there now. They've all gone home to start basting turkey or stuffing their wives. I pass a few words with the receptionist, which I do every Christmas. We comment on how quickly it's come around again. This time, however, I mean it. I've been so busy that I've completely missed autumn, which is a shame because if I was pushed to comment, I'd say that autumn is my favourite season. I nod to the security guard and then head towards the huge glass rotating doors. I'm already imagining downing my first vodka and orange. Jocasta Perry! A voice slices across the tranquility. I don't have a chance to reply or to establish where it's coming from. Do you know what it is like to feel humiliation, betrayal? Do you understand the pain? I don't suppose you do with breasts like those. The woman who is shouting at me is in her early 30s. She has presumably been sitting in reception, waiting for me, but I hadn't noticed her until she had called out. She has fine, highlighted shoulder-length hair. It isn't particularly styled. She's a comfortable size 12 or 14. I don't think I actively know her, and yet she has a vaguely familiar face. She looks like a lot of women. She walks across the foyer and is within a foot of me. She is pointing a plump finger at me. She's so agitated she is actually shaking, and as a result the strap of her handbag keeps slipping down from her shoulder. Each time it does this, she stops for a second and hitches the strap back onto her shoulder. Smart Mac, Gucci bag. Where do I know this woman from? The people who write the letters. Do you know what motivates them? Have you the slightest idea? I look at the security guard and make it clear that I want him on standby. Whoever this woman is, she is obviously buoyed up by Christmas spirits. I don't suppose you do. You obviously love yourself so much you can't love anyone else enough to be made vulnerable. As I can't believe I know her, I consider it a near impossibility that she knows me. Even my best friends would be reticent to claim they know me. So what right does she have to draw such conclusions, cast such aspersions? Still, she's right. She isn't shouting or threatening, but her powerful anger is obvious. She's controlling the menace, but only to show me she can. Finally, I place her. I know you. It's Libby, isn't it? I hold out a hand for her to shake. Libby was on one of our early shows. She had suspected her fiancé still had a thing for his ex. She'd been right. I remember Libby because she had had such lovely taste. I remember her showing me her wedding dress and the bridesmaids' dresses. They'd been exquisite. Yes, lovely taste, except in men, that is. She nods curtly. I was scared, but I was with him. Now I'm scared and alone. I touch her arm. She smells of teenage perfume, which reminds me of fairy liquid. I doubt this is Libby's, because of her impeccable taste. I suspect that she went for a quick one after work, and with the combination of gin and Christmas songs on the jukebox, she has become maudlin. I imagine her mates geeing her on to come and track me down to tackle me. One or two of her really good friends will have tried to stop her. On noting her determination, they've done the next best thing, doused her in their perfume. He'd have left anyhow, I comfort. She starts to sob.
Would he? Would he?
The receptionist gives her a cup of tea, and the security guard leads her to the settee. She's telling them how lonely she is. I think she should be evicted from the building, but it is Christmas. I won't report the lax approach of the receptionist or the guard. I head towards the door. Merry Christmas, Libby, I shout. I pause, waiting for her to wish me a Happy New Year. She doesn't. Instead, she grips my arm and asks, Have you ever looked in the mirror and been disappointed with your reflection? I turn to face her, and she meets my gaze. Well, I loathe mine. Chapter 7. It's New Year's Eve. I have 2 things to celebrate this evening. 1, Christmas is over. I've watched The Sound of Music with my mum, and now I'm Julie Andrews free for another year. And 2, as it is now NYE, what to do on NYE is no longer up for discussion. The horrible expectancy of it all. Cottage in the Cotswolds, black tie in Vegas, beach in Mauritius. There is just too much choice, and every one of them with its advantages. It isn't simply a question of enjoying myself. I presume that I'll manage to pull that off just about anywhere. But what do I want to say about myself? Vegas or Cotswolds? Glitzy or serene? Last year, Josh, Izzy and I had a posh dinner at Izzy's house. It was perfect. Josh cooked, I provided the champagne. Izzy's contribution, besides the venue, was that she managed not to have her heart broken. A first for a New Year's Eve, at least in my memory. We then drunkenly walked up and down the River Thames, getting crushed by the crowds and watching the fireworks and the backs of several million revellers. It was great. Now, in a blink of an eye, it's New Year's Eve again, with all its hellish accessories. Not only does the thought of the little black dress ruin Christmas indulgence, but this year I'm not spending it with Izzy and Josh. Izzy is going to her parents' party in Marlow, and Josh is in Scotland with the family of his latest girlfriend. On the upside, I'm going to a glitzy industry party, and if I'm not going to be with Izzy and Josh, this is my second choice. Everyone who is anyone in TV will be at the Gloucester Hotel in Mayfair tonight. I have to be there, especially this year as I'm riding high. Perhaps the highest I've ever been. My show is the talk of the industry. I also consider that it is actually impossible not to score at these events. and I'm ready for it. Thinking about it, I've been going through a bit of a dry patch of late. There was Joe in late August, and then the botched attempt with Ivor, which doesn't count. I thrust these disconcerting thoughts aside, comforting myself with the fact that the combination of my current success, the fact that it is New Year's Eve, and the loose morals of those who work in the media industry mean I'm guaranteed great sex tonight. You can smell the testosterone as soon as you walk into the hotel foyer. I bristle. We have tried to disguise it with Calvin Klein perfume and aftershave, bow ties and posh frocks, but lust is tangible. A thick tension is staining the air. And although this may sound leery, it's not. It's exciting. It's fun. It's fan-fucking-tastic. Literally. My targets fall into two categories: victim or sparring partner. I prefer the latter, but hey, a time and a place. I see him by the time we sit down to dinner. He's on the next table. He's glittering in the candlelight. He's not wearing a wedding ring. After a few discreet inquiries, I discover that he has a long-term girlfriend, but she's not here tonight. The very best combination. Challenging, but not insurmountable. I want this to be a one-night thing, and really can't be asked to put in weeks of prep. Chances are he'll be going through a rough patch. They always are. He'll tell me that this is because his girlfriend doesn't understand him. Of course, the opposite is true. The dinner passes in a blur of laughter and champagne. Bale is as pompous as hell, but at least I don't get caught under the mistletoe with him, as Di does. Fee, Ricky and I have a huge giggle, spreading gossip, spiking drinks, and strutting our stuff on the dance floor. I'm having so much fun that I almost forget that I plan to score. But as the clocks strike midnight and Fee and Ricky both disappear to snog their chosen boys, I look around for my target. Of course, it's not a coincidence that he is standing just a few feet away from me. He wasn't oblivious to the smouldering glances I threw across the melon balls, nor was he averse to returning them. I don't kiss him on the dance floor, because he does have a girlfriend. I can do without the gossip and uproar, which would ensue after such an obvious display of our intentions. Instead, I lean very closely into him, so that my lips are a fraction from his lobe. His hairs stand up and brush my lips. I move an almost indiscernible bit closer, letting my tits scrape against his arm. He trembles. My groin flinches. "Have you got a room?" He nods. The atmosphere is damp with lust. "What number?" He tells me immediately. I feel so powerful. "Walk to your room. Don't walk too fast, because I need to leave a respectable interval between you leaving and me following. But I don't want to lose you." I give his arm a squeeze. We both understand. He nods a drunken nod, happy to follow my instructions to the letter. I keep a safe distance, and then I catch him up in his corridor. I'm quite tired, so I don't bother with anything too athletic against the wall, which I could have done to politely fill the embarrassing gap as he fumbles with the key, desperate to get it in the lock. I'm not sure if this is drink, nerves, or excitement, but it doesn't bode well. Eventually he opens the door. Unaccountably, my mood changes. I think I'm bored by his inability. I'm no longer looking forward to this. I really am tired, and it would have been wiser to have had an early night. I shrug away his attempt to offer me something from the minibar. "You go ahead." He pours himself a whiskey. Then he almost spills it on the floor. He's very nervous, and I feel almost maternal. Is he too young for this? Am I too old? I take pity and decide to encourage him. Delicate thing, the male ego. I've often thought of those soapy bubbles that you make by blowing a lot of hot air through a little plastic device. Easy to inflate, easy to pop, and easy to grow again. Hey, Tiger. I prise the whiskey tumbler out of his hand and kiss him. Fine. Quite good, really. But then, it is just kissing. He lunges for my zip and tugs at it. The dress is Versace and cost me nearly £1,000. I play a tactful manoeuvre where I shimmy out of it doing a little mini striptease. He loves it, and I save my dress. To be fair, he is trying. He just lacks subtlety. He's kneading my breasts, as though he's trying to massage a muscle out of spasm. We are lying on the bed and suddenly his fingers are deep inside me. Better. Okay, 1. 2 is fine. Jesus, I hope he knows fisting is just an expression.
Would you like me to go down on you?
He asks. That's novel. I've never been called upon to have an opinion before. Would you like to? I ask, grinning.
Well, I don't mind, if it's really what you want. It's not actually my favourite, but I'm happy to oblige if it will make you come.
I guess this is sweet, in a way, but sweet is not sexy. I now seriously wonder if anything he can think of will make me come. I disengage and go to the bathroom. When I emerge, I'm wearing a toweling robe and I've cleaned my teeth. Good night, I smile, pecking him on the cheek. I pull the dressing gown tightly around me, turn the light out, and deliberately roll away from him. I don't even care that he doesn't seem too disappointed. I scramble for my mobile, which slices through my dreamless sleep. It's Izzy. Happy New Year! Where are you? Her voice is a unique blend of excitement, frustration, anger, and concern. In a hotel in... I scrabble around for the notepad next to the telephone. Mayfair. Who with? I look at the empty bed. I feel the sheets next to me. They are still warm. They smell of male sweat. I can hear the shower running. His name's Ben. I hear her tut. I know the conclusion she has naturally drawn, and I haven't the energy to correct her diagnosis of events. Instead, I confirm it. It was New Year's Eve. It was just physical. It's always just physical. That's the problem, she sighs. She doesn't seem impressed. You are heading for trouble. You're on overdrive. You've been working too hard. When did you last go home? Not sure. What day is it? It turns out to be Sunday. I haven't slept or bathed in my flat since Christmas morning, and before that, a week last Tuesday. I did stay at Mum's on Boxing Day, but besides that, I've been using the facilities at the gym and work. You need a rest, says Izzy. But she's wrong. I thrive on activity. I'm at my creative best when I'm hyper. Ordinary people may need to rest after such intensive work periods, but I'm strong. I'm fine. I think I'm going to cry. I'm so tired, I wail. It was awful. In fact, I can't remember when I last had good sex. I'm so tense. I'm going straight from here to my masseur. My neck is so tight I can barely move. You can't go to your masseur. It's New Year's Day. They'll be closed. Look, Josh has called. He's missing us. He's on a flight back down here. I'm going to the airport to pick him up. I'll swing by your flat first. Then we can all go for a walk. Clear the hangovers. Thanks, Izzy. What a darling. It is so bloody cold that the stags that are allegedly in Richmond Park are nowhere to be seen. They're hibernating, suggests Izzy. Josh wraps an arm around each of us.
If you think this is cold, you should have been in Scotland. Now that was cold.
How was Scotland? As I say this, I can see my breath on the air. I pull my jacket tight around me.
Fine. Alcoholic, tartan.
He comments non-committally. Gone off her then? The her in question is Catherine, Josh's latest girlfriend. Izzy and I quite like her. She's been hanging around with Josh for a couple of months now. We had high hopes, but I can already tell from the tone of his voice, and the fact that he's back here, with us instead of in St. Andrews with her and her parents, that I ought to start talking about her in the past tense.
I finished it,
Josh confirms. Izzy and I slyly exchange glances. Nice timing, we chorus. Josh shrugs apologetically. How was your night, Izzy? I ask. Really good, actually. Family all well, and I met someone really nice at my parents' party. Someone really nice and male? I try to clarify. It sounds unlikely. Izzy grins and nods. The cold wind has whipped up spots of colour on her cheeks. I understand why Elizabethan poets used to mither on about their heroines having cheeks like roses. Izzy is glowing. You look fantastic, Izzy. Did you score? She grins sheepishly. I was at my parents'. Good point. No opportunity. But I did give him my telephone number and my email and all my social tags, says Izzy. This time, Josh and I exchange the glances. He hasn't called yet, though. Izzy suddenly scrambles for her phone. She checks her voicemail and the text messages. Nothing.
It's far too early for him to call.
Josh comforts her. Although neither he nor I think that Izzy's chap will call. He'll have detected the fact that whilst one hand was handing over her telephone number, the other hand was flicking through a copy of Brides and Setting Up Home. Should I call him? Asks Izzy. Do you have his number? Yes, his mother gave it to my mother. I stamp my boots hard on the freezing snow, enjoying the crunchy sound it makes and avoiding confronting the inevitable disaster Izzy is driving towards. It sounds to me as though this guy is a social misfit, if his mother has to try to get him dates. I don't share my theory with Izzy. Instead, I listen to hers on sexual equality. I mean, it doesn't matter who rings who, really, does it? I mean, we are both adults. We don't have to play games. Neither Josh nor I comment. We stop and buy hot chocolates from a caravan, marvelling that the guy is open on New Year's Day. The vendor assures us that he'd rather be freezing in his caravan in Richmond Park than stuck in the house with my mother-in-law and the kids. We all do our best to ignore this condemnation of family life and sip the creamy drinks. Izzy continues. I'm sure he'd respect me for calling. Call him if you like, Izzy, but he'll know that you don't just happen to have 2 tickets for the opera. No one ever does. Should I suggest the Turkish restaurant that's just opened on Romilly Street? If you want to, but he knows it's code for I like you. I like you leaves you exposed and will send him running. You call men all the time. I call because I don't want commitment. They respond because they know that. Izzy scowls at me, but doesn't waste her breath arguing. If you want my advice, wait until he calls you. Izzy gives Josh her phone and makes him promise not to let her ring until the 3rd of January, earliest.
What about your evening?
Asks Josh, turning to me. Fine, I say, without committing. Good food, good company. My Versace dress stole the show. Crap sex. Josh's charming, confident laugh rings around the park.
Your problem is that you are from Mars and you keep meeting men from Venus.
I grin. I just wanted some good sex to round the evening off. But for all my fascination with other people's sex lives right now, mine is going through a rough patch. I simply can't conjure up the energy. Of course, I'm still sleeping with men, but it's becoming tedious. For example, this morning I just wanted to slip away. I didn't need a post-mortem, but Ben wanted to dissect our encounter. He wanted to discuss what it meant. I told him it meant nothing. Izzy gasps. Why did you say that? Because it's true, I state simply. It is impossible to sleep with a stranger and not risk suffering or inflicting serious emotional carnage. Casual sex is what we enter into, not what we come out of. Izzy chides. I blame Josh for this outburst. He gave Izzy the book Responsibility for Yourself, Reconciliation with Others for Christmas. Apparently, it was intended for me, and the book Women Who Love Too Much was meant for Izzy. He got the tags mixed up. I thought it was hilarious. But I do come out unscathed, without a fractured heart and absolutely free of bitter recriminations. I point out to Izzy. Do the men you sleep with? She asks. Yes, I say without faltering. Izzy and Josh both draw to a dramatic halt and glare at me. Yes, I insist, and I try not to think of Ben's hurt look this morning, or the pathetic messages Joe keeps leaving on my answering machine, or the numerous Christmas cards that I'd received from men suggesting that we could do it again sometime. Problem is, I can rarely remember doing it the first time. My conquests are a homogeneous blur. Well, in your case, there are two options. Either you are internalizing the damage, or you are an animal. I know you are not an animal. Izzy is suddenly serious, and she lets go of Josh's arm and runs to hug me. Poor Izzy. This constant search for something deep and meaningful in me is exhausting. Why can't she just accept me for what I am? Someone led by hedonism, eroticism, and base animal instincts. I say nothing until at last her face settles into sad acceptance. Weary of fighting with me, she grudgingly laughs. Oh, okay. You are horrid. We all go back to my flat. Josh immediately goes into the kitchen to see what he can rustle up. My fridge is surprisingly well stocked. This is because my mum has a key and must have popped round today. There are fresh vegetables, leftover turkey, and a load of mince pies. She also left a small Christmas cake on the coffee table. Josh starts to chop vegetables, and Izzy opens some wine whilst I call my mum to thank her and wish her a happy new year. By the time I get off the phone, Josh has made a huge pan of thick vegetable soup. We sit with bowls on our laps in front of the TV.
Didn't your mum want to come round? Asks Josh.
No, I invited her, but she said that she and some neighbour or other are going to put their feet up in front of the TV. Bob? Offers Izzy. Could be. I shrug. Sometimes it seems as though Izzy knows more about my mother's life than I do. It's a big night for me. The wedding episode of Sex with an Ex is playing out as an hour special. Half an hour on the wedding, then half an hour on the usual programme. The fact that I'd secured an hour spot on primetime TV on New Year's Day is hugely exciting. For all Izzy and Josh have made it quite clear that they don't approve of the programme. which I think is hypocritical of Josh, considering his behaviour was inspirational to the original concept. They both have to admit that it is compelling. Neither of them has missed a show. "Why is she wearing a leopard skin tracksuit?" Izzy asks.
"It goes with her hair,"
notes Josh.
"Why do they do it at all?"
he adds incredulously. "Fame," I assert happily. "It's compelling." "She's awful," says Izzy. "She keeps clapping herself. Why does she do that?"
Too much orange squash as a kid?" I offer.
The scene cuts to some moody music, something that builds to a crescendo. The audience, in its entirety, is with Tom. They want him to resist. He doesn't. The cries of protest and defense of the infidel, Tom, bleat from the TV.
"It meant nothing. It confirmed the reasons we split up."
His girlfriend ignores his wails and punches him.
"Woo! Woo!"
The audience erupts, turning at once, deciding within seconds who they'll support, who they'll hate. They know they should be supporting people because they seem nice. They ought to prefer the sweetest personality. But invariably, they cheer for the bird with the biggest tits or the guy with the cheekiest grin. They whoop and cheer and sing and goad and cry and console and condemn in the space between one commercial break and the next. The overwhelming emotion is fear. "It's fascinating," comments Izzy. "The men justify straying on the grounds that it's not about love, and the women that it is."
I don't find that fascinating.
I find it predictable. I'd like a woman to come on the show and say she fancied a shag, I argue. "It's unlikely, though, isn't it? You're the only woman I know who underwent an emotional lobotomy at the age of 7. Shush. I'm not embarrassed by what she's saying, but the adverts have finished, and we'll miss some of the show with her chatter. His face is grey and his lips tight. He's sweating from every pore. His eyes are darting left to right. He doesn't know. He can't be sure. Has she slept with her ex or not?
"You know how we could improve the show?" I ask rhetorically. "Pull it," Josh suggests.
I fling him a filthy look. "No, we should have 2 signature tunes, depending on the outcome. One for jubilation, the other for—" "Humiliation?" Izzy interrupts.
"Mortification," Josh offers.
"Simply desolation," I say. I don't shy away from it. I cast my mind back to Christmas Eve and Libby's swollen, weeping face. She thought she was telling me something I didn't know. She wasn't. She looked just as my mother had the day my father left. I know all about desolation. I know the emotion I'm exposing on stage, and I'm not frightened of it. I'm not the one creating it, and I have no reason to feel ill at ease. I know that the couples with unfaithful partners are desolate, horrified, mystified, disappointed. But it won't last. I firmly believe I'm doing them a favour. Better now than after they've signed the form at the registrar's. We finish the soup, and I heat the mince pies and slice the Christmas cake. Izzy groans, insists she can't eat another bite, and then asks if there's any brandy sauce for the pud. Josh has now put himself in charge of alcohol and is liberal with the measures. We're filthily pissed by 9:15 p.m. It's brilliant.
"Thanks for the socks,"
he says, kissing me on the cheek and sitting next to me on the sofa. I grin and put my arms around him.
"You're welcome."
I also bought him a number of more desirable prezzies, clothes and gadgets. The socks are a joke. We always buy each other an old married couple gift. We figure that this is as close as each of us will ever get. Josh bought me a perfunctory rolling pin. Not even one of those nice marble ones. He knows I've never had a use for a rolling pin, and unless someone comes up with a creative way of utilising one in the bedroom, I'm unlikely ever to. We've offered Izzy the chance to join in our game. After all, if Josh bought 2 women wifey gifts, it would be even more realistic. She's steadfastly refused, complaining that it's too depressing a notion. I think she fears she's tempting fate. The irony is, she hopes that one day she'll exchange such gifts for real.
"Have you made a New Year's resolution?"
asks Izzy, squeezing her slim bum between Josh and me and wiggling a bit so that we have to move to accommodate her. I slosh some more brandy into everyone's glass. The usual, lose 5 pounds in weight, limit my alcohol units to just twice the recommended allowance, and cut back to 20 a day. You?
"I'm going to play it cooler with men."
Josh and I are too drunk to bother to hide our amusement. We both spit out our brandy. Mine is aimed back into my glass. Josh isn't as house-proud, and he splatters his all over my cashmere cushions. I'm laughing too much to get cross.
"What?"
asks Izzy, indignantly. But she knows what. Well, at least you are consistent. That's the same resolution you made last year, and the 5 previous to that, I comment. Josh is kinda. To be fair, that is the very nature of our resolutions. I mean, you always want to eat, smoke, and drink less. Izzy always wants to love less, and I always want to screw more, Izzy and I chorus. We all laugh. It's too true for any of us to take offence. How about we do it for real this year? I suggest. I do hope to screw more, says Josh seriously. His average is pretty high as it stands. I doubt if he has time for that many more conquests. His behaviour is already quintessentially male. I use him as a role model. No, I mean, this year why don't we resolve to do something different and really do it?
"What, like run a marathon?"
suggests Izzy. Yes, if that's what you want to do, I encourage.
"Is it a good place to meet men?"
she asks. I sigh. We drink a whole lot more. In fact, we finish the brandy and start on whiskey. This is on top of the wine that we drank with the soup. I've certainly blown apart my resolutions, but that's all that I'm certain of. Everything else is a fog. I hold my hand out in front of me, but it's blurry around the edges. Izzy and Josh are both being wildly funny, coming up with more and more ludicrous resolutions that we could pledge. But I can't keep up with their thoughts. My head is smudgy and, try as I might, I can't seem to control the direction of my thoughts. I keep getting vivid flashes of Ben's serious and earnest face as he droned on about his girlfriend and whether she'd forgive him for his infidelity. I advised him to keep his trap shut. He stared out of the window as though he hadn't heard me and asked how he could forgive himself. I must be really drunk because Ben's face keeps dissolving into Ivor's and Ivor's pleading eyes melt into Joe's. I shake my head. Whiskey, the devil's own urine. It always makes me weird.
"Learn a new word every day?"
That's easy.
"And use it?"
Do the 3 Peaks challenge. No way. Izzy's ash misses the ashtray she's aiming for. She doesn't seem to notice, but I watch it sprinkle to the floor in slow motion. My eyes see this. My mind sees Ben's hands shake as he tried to pour his drink. I notice I'm surrounded by drooping tinsel and dropping pine needles.
Tell the truth for a week, the whole truth, and nothing but,
suggests Josh. Little white lies are a way of life for him, and all philanderers. More natural than breathing. No, that's stupid. You'd have no friends.
More whiskey? I offer. Go on then,
they slur, and hold out unsteady glasses.
Okay, how about I resolve to get married?
What? Both Izzy and I stare at Josh. We're dumbfounded. You can't marry, dummy. You've just ditched your girl, remember? And she was great. The best you've introduced us to for a while. You're a commitment phobe, remember?
That's not true,
argues Josh. I defend him. Be fair, Izzy, he is committed, very much so, in the beginning. It's sustaining the commitment that he has a problem with. Josh scowls good-naturedly. It's a fair cop.
I'm very committed to you, Cass. And you too, Izzy, he adds. I've just never been with the right girl.
I'm not sure what he's looking for. Josh and I are similar in many ways. We've both had numerous sexual encounters. The big difference is Josh does believe in relationships and does expect to settle down one day. He's always telling me so. I don't know why he still expects this with his track record. For 18 years, Josh has followed a pattern. He is always desperately in love or desperately in loathe. The difference is only a matter of weeks. He bores easily, but instead of thinking that it's because there is something flawed in the concept of happily ever after, which seems obvious to me, Josh insists it's because he hasn't had the opportunity with the right woman yet. He repeatedly and forcefully insists that he knows she exists.
Okay, maybe promising to get married this year is a bit over the top. The best reception venues will all be booked up anyway. I'll take it in easy stages. I'll find the one and propose.
Can I be bridesmaid? Asks Izzy.
Yes.
Can I be best woman? I'm humouring him.
Maybe.
He swallows back his whiskey and pours yet another. He swills the amber devil's pea around in the glass, and we silently watch him, silently watching it. You're serious, aren't you? I ask.
It's time,
he confirms. A cold finger traces its way along my spine. I shiver. It feels a lot like fear. Josh marry? I'd lose him. Or rather, I'd lose my position as numero uno in his life. I share Josh with Izzy, but that's different. Izzy isn't competition. She's complementary. I'd miss him.
You're pissed. You don't mean this.
I'll tell you what. You can retract it in the morning. I smile. I wait for him to smile back, and he doesn't. So I move on to Izzy. Okay, what's your resolution? I like that one about running a marathon. And you? I'm beginning to feel cheap and bored. She cocks her head to one side, waiting for me to elaborate. I can't. I'm amazed I've said this much. I don't mean it. Or do I? I do. I'm giving it up. What? Casual sex. Shags without thought, impulsive sex, shags with limited thought, acting on drunken whims, sleeping with someone to celebrate a promotion, or the ratings, or a pretty frock in Armani. I pause to be certain that covers all scenarios. It does. What will you do? Asks Izzy. with the scary honesty that only best friends can employ. "I don't know," I reply with the same tone. "Celibacy?" Chapter 8. "What happened? Why did you do it, Susie? What made you do this?" Jed is being unusually dignified under the circumstances. After all, a quarter of the British adult population have just seen his fiancée kiss her ex-lover almost in the vestry of the church 15 minutes before their wedding rehearsal, a week before their wedding. The film clearly shows her adjust her skirt as she emerged from behind the tombstone. Bale's terrified of lawsuits, so we are not explicit, but it doesn't take a Mensa IQ to work out that kissing wasn't where the action stopped. Susie is whiter than the wedding dress that she had proudly shown the audience just before the advert break. But then that was another lifetime. That was a pre-public outing lifetime. Susie was still playing Happy Families. Jed was still living in cloud cuckoo land. And Andrew was still standing in the wings, waiting to expose Susie's infidelity. "I am so sorry," whispers Susie, which I think is a good move. Her only chance of winning the audience over is to be immediately and totally contrite. After all, Jed's a good-looking guy, and natural instincts are to root for him. It's an interesting moment, this one, when all three stooges are on the floor, and they have to deal publicly with the consequences of a very private affair. Jed had thought he was in control. He hadn't actually believed Andrew was any real competition. He had imagined that it would be exciting to be on TV, something to tell the grandkids. He had expected Susie to choose him, despite the fact that all their friends still whispered about Andrew and Susie being a great couple, so much more passionate. I bet he's now wishing he'd simply stuck to the wedding video. Andrew thought it was his game. He had little to lose, as his and Susie's romance ended in a veil of tears and reprimands some years ago. FYI, and it's worth noting, the reason why they finished was because Susie found Andrew in bed with another woman. Andrew had happily agreed to tempt her. If he hadn't, it would look as though he was chicken shit, and that foxy detective who'd approached him would think he was only half a man. "Why did you do it, Susie?" pleads Jed.
"I wish they'd ask more probing questions,"
comments Fee. We are both standing in the wings, watching the action, live. "No, this is the crux," I whisper back. The reasons why the partners fall are massively interesting. The list is endless. Closure, revenge, consolation, opportunism. Susie has finally found her voice. "I am sorry, Jed, but I could not. For the last 3 years, since Andrew and I split up, I saw him in every square jaw and broad shoulders. Sometimes I'd see him in front of me on the tube, escalator, and I'd run to catch him up, my feet pounding on the wooden slats, my heart vibrating against my tonsils. And for that heady, thumping moment, I wouldn't worry how I'd explain it to you, or why I was forgiving him. I just wanted to heal myself by resting my eyes upon him. I thought then that the throbbing might go away, but it never was him. It was always someone less, because everyone is less. Even you." How curious. The audience knows that Andrew doesn't deserve such devotion, but they are thrilled. Other than Susie's very deep, ugly sobs, you can hear a pin drop. Tears are streaming down Fee's face. "Aren't you moved, Cass?" Yes, I'm delighted there isn't a dry eye in the house. It's great television. What next? She hands me a clipboard. interviews for next week's show. I walked towards the interview room, ushering away a few giggling research girls who were cluttering the doorway. What's up with them? I asked Fee. Haven't you heard? Your thinking man. He's a Greek god. Not very tall, then, and with several heads, I quip. But my sarcasm is whipped out of me as I open the door and see Darren. I can understand why Marcus is insecure. I met Marcus this morning. He is fine. He is bright enough, more interesting than most, average-looking and extremely wealthy. He obviously adores Claire. Claire realises this is not a bad deal, and I figure she adores him back. However, besides my personal belief that everyone will have an affair given the opportunity, Darren is breathtaking. He's tall, about 6'2", with long, gypsy hair touching his chin. I don't normally go for long hair, because, more often than not, it is accessorized with an entirely denim wardrobe and a Meatloaf album collection. But right now, all I want to do is lose my fingers in his locks. More, I want to lose him in my Conran Bateau wooden bed. He has wide shoulders that taper to slim hips and the cutest bum. He is wearing a pale grey sweater and some old Levi's. Just the right amount of effort without suggesting he is conceited. His eyes are huge, deep brown, and framed with the most stunning Bambi lashes. And best of all is his smile. He has the cheekiest smile that provokes his entire face. His eyes, his cheeks, his laugh lines. He's a babe. For a moment, I am at a complete loss. I don't know what to say, what to do, or how to stand. I am absolutely dispossessed of common sense. 33 years of precedent, or even a simple grasp at etiquette. I can no more think of the correct words than I could bungee jump from... God, I can't even think where people bungee jump. My mind is blank. He smiles, and I think I can hear music, which is such a cliché that I'm ready to shoot myself. My nipples are getting hard, which I think is a filthy betrayal. Can he tell? I'm literally salivating. Get a fucking grip, I instruct myself. Jocasta Perry, I say in a confident, don't think I'm going to be impressed by your stunning good looks, I'm impenetrable voice. It's entirely fictional. Jocasta, how Oedipal. He smiles, taking my hand and shaking it very firmly. I'm amazed not at the firmness of the handshake, but at the reference. Jocasta or Cass, I confirm. Is this man psychic? Darren Smith. Yes, I know. I indicate the clipboard, which has all his personal details. Telephone numbers, address, email, date of birth. I wonder if we should start including some more intimate questions in the briefing session, like favourite sexual position, which side of the bed he sleeps on. Mentally, I pinch myself. He's just a man. I quickly draw attention to his shortcomings. We both need to be aware of them. Daz or Dazza? I smile icily. Darren, he confirms, without the slightest hint that he's taken offence. I wonder if he realises that I'm trying to be rude. He doesn't seem stupid. He grins at me, exposing a row of teeth which the Osmonds would be proud of. How can anyone be this gorgeous? Well, Darren, to business. I sit next to him and accidentally bang my knee against his. His touch blisters through my Joseph trousers. I actually flinch. Shaking, I reach for a glass of water. You okay? He moves quickly, reaching the water before I do. Genuinely concerned, he hands me the glass. I'm incapable of telling him I'm okay. The glass slips an inch. He thinks I'm going to drop it, and so guides it to my lips, watching me the whole time. His eyes bore right into me. Is he reading my mind? Does he know my knickers are in flames? I take a gulp of the water and place the glass back on the coffee table.
"It's hot in here,"
he comments, and springs up to play with the air conditioning switch. He is so confident, so in control, and I'm so lost. Maybe I'm sick. I glance at Fee. She's grinning. This brings me back to my senses with a jolt. "Something funny, Fee?" I glare at her. She shakes her head and retreats to a corner of the room. I force myself back to my guest notes and back to Darren. Only one of those actions presents a problem. As you know, Marcus Aylesbury is about to marry your ex-girlfriend, Claire Thompson, on Valentine's Day, just over 2 weeks' time. Marcus wrote to tell us that he feels, I correct myself, fears that Claire may still hold a torch for you. I blush. This script, normally adequate, suddenly appears to be exactly what it is. Bloody awful. I hope Darren doesn't think I'd normally use an expression like hold a torch. Regardless, I carry on. Marcus needs to know whether his fears are founded. Now, are you familiar with the format of Sex with an X? I look up at him.
"Sex with an X. Sadly, yes."
He nods seriously. His hair falls over his left eye. I can't think of anything more attractive. He blows out the side of his mouth. Except that. The hair almost magically falls back into place. Good. Well, what we need you to do is...
"Look, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't want to waste any more of your time than I already have."
I smile, quite happy to engage in a conversation with him, answer questions and queries. He can have all evening. I want to hear everything he has to say.
"I'm not going to do this."
Except that.
"I don't want to be on your show."
I stare at him, amazed. Arsehole.
"I feel terrible that I'm letting you down, and that I've probably inconvenienced a lot of people, but I had no idea. When your studio invited me here, it was for Sex with an X."
He spits out the title with undisguised contempt. "Didn't the private detective explain it all to you?" I ask bitterly.
"No, she just said that Marcus needed some help with the wedding preparations. I thought I was being invited onto a show similar to Surprise, Surprise."
I consider this. It is possible that our researchers and detective deliberately misled Darren, or at the very least, kept him in the dark. They too must have recognized that Darren would be great for ratings.
"Nothing on this earth would induce me to be on Sex with an X."
Why not? Frankly, I'm stunned. He's saying no. No to the opportunity of being on TV. No to the opportunity of seducing an ex. No to me.
"Because you are undermining everything I hold dear. Love, marriage, fidelity, constancy. I can't do it."
I'm amazed. A man who owns up to feeling these things must be gay. But I know he's not. I mentally shake myself. Fuck. Twat. I haven't got time for this. I'm busy. I don't need some half-average looking bloke who has too high an opinion of himself screwing things up for me now. I glare at him. I breathe deeply. But Darren, why not? Marcus wants this, I say reasonably. Then Marcus is wrong. He wants to test her. He'd do better to trust her. You're joking, right? Deadly serious. I check my watch. I have to speed this along. I still have the other guests to meet. First interview of the new year, and I run into a hitch immediately. If I were the superstitious kind, I'd think it was an omen. But I'm not. Look, Darren, is this a question of money? You see, we can't offer our guests hard cash. Our lawyers won't let us. But we can make this worth your while in expenses. Clothes, travel, entertainment, etc. I mentally calculate what I can up the budget to. We normally expect an outlay of up to £600 per guest. It's nothing to do with money. Darren rests his head in his hands and leans back against the sofa. We can go up to £800. I just think it's ignoble. 1,500? He shakes his head fractionally and casually crosses his legs. They are extremely long. I take a deep breath. 2,000. He doesn't acknowledge my offer. I make a quick calculation. This man is extremely intelligent, sensitive, stunningly good-looking. Even I, fleetingly, had found him attractive, until he started arsing around like this. Now I realise he's a wanker, but generally, people aren't as perceptive as I am. Audiences will like him. Bale will love him. How much? £4,000. I hear Fee gasp. Darren smiles pleasantly, too astute to be insulted. He looks extremely confident. He shakes his head. I lean close to him. My mouth is only inches away from his ear. It's my final offer, I whisper. He smiles. I look closer. He's resolute. Damn. Big prig, I comment to Fee as I charge out of the room. I don't even check if the door has banged shut behind me. Almost certainly has, she comments. I glare at her. I wasn't commenting on his equipment, I snarl. More his manner. I thought he was utterly charming, she confesses, blushing. I sigh, irritated. What exactly is charming about fucking up our shooting schedule? I rage. Do you think Bale will be charmed? Guess not. I begin to charge down the corridor towards the other interview rooms. We are on an extremely tight schedule. We've moved Sex with an X from the Monday slot to Saturday, which has cranked up the pressure by one more near infeasible notch. We have to complete the interviews tonight, for both liaisons, pre- and post-advertisements break. We have to choose the location for the temptation scene. Tomorrow we have to arrange all the logistics for all the parties in each liaison. Film on Wednesday and Thursday and then edit on Friday. The entire team regularly work at the weekends. I don't need spanners in works. I don't have time for mistakes, misgivings, or misjudgments. So, who do we have on reserve? Give me the briefing notes. I hold out my hand, waiting for the relevant file. Fee looks a bit shamefaced. We haven't one. I stop abruptly. What? We did have, but we don't now. Mr. P. Kent marrying a Ms. L. Gripton. We're in reserve, but he called the wedding off. I actually think he was using the show as a way to get rid of her, but he found the courage to do it without us. Fee smiles brightly, and I consider murdering her. I don't have time. When did she become stupid? How fabulous for him. What a shame for Ms. Gripton, and what a bloody disaster for us. I'm not shouting. I'm too angry to shout. We always have 2 reserve options. Who are the others?
Well, there's a bit of a problem there, too, mumbles Fee. The bride-to-be broke her leg. She's unlikely to try and conduct an illicit liaison when she's in a toe-to-hip cast.
Such bad luck, I snarl.
Isn't it? The wedding photos will be ruined.
I mean ours. Fee, go back to your office and pore over every email we've received. See if there is anyone who we can reach tonight. Who's on next week's show? Is there a case we can bring forward? Leave no stone unturned. If you can't find anyone in the email slush pile, set up an emergency telephone line. Run it tonight.
Fee starts to dash down the corridor. I call after her.
Fee, do you know anyone who's engaged? Check your contacts. I'll check mine.
Fee starts to object.
I sweep away her squeamishness. This is important. I check my watch. It's 6:30 p.m. I bleep for the Sex with an X runner. I know it will take some time to locate Trixie, because our policy for employing runners is another one of Bale's economy-driven strategies. Instead of recognizing that the runner on a show is a linchpin and needs to be astute, willing, energetic, and proactive, TV6 employs the defective offspring of our big advertisers. More proof that Bale is a sycophantic stinge. He gets to kiss the ass of his most important clients, and at the same time is able to pay below the minimum wage, in the knowledge that Daddy will supplement with an allowance. I wait 9.5 minutes for Trixie to respond to my page. She is undoubtedly doing something really pressing, like smoking hash or fixing her makeup or choosing the correct piece of metal to put in her eyebrow. When she eventually does show, I realise that respond is probably too kind a description.
Like, can I do something?
She asks with a tone that is somewhere between careless and gormless. She is in reality about 22, but looks about 6, as she is anorexic thin, wears her hair in bunchies, and has a number of bruises on her legs. The bruises are not, however, the result of playground bullying, but UBIs, unidentified beer injuries. Unrestrained partying is part of the job. In fact, she thinks it is the job. She's paid a pittance, but she's worth less. I tell her to go directly to Darren and delay him.
Delay him?
She drawls, redefining the adjective non-comprehending. Yes, he wants to leave.
But he can't. He's filming this week and whatever.
He doesn't want to film. I explain with what absolutely must be my last ounce of patience.
That's bad.
I sigh, far too aware that incompetents surround me. Trixie stumbles on an obstacle.
I can't force him to stay against his will or whatever.
I know that. You have to persuade him to stay by making it worth his while.
Sleeping with him?
She asks. I look at the specimen in front of me. Darren wouldn't. I think on my feet. I need Darren on the show. He'd make a great show, and more urgently, because of Fee's incompetence in securing a reserve, he's our only chance at any show. I have to keep this lead, as tenuous as it is, warm until we've explored all other angles. No, don't offer to sleep with him. Appeal to his better side. Say that I'm cool with his decision and would like to take him to dinner later, to show him there's no hard feelings, etc. I'm sure he'll agree to dinner. He's too polite not to.
That's big of you,
says Trixie, beaming at me. Really cool? Like, you could be pissed off and whatever. I don't bother explaining that in reality I'd like to dissect Darren into small pieces and feed him to the lions at London Zoo for inconveniencing me so. I don't think Trixie is up to the deception. In fact, I'm not sure she is up to delivering the message. And there's something else I don't mention. As irritating as I obviously find Darren, I'm also absolutely fascinated. He said no to me. He said no to me. A flat, final no. Try as I might, I can't think of him as the moralistic tosspot loser that he so obviously is. I interview the 2 women involved in the other liaison for next week's show. It calms me somewhat. I predict that the guy being tested will fall. I always think that there is a better chance of unfaithfulness if the men are being tested. It's not that women are fundamentally more faithful, it's just that women are more involved in the wedding preparations and are less likely to jeopardize their big day. I check my watch. It's 8:15 p.m. I call Thea, and as I feared, she's not hopeful about finding a reserve at such short notice. I threaten, cajole, and bribe her into working through the night. I tell her to use the overtime quota and call in any reserves from the research department that she thinks are necessary. "What are you going to do?" she asks. "I'm going to take Darren for dinner." There's a silence. Eventually she comments, "Tough work, but someone's got to do it." "It really is work," I insist. "I expect he's going to be fabulously dull." I'd like to mean this, but my groin obviously disagrees, as my knickers think it's the 5th of November. I don't want to spend any more time with him than I have to, but we do need a show, I insist. I'm going to persuade him to see our point of view. "Well, I could go instead of you," volunteers Fee, with an enthusiasm that has been notably lacking in the past. "You are not manipulative enough. You'd want to sleep with him." "So do you." "But you'd fall for him emotionally. I never do that." She can't argue with this. I continue. "We need to understand where he's coming from. He doesn't want to do the show because he realizes that his actions will have consequences. People will be hurt and humiliated. Irritating as hell. I think all we can do is try to appeal to his disproportionate and displaced sense of decency. I'm going to explain how a program affects more than the people on the show. Advertisers will be inconvenienced. Audiences will be disappointed, and you and I will lose our jobs. I hope it won't come to this, but Bale is unpredictable. My head aches. I squeeze my temples. I'm desperate to see Darren again. But only because I need a show. I think his moralistic approach is misplaced. Quite attractive. Bloody irritating. "Fee?" "Yes?" "What should I wear?" We arrange to meet at the Oxo Tower. Trixie has booked the restaurant rather than the brasserie. Good work. He can't fail to be impressed by the spongy leather tub chairs, the complicated wine list, the blue-white linen tablecloths, the huge, elegant wine goblets, which are designed so that even 10-ton Tessie would feel delicately petite. I arrive before him. I survey the restaurant. It is 9 p.m, and the restaurant is full of people cheerfully initiating voyages of the heart. By 2 a.m, the streets will be littered with the grieving casualties. This is true of every restaurant in London. I am wearing a black roll-neck jumper and an on-the-knee black wool skirt. Heavy biker boots that are so chunky my legs look matchstick thin. I have a hunch that this is more Darren's cup of Thai fu than low necklines and high hemlines. This is currently my sexiest outfit, albeit understated sexy. I keep it in the office. If not for this exact occasion, then certainly for something similar. Issue is, I'm not sure what the exact nature of this occasion is. I'm clear that I want him in line, on board, part of the family. I do need a show. But, or rather, and whilst I'm not sure why, I am sure that I want to see him again. I see him arrive, and I'm gratified to notice he's changed clothes too. He's wearing a light grey suit and a wide collar, open white shirt. It shows off his olive skin brilliantly. He looks gorgeous. He walks confidently to my table and leans in to kiss me. Kiss me. On the cheek. I nearly knock over the bottle of mineral water that I've ordered, which by anyone's standards would be uncool. His kiss scorches my face. I'm sure I'm branded like an animal. It takes every ounce of courage, sense and control I have to stop myself snogging him on the spot. I feel an overwhelming pull internally. It starts in my thighs and moves upwards, enveloping my lungs, intestines and throat. What is wrong with me? I have experienced sexual attraction before, keen sexual attraction, but this is something new. I'm not threatened. I know I'm cool as long as he's either tediously dull or arrogant. I already know he's neither. He sits down and smiles at the waitress. I notice that she nearly keels over on the spot. He orders the wine, giving me a cursory opportunity to offer up a preference, but he has taken control. I'm really pleased that you suggested this dinner, Cass. I'm somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to take my views so well. Anyway, your runner. He manages to say the term using inverted commas, which is exactly how I describe Trixie. Your runner informed me that you'd like to take me for dinner. Well, that's daft. I'm very aware that I must have inconvenienced you, and I insist this is my treat. But I can get this on expenses, I offer weakly. My being weak surprises me. I rarely am. In fact, the last recorded example of my being weak was pre-toilet training. But Darren is breaking all the rules. He's not overwhelmed or intimidated by me, nor is he excessively combative. Every other man I've ever met has fallen into one of these categories. I know that, but really, I'd hate to profit from your show in any way, and... He pauses and raises one of his eyebrows. I'd really like to buy you dinner. He has a soft, velvet voice, so I have to lean close to him to hear him. As I lean close, I note that he smells amazing. If I hadn't met him in these circumstances, I'd think of fucking him. And no, I wouldn't have to think. But the thought is irrelevant, as the business I have to concentrate on is not funny business. It's not funny at all. I have 4 days to get the next show in the can. I think he's wearing issey miyake. I'm extremely aware that the balance of power is definitely not in my favour. I remind myself again, the primary reason for my being here is that I must persuade him to be on the show. And even if he is drop-dead gorgeous, so what? He's drop-dead gorgeous. That's what. I stare at the menu, pretending to be interested. A toss-up between wood-roasted squid stuffed with chili or red mullet in white wine, parsley and garlic sauce. No, not garlic. Really, I need to broach the subject of the show. Why would you want to buy me dinner? He blushes
and then drags his eyes to meet mine.
Any man would want to take you for dinner. You're stunning.
Bang. I am delighted, thrilled to my core. Yes, I've heard it before. Yes, I'll hear it again. But really, it's never been quite so thrilling. Or terrifying. His up-front approach propels me into a unique position. I'm honest in return. Look, Darren, cards on the table. I'm not here to be social. I'm here to try to persuade you to be on the show. I need you. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I need a show, and you're it. I stop and take a deep breath. The bread arrives. He doesn't comment for a while. Instead, he chooses his bread. He selects the walnut one. In an effort to ingratiate myself, I do the same.
I'm sorry you didn't want to have dinner with me.
I didn't say.
I'm not going to be on your show.
Why not?
Because I couldn't face myself in the mirror every morning if I did so. Myself, or my parents, or siblings, friends, nieces, nephew.
No girlfriend. He didn't mention a girlfriend. Why not?
Because you are peddling the destabilization of family values.
I sigh. I've heard it all before. Somehow the general public has convinced itself that TV is responsible for the disintegration of the family unit. It's a way of avoiding responsibility. It's not fair. The family unit is under pressure for myriad reasons. Television is only one, I argue. There have been countless surveys that have tried to assess the effect television has on modern society. But net, bottom line, psychologists, educationalists, and moralists have failed to agree that there has been any effect at all. How can you expect little old me to have all the answers? I'm trying to appear girlish and agreeable. You are endorsing the gradual deconstruction of decency. You are encouraging the trivialization of love and sex. He butters his bread ferociously. He has magnificent hands, very strong-looking. I reach for my wine. Darren, no one needed me to do that. There were Blackpool postcards long before TV.
So you accept your show is in poor taste, indecent, and a contributor to the erosion of public standards?
The waitress interrupts to take our order. Taste is arbitrary. It changes according to fashion. Good taste is revised with every issue of Vogue. Decency, I understand. A regard for cultural and religious issues, i.e. sending sympathy cards when some old dear pops her Patrick Cox. I fall back on familiar territory. Sarcasm. But standards? Are they somewhere between the two? Like giving up your seat to a pregnant woman when travelling by tube? Or more emphatically, not travelling on public transport at all? And who is the standard setter? The law? The Independent Television Commission? The public? You? Are you the judge and jury in this, Darren? I'm raising my voice. He's got me riled. The seating is tight. There's no room for hysteria. I lower my voice in an effort to regain control. I loathe and would never allow racism. I don't patronize people with disabilities. There's no violence. We beep out the bad language, and we don't show actual penetration.
How magnanimous of you.
I'm not sure he means this. I take a deep breath. This conversation is not going in the direction I expected. It's wrong by about 180 degrees, and Izzy isn't even navigating. I had planned to be beguiling, flirtatious, and coquettish. This is usually a successful ruse. Instead, I'm behaving like Attila the Hun's more ferocious big sister. More peculiar still, I actually do want this man to see my point of view, not simply to get him on the show. Suddenly, I want him to respect me. Wanting his respect makes it impossible to flirt. How much have I drunk? We both take a break as we sip our wine. Nice wine. Good choice, I comment.
Thank you.
Darren is not going to be sidetracked. He pursues his line of reasoning.
TV has exercised an unanticipated and unprecedented influence. Not since the invention of the wheel has anything been so transforming. Someone's dropped an Alka-Seltzer in my knickers. Although I don't like his argument, I am delighted that he sees the importance of TV. So few people do. And as I'm passionate about it, I'm thrilled to find someone else who has an opinion, even if it is so condemning. I'm also ecstatic to be debating with him. The sparks, intellectual, emotional, and sexual, are all but visible. Darren stares right at me. His divine eyes lock on mine so tightly that I can't, however hard I try, break his gaze. You must see how influential TV is, and therefore what a responsibility you hold. Your programs articulate the world we live in. You're saying that deception is okay. Infidelity par for the course. We sit, sulky and silent, listening to the clink of bottles and cutlery, and the hum of indistinguishable voices. Indistinguishable, that is, except for the table next to ours, where I can definitely hear the nervous pleas of a guy who is being ditched. The waitress brings our food. I sip my soup, carrot and coriander. It's not particularly a favourite of mine, but it was top of the menu, and I didn't have time to think about my selection. He is chasing skinny bits of courgette around his plate. He doesn't seem much interested in his food either. The silence is thunderous. So, what else do you do, Cass?
The sudden change of conversation throws me. Else?
I'm too exhausted to think of anything creative, flirty or interesting, so I plummet for the truth.
My friends Izzy and Josh, the gym, and men. Oh, and my mum, on a Sunday.
Darren laughs. So, nothing conventional like stamp collecting or mud wrestling then?
I smile. I've tried mud wrestling.
He laughs again. Tell me about the men, Cass.
There's another tiny pulse in my groin. Is he flirting with me? Please. Men fall into 3 categories for me. Those I'd sleep with, those I wouldn't, and Josh.
So, who wouldn't you sleep with?
He is flirting. Or maybe he's just trying to get a handle. Why don't I know? I always know men. My friends' boyfriends and husbands, ugly or stupid men, and men I've already slept with. He moves his fork fractionally, indicating that he is interested and that I should carry on. My friends' boyfriends are safe because, despite the world being awash with infidelity and deceit, I don't do that to my friends. This is true, and the nearest I have to a moral code. Besides which, they just aren't appealing. He raises an eyebrow again, which is such a cliché and, regrettably, so sexy. I'm not saying anyone who would go out with my mates must be unattractive, far from it. It's just that my friends and I tell each other everything. By the time I know about their boyfriends picking their toenails, the filthy tricks they get up to with loo brushes, the farting in bed, then going under the sheets to smell it, they just aren't sexy. He's grinning. I'm being serious. Intimacy breeds revulsion. The reason for not sleeping with ugly or stupid men is transparent. Men I've slept with have no allure for me, I rarely do repeat performances. I pause. I wonder if he's noticed that, by definition, he is a man I'd sleep with.
You seem to have it all worked out.
I nod, which causes his grin to broaden into a smile. Is he being ironic?
Can I ask you something?
Ask away, and then I'll decide if I'll answer. In my experience, the questions people ask are just as telling as the answers they give.
Have you been unlucky in love, as they say? He blushes. I mean, I only ask because I was wondering why you have such a mercenary attitude towards love.
I choose not to take offence. Of course I've been unlucky in love. If you meet a woman who hasn't been unlucky in love, look for the little electronic chip behind her ear. I always use this line. I grin and fork a mound of food into my mouth. I wonder if he's the type of man who finds a voracious appetite on a woman a turn-on.
So, who was he?
Same old question that all men ask. I have an answer rehearsed. My first lover. I bluff. I pause with my fork halfway between my mouth and plate. The implication is that the memory is so painful that momentarily I can't eat. Men like to think women are too sensitive to ever fully recover from a broken heart. It fits in with their view of us as delicate flowers.
Was it a long-term relationship?
These incessant questions. I hesitate. A couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks?
His tone is somewhere between incredibility and hilarity. That's not the script. He's supposed to be touched by the intensity of the affair.
But you said your first lover.
He seems confused.
That must have been...
A long time ago. Yes. I don't get over things easily. I'm very sensitive. He stares at me. We've only just met, but we both know how untrue this is. Darren's too polite to openly refute my statement.
But you can't still be getting over an affair that took place over a decade ago and only lasted a few weeks.
Good point. First time it's ever been made, which goes to show that the scores of other men who I've said the same to weren't paying attention.
What really hurt you?
This is unique, and I haven't got a practiced answer to hand. I look at Darren, and his face surprises me even more than his original line of questioning. He seems genuinely concerned. I'm genuinely perplexed. I mean, what can I say? My first lover irritated me, but frankly, my heart hasn't ever been broken. I'm just a bitch. It seems an unlikely solution. After all, it is the truth. He tilts his head a fraction in my direction. He's astonishingly close. His long hair is falling in front of his eyes and, although not quite touching my skin, it is touching the hairs on my forehead. There is acid in my knickers. My throat is dry, and my breasts are straining upwards, obviously hoping he'll swoop down and kiss them. Hello, sexual tension. I shake my head. He prompts. What? My mind has undergone a spring clean, and I can't remember what he asked me. His eyes are fabulous. Brown, a cluster of really rich browns, like autumn leaves piled up under a tree. Suddenly, Darren appears embarrassed.
Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that.
He scrambles about for a recovery conversation.
Tell me about Josh.
I'm grateful that he's let me off the hook and garble. Josh is my only male, platonic friend. I've known him since we were kids. He has too much dirt on me to risk me falling out with him. He could sell to the press when I'm rich and famous.
Is that your ambition? To be famous? Isn't it everyone's? Frankly, I'm confident that Josh wouldn't do that. And despite all odds, tantrums, time, and the tenuous nature of platonic love, Josh and I adore each other. We trust each other and would never hurt one another. I pause and consider what I've just said. Perhaps this is because of all the tantrums, time, and the tenuous nature of platonic love. I grin at Darren. Suddenly, I'm overwhelmed with embarrassment. Why am I saying this? I'm telling him about myself. I'm being truthful and straightforward. What has possessed me? I hate people knowing more about me than I know about them. I never do this. I try to hide the sudden intimacy and humour. Besides which, he's a lawyer and works for a very conservative firm. I have an incriminating photo of him dressed in suspenders and a basque. He claims this was for a Rocky Horror Show party, but I'm not convinced. Darren laughs. The conversation is snappy, intense, and truthful. I'm overwhelmed. Darren and I have finished a bottle of wine. We are, in fact, halfway through our second bottle. We drift from topic to topic. My clipboard detailed that he's a tree surgeon, which apparently means that he is based at London University, where he has an office and a lab, but he travels too, well, wherever there is a sick tree by the sound of it. This is at once strange, as it is so individual, and at the same time, expected. It's extremely fitting. I sort of imagine him working outdoors and with his hands. This connection throws me into confusion, as I have images of rolling around a park with him. I see myself picking leaves out of my hair and twigs from my ruffled clothes. Of course, he has no idea what I'm thinking, but the way he stares at me suggests that he's privy to my X-rated daydream. I struggle to think of anything suitable to say. I've never known a tree surgeon. He laughs again. I guess that isn't my best line ever. I try another. Fantastic view of the river from here, isn't there? This is one of my favourite buildings in London, actually, agrees Darren. Really? Bullseye. Yeah, the view is amazing, as you said, and I like the brickwork. You said one of your favourite buildings. Which others do you like? As if I care. My favourite, by some way, is the Natural History Museum. I like everything about it. How and why it was conceived, the structure, the brickwork, the lighting, the contents, the concept. How can anyone be this animated by a building full of stuff? Not even stuff you can buy. What's your favourite building? He asks. I haven't thought about it before. I don't think anyone's ever asked me. I consider it for a moment. Bibendum, you know? The restaurant in South Kensington. Why? I could tell him that I adore the stained glass windows and the unusual tiling that François Espinasse designed in 1911. But I don't want him to get the impression that I'm anything other than shallow. It's kind of a golden gate. It heralds the entrance to shop heaven, Joseph, Paul Smith and Conran, besides which they sell fabulous oysters. I smile coolly, and he laughs again. The evening flies by, and I am keenly aware that I haven't really talked about getting him to appear on the show, which is careless of me. I rarely diversify from my agenda. I drag myself back to the point. So why did you and Claire split up? Frankly, I'm confused. He's clever, handsome, and filthily sexy. I only have Marcus's statement, which is an unreliable source. Marcus will have received a sanitized version of events from Claire, which he'll have distorted in his head with neurotic paranoia. If I can get Darren to reveal the reason why he and Claire split up,
I'll be able to manipulate the facts to justify why he should go on the show. Besides which, I'm interested.
We were a casualty of cohabitation.
What do you mean?
What's your phrase? Familiarity breeds contempt. Well, in our case, it certainly bred irritation. We liked one another, even loved one another well enough, before we moved in together. And then it started. The rot set in.
What? You started to take each other for granted? Became complacent?
Nothing as dramatic. She didn't like me playing video games. I hated the way her beauty product things seemed to be procreating all over the dressing table. She hated Sky Sport. I gasp, shocked. I loathe soaps. I'm horrified. What that girl must have put up with. I like to read in bed. She likes the light out immediately. And then it escalated. She began to hate my friends. I hated her hairs in the bath. She, my laugh. Me, her mother. I'd forgotten all this until I talked to Marcus earlier today. He said she was shopping. I knew that she'd be buying Easter eggs, although it's only January. Her organisation was always horribly efficient. I hated it. There was no spontaneity. The truth is, we split up because we weren't suited. We're not together because it didn't work and we shouldn't be together. Why else do people ever split up? It's so easy to look back on a past relationship and idealise it. Thank God. This is the whole premise of my programme. I've never met anyone as right as Claire was for me, but it still doesn't alter the fact that she wasn't 100% right. 90% is pretty good. She wasn't even that. 85%? I suggest. Nearer 65%. There is an unaccountable warm glow of delight in my stomach. He's right. 65% doesn't sound like the one. If you believe in the one. Which I don't. So, you are really over her? I'm disproportionately anxious to hear his reply, which I hate myself for. Yes. Then what harm can there be in appearing on the show? Can't you just tempt her and leave it at that? Darren forces his mouth into a wry grin. Does he think I'm joking? You just don't get it, do you, Cass? Your show's a travesty. Besides which, I loved her once. Why would I want to hurt her? I doubt she'd be tempted by me. I think she would, I interrupt enthusiastically. Thank you. Darren's face relaxes into the widest smile I've seen all evening. Ever, in fact. Arrogant bugger. I didn't mean it as a compliment. I mutter sulkily into my plate. Unperturbed, his smile widens an unfeasible fraction further. I'll take it as one anyway. I scowl, but try to appear unflustered by playing with the stem of my wine glass, caressing it as though it were a brand new cashmere sweater. Well, if you are convinced that Claire wouldn't fall, the programme might be good for her and Marcus. We did have one couple before Christmas who managed to resist. Yes, I read about that. TV6 turned their wedding into a media frenzy, says Darren with obvious disgust. That must have been marvellous for the ratings. Cass, haven't you been listening to me? It's not about whether she would want me or not. Any association with sex with an ex is contemptible. A need to test someone you should love exposes the fact that there is a problem with the relationship. I don't want to embarrass Claire, or anyone else for that matter. I don't want her to know that her fiancé has this insecurity. I don't want to drag up our past, not even to entertain your, what did you say,
8.9 million viewers. I nod. I loved her, and that fact is still important and private. He believes all this. I look at him, this 6'2" specimen of pure sex sitting in front of me. I don't understand him. He seems to be from another era, one that is perhaps a little more genteel and trusting and pointless. I try to think about my initial strategy. Look, Darren, this show isn't just about entertaining the general public. There are a lot of other serious issues hanging in the balance here. Such as? My job? The jobs of about 35 other people? Advertising revenues? I'm sorry. Darren calls the waitress and asks for the bill. It's time to go. I'm disappointed. The restaurant may be empty, but I don't want to leave. I try to think of something else that will be damaged if the show doesn't go ahead. There's my ratings-related bonus. I don't think it's wise to mention this. I sigh, resigned. The quiet, determined way he explains his views convinces me that he won't change his mind tonight. I suppose it does sort of make sense, in a horribly moral way. Never again will I attempt getting a thinking man on the show. I'll stick to Neanderthals. We leave the restaurant and start to wander back to the Tube, past the National Theatre, the Royal Festival Hall, the Hayward Gallery, the Queen Elizabeth Hall. Although it is January, my shirt is sticking to my back with sweat. I hope I'm not coming down with flu. Couples are edging up to one another, the foolish myth of intimacy protecting them against the late-night chill that is settling. And it must be chilly, because the people who are on their own pull their coats about them. My bag weighs a ton. It's full of my life. Notebooks, dictaphones, research manuals, schedules. The weight of it drags my shoulder down to the right, causing me to lean. I occasionally bump into Darren. Each time I do so, I tut so that he, at least, is clear that it's an accidental collision and I don't like it. My senses are on red alert. I can feel the cold night air not brushing my skin, but laying icy hands on my forehead and shoulders. I hear a train rattle across Charing Cross Bridge, splitting the night. Sparkly lights outline the bridges and pavements, an adult dot to dot. There is metal on my tongue. I can smell sweat, fresh and stuff that's months old. The fresh twang is mingled with Darren's aftershave. It rinses my nostrils. I tut at the dreamers hanging around the National Film Theatre, lost in nostalgia or stupefied with pointless hope. Look at them, I spit, incapable of getting off their arses and doing something real. Darren surprises me by laughing. Is that all you see? Yes. I look at the jugglers and pseudo-intellectuals, people happier to watch plays about other people's lives than actually live their own. What else is there? Look again, he insists. He puts both hands on my shoulders and turns me to look at the crowds. You have to look at everything from as many different angles as possible, in as many ways as possible. Look at it and try to see it differently. I look again and see scores of people hanging out. Some are drinking coffee sold from cafes at the theatres. Others are standing around the buskers. Others are debating with one another or chatting animatedly about the performance they have just seen. Others are snogging the face off each other. I shrug. Don't you see dozens of people having a good time, improving and enjoying themselves? A mass of humanity buzzing with just being here. No? Again, look closer, he insists.
There is one old guy playing a violin. He's ancient. He has a long white beard. He is playing Vivaldi's Spring. He skips lightly through the air, barely landing before rising again, his skinny limbs tapering in effortless rhythm. Grudgingly, I throw some coins into his battered Panama. He is talented. He moves his head in a slight dip, more dignified than a bow. Darren smiles at me. I smile back. We cross over the river and reach Embankment Tube Station. It's heaving, a burly mass of drunks in suits and drunks in rags, distinguishable simply by their disposable incomes. We're on separate lines and going in separate directions.
Will you be okay getting home?
Fine, I'm a tube veteran. This is a lie. I usually catch a cab, but if I say so, I'll have to explain why I've just walked half a mile to the tube station, which I can't explain, not even to myself.
Well, it's been great to meet you, Cass. A very entertaining evening.
Darren stops and turns to face me.
I bet you've hated every second.
Not at all. He hesitates, then adds,
the reverse.
I smile broadly, relieved. Well, good night.
Good night.
Neither of us moves. Suddenly this feels very date-like. Will he kiss me? Is he going to shake my hand? He leans in, and I think he's going to kiss my cheek, so I move my head suddenly. In fact, it appears his original target was my lips, but my sudden maneuver means that his smacker ends up somewhere between my chin and earring. We jump apart, and Darren heads towards the ticket barrier. It's certain. He's going to walk out of my life and back to his trees. And right now, I can't think of anything more soul-destroying. My reluctance over letting him go must be attributable to the amount of wine I've drunk, isn't it? God, I really fear it's more than that. Darren! My yell slices through the crowds, and almost as though he'd been waiting, Darren responds immediately by turning and walking straight back to me. I usher him away from the tube station crowds, back towards the river. I'm buying time as I formulate a plan. At the very least, I have to be seen to have done everything in my power to persuade you to come on the show.
You have, he assures.
Not everything. Darren looks a bit shocked.
Are you going to...
I read his mind. No, not that, I interrupt, understanding at once that he thinks I'm going to offer to have sex with him. I'm unaccountably insulted. Darren blushes.
That's a relief.
Then he blushes again.
Not that I wouldn't want to, but the circumstances are...
I help us both out by interrupting him, before I've even thought about what I'm going to say, or why I'm saying it, or the consequences of opening my mouth at all. Habitual bullshitting kicks in. No, my proposition is of a different nature. I'd like to be given the chance to present my side of the story. To do that, I'd need to spend some time with you. I'd need to shadow you for a day or so. It's a gamble, but I'm a player. He looks at me doubtfully.
You won't change my mind.
Maybe not, but at least give me the opportunity to appear to have done my best. It will save my bacon with the guys at TV6. This isn't true. In fact, what I should do now is return to the studio and help Fee recruit a replacement scenario. But after spending the evening with him, I know that if he were to appear on Sex with an X, it would be the best show ever. He's delicious looking, articulate, sexy and moral. If I could publicise his objections and how we overcame them, the entire country would support Sex with an X.
There have been some objections to the show, few and far between, and in my opinion mostly hypocritical. But those who are squeamish about weddings collapsing like stacked cards would surely throw their lot in with TV6 if someone like Darren has. Who could resist Darren? And although I can't be sure that he will be persuaded, I've got to give it my best shot. I begin to mentally rearrange my schedule and calculate how much Fee will be able to handle on her own if I'm not in the studio. At the same time that I'm making these hurried calculations, trying to predict scenarios, outcomes, and consequences, Darren is leisurely weighing up the proposition, which he has taken at face value.
I was taking the week off work, expecting to be on the show. Now I'm planning on going to see my parents and family.
With something near reluctance, he sighs.
You won't change my mind, but if it helps you out with your bosses, you can join me for a couple of days.
Great, I smile, agreeing before I know whether I mean it. So, where do your parents live?
Whitby.
Where?
He laughs. Whitby. You know, in North Yorkshire.
No, I don't know. It sounds a long way off. It sounds a different and uncivilized world. But the show must go on. How bad can it be? I nod and try to appear informed without committing myself.
Okay, Cass. I'm happy for you to shadow me, if that's the official term. But I think we'd both have a better time if you started to trust me and enjoy yourself.
I'm not here to enjoy myself, and I don't do trust. I bite my tongue and resist pointing out either of these pertinent facts. Trust simply leads to disappointment, I state frankly.
Listen to yourself, Cass. You are not convincing anyone with this super hard bitch act.
He is very wrong. I've convinced 8 primary school teachers, 12 senior school teachers, dozens of fellow students, scores of colleagues, numerous girlfriends, exactly 53 lovers, and my mother. Even Izzy, painful as it is for her, admits from time to time, "You can be so callous." What is this obsession with being soft? Isn't it obviously asking for trouble? Asking to end up hurt, abused, alone? I like being impenetrable. I don't want to be discovered. Darren pauses and stares out at the river. It's twinkling, which surprises me. I always think of the Thames as a rest point for crap and sanitary towels.
You know what I think?
No, bowl me over, I sigh.
You just want to be discovered. You want someone to make the effort and scratch the surface. You want to be loved. You just want to make it difficult. A modern-day Agamemnon challenge. You are the same as every woman I've ever met.
I didn't realise Darren could be so insulting. I look at him, and he is gorgeous. The streetlights are reflected in the river. The reflection bounces up to illuminate Darren. He looks like an angel. He smiles, and he's mucky sexy. He looks like a devil. I've never come across anything so complex and compelling in my entire life. I realise that it's going to be more important than ever, and quite possibly harder than ever, to keep up my super hard bitch act. And whilst my mind is resolving that I won't let my guard slip for a second, I hear my disloyal tongue say, "Oh, bugger it. Go on then. Show me a good time. I don't suppose you'll be able to." I grin my challenge. But even I don't believe me. Chapter 9. We meet at King's Cross Station. I spot Darren as soon as the cab sets me down.
He stands out like a beacon. But then that's not so extraordinary, as he's sharing the platform with sex workers, beggars, and commuters. As I approach him, he takes my bag from me and briefly kisses me on the cheek. It's comfortable. It's unnerving.
"You look good,"
he murmurs, smiling appreciatively. "What, this old thing?" I shrug. This old thing was actually a look achieved after 9 hours searching through Izzy's wardrobes and mine. I like the final effect. It's a sort of rock chic meets country girl ensemble. I think it works, although Izzy had doubts. She had questioned whether a 600 quid pony skin skirt was appropriate for a dash around North Yorkshire. I ignored her advice. After all, she doesn't read the style pages. She also kept going on about how I'd be cold in a short-sleeve jumper. I explained that my upper arms were really toned at the moment and needed full exposure. She sighed and stuffed another cardigan in my bag. I'm grateful now, because it is freezing on the platform. Izzy had been a bit irritating all round, whilst I packed for this tour of duty. She commented, "North Yorkshire sounds very romantic. Isn't that where the Brontes are from?" "Is it? I thought it was Lancashire. Didn't all the Brontes die spinsters?" I feigned ignorance. "Besides which, we're going to visit his family. Have you ever known families to be romantic?" Izzy reminded me of the guy she met through her mother on New Year's Eve. I reminded her that he never called. "So why are you going to Whitby, if you think it's going to be so dour?" I explained, Izzy, I have to get him to agree to be on the show. It's a matter of professional and personal pride. "Nothing more than pride?" I've been asking myself exactly the same thing all night. I've explained. He'd make a great show. He'd silence our few lingering critics. "Nothing more than a great show?" asked Izzy. She didn't sound as though she believed me. I admit Darren is interesting and funny and ridiculously fanciable. I admit that if Izzy were choosing to travel halfway across the country to visit some guy's family, I'd think it was because she'd fallen for him. But the same can't be said of me, can it? I'm only doing this for the good of TV6. "What else is there?" I asked, slipping my Manolo Blahnik lilac open-toe shoes into my bag. I would have been extremely grateful if Izzy could have answered me. However, she just scowled. "It doesn't sound like you have the faintest chance of getting him to change his mind." "I don't know. I might have. After all, he agreed to let me shadow him." "Yes, I wonder why he did that. Does he fancy you?" "I expect he does. More likely, wants the opportunity to save my soul." "Oh, Lord, his chances are poorer than yours," laughed Izzy as she walked me to my waiting cab. Yes, Izzy was extremely irritating all round. "I've bought your ticket. Come on, the train is in. Platform 3. We have to run," urges Darren. Despite the fact that we are travelling zillions of miles to practically Scotland, the timetable tells me that we will arrive in Darlington in 2.5 hours' time. I'm incredulous, but Darren explains it's the electric line. I'm still incredulous. What about the obligatory leaves on the track and the right and wrong types of snow? My heart plummets. Even if by some miracle the train does arrive on time, 2.5 hours is going to seem like 10.5. What will I say to Darren? It was okay chatting in the restaurant last night, but I'd had a shed load to drink. But now, in the cold light of day, I'm beginning to regret volunteering to shadow him. I know my chances of persuading Darren to appear on Sex with an X are slim. I could be on a wild goose chase. What will I do with myself outside London? How will the studio manage without me? Will Bale buy my reasoning for shadowing Darren? Besides all this, sitting on a train with a moralistic do-gooder is not my idea of fun, even a devilishly attractive one. The train journey is awesome. Besides buying the ticket, Darren also had the foresight to buy up half the magazines and sweets in W.H. Smith's. I can't remember the last time anyone bought me sweets. Big fancy boxes of chocolates. Yes, I get those by the dozen. I just pass them on to my mum. She eats some and gives the other boxes to local geriatrics, cellulite not being a major concern of theirs. But Darren hasn't bought me chocolates in a box. Instead, he's bought the sweets of our childhoods. Jelly babies, licorice all sorts, flying saucers and sherbet dib-dabs. Undoubtedly, I'll feel sick by the time the journey is over. Even so, it's a good call. Instead of the slow and stilted conversation I feared, we have an unlimited avenue in discussing childhood. What were your favourite sweets as a kid? What was the first book you read? So, what was your favourite TV programme? When did you learn to swim? I commit all his responses to memory. Honestly, it's not an effort. The facts just lodge in my mind. I completely forget to uphold my icy reserve. Trivia, but this and reading magazines together means that the journey to Darlington flies past. Reluctantly, I acquiesce. He does a great line in small talk. Grudgingly, I have to admit that perhaps we do have some things in common, but nothing fundamental. I watch the landscapes change. The parks of the south melt into the woodlands of the Midlands, and in no time at all, into the rugged Gothic hills of the north. Although it's only mid-morning, the sky in North Yorkshire is mauve with damson clouds. Not the cotton wool clouds of textbooks, but strong, imposing smudges, more like a painting a child would make with a thick brush. It's breathtakingly beautiful. But then, once you've seen a scene, it's over with. It's not as though you can wear it. I call Bale to explain what I'm doing. It's a difficult call, as I have to make it from the minuscule British Rail loo, awash with urine and with a dodgy door lock designed to make occupants nervous. If we get him on the show, I'd put money on the fact that he'll be a pin-up within weeks, and he'll have his own chat show within months. I enthuse to Bale.
That good, eh?
That good, I assert.
And do you think Fee will manage?
I enthusiastically sing her praises to reassure him. It doesn't. He's understandably suspicious. He wavers, trying to decide whether any guest can be worth my absence. I sense his indecision, so dramatically turn up the charm. I promise I'll give it 2 days and travel back overnight on Tuesday, in time for Wednesday's filming. In the meantime, I reassure, he can reach me on my mobile. When we arrive at Darlington Station, Darren's brother, Richard, is waiting for us. Richard is younger than Darren by 3 years, but he's beefier. That will be the lure of fish and chips and Yorkshire pudding. And so looks a bit older. Darren's filled me in with details of his family. There is Sarah, who is 37, married with 3 kids. Darren, who is 33, like me. Richard, 30. He's engaged to Shelley. And finally, Linda, who was a bit of a surprise to Mr. and Mrs. Smith. She's 17 now. Darren is the only one who has moved away from home. I must ask why. Richard and Shelley are buying a house a few streets away from her parents. Sarah and her family live in a nearby village. I again commit all these details to memory, but only in an effort to flatter him and ingratiate myself with his family. The 2 men slap each other on the back and this action instantly makes them appear boyish, but in the very best sense. Whilst not obviously showing affection by embracing, it's clear that they are delighted to see each other.
Richard, this is Cass.
Darren hesitates, and then adds,
A friend.
I'm strangely gratified to be described as such, and therefore treat Richard to my most winning smile. Naturally, he's enchanted and falls over himself to help me with my luggage. I catch Darren's eye. I want to know if he's noticed that I've impressed Richard. I can't be sure. He's laughing to himself. I am keen to leave Darlington Station behind. Not that there is anything particularly wrong with the station. It has everything one expects: small W.H. Smith, cookie-cut cafe and smelly loos. But it is a station, and I try to avoid public transport whenever possible. However, I'm not thrilled when Richard indicates which is his car. The Escort? I ask, hoping there's been a mistake.
Yes, the one with the red door, says Richard.
And the blue body,
Adds Darren, in case the situation demanded any more clarity. I try not to show how disgruntled I am, but quietly climb into the back seat, which I share with furry dice, honestly, and an entire forest worth of sweet wrappers. I don't say much in the car journey from Darlington to Whitby. Instead, I let Darren and Richard catch up with each other's news. As an only child, I'm always fascinated to see siblings' reactions to one another. Richard is obviously delighted that Darren has paid this surprise visit. I can't imagine that my arrival anywhere would be awash with such excitement. Except perhaps for Harvey Nicks. My personal shopper is always blissed out when she sees me. When Richard asks Darren how he came to have an unplanned holiday, I'm unaccountably relieved that Darren fudges the answer. I'm also mollified when Darren comments vaguely that we met at an interview. Richard obviously feels bad that I'm not part of the conversation and tries to include me by sharing details of the route.
We're on the A66, heading east. We could have come across the new road. They both join at A171 to Whitby.
I'm not sure what response is required of me. This fascination with routes, alternative routes, and the road we could have taken is definitely a boy thing. I nod, not committing, and turn to gaze out of the window. I'm in a foreign land, not least because of Richard's accent, but also because of the strangeness of the landscape. It's an eclectic mix of the very modern, brand new and impressive football stadiums, architecturally complex bridges, quaint, old-fashioned poverty, bingo halls and boarded-up shops, and stunning countryside. Sheep. I notice that the women standing at the bus stops, in each village, look alike. They are fat and tired. Richard's escort pauses at a red light for a couple of minutes, and I look more closely. A woman is waiting at the bus stop. Another shouts to her from a 50-yard distance. The first one makes the bus wait, whilst the other heaves her excessive weight and carrier bags to the stop. The driver of the bus becomes animated and jovial, and doesn't seem to be too irritated by the delay. As the woman hoists herself onto the bus, all the other travellers shout and wave to her. Am I missing something? Is she famous? I don't recognise her. But she must be, because why else would they be so nice to her? The warmth they so obviously feel for one another momentarily sends a freak glow through me. Which is a bloody miracle, considering that the temperatures I'm enduring are Arctic. As in a wartime era, the men on the streets are either very young or very old. They are malnourished. On the young men, this looks chippy and sexy. On the old men, it looks heartbreaking. I try to remember some facts from my geography A-level. North Yorkshire wasn't a community annihilated by the closing of the mines, was it? No, definitely not. It was a community ravaged by the collapse of the shipbuilding industry. I wonder where the men of working age are. Have they got on their bikes? Or are they at the Cargo Fleet Social Club, doing their best to support the Bass dynasty? I sigh. Then I light a cigarette. Richard stares at me through the driving mirror. So as not to be rude, I wind the window down an inch, which I think is very considerate of me in these sub-zero climes. "Would you mind not smoking?" asks Richard. I shift uncomfortably, and for a second I'm tempted to say that yes, I would mind very much. I have a 30-a-day habit to feed. I have a metabolism to send into frenzy. Instead, I smile, falsely, and throw the cigarette out of the window. Richard doesn't congratulate me or thank me, but simply nods curtly. I'm surprised. I thought he fancied me. The last men normally experience when meeting me is, if not a license to print money, at least a certificate which exonerates me from obeying the no smoking signs. What is it with these Smith blokes? Don't they have hormones? The towns disappear, and soon even the villages are spasmodic. The bleak warehouses and graffitied bus stops detailing that, despite the odds, Jez loves Brend forever, vanish and are replaced by wide open fields of mud, splashed with snow, ice, and the odd farmhouse. The sky is still lavender, but is now streaked with silver layers of light.
"I can see the sea!"
shout Richard and Darren at once. Then they both laugh.
"It's sort of a family tradition," explains Darren. "Not a very unique one at that. I'm sure you know the thing."
I don't, but I follow their gaze anyway. It's beautiful, I sigh, despite myself. And I immediately regret saying so. My city platitude hardly captures the breathtaking splendour of the scene, and I do try to make it a rule not to say anything unless it's original or cutting. Yet, I'm at a loss for words that are grandiose enough. I catch sight of Darren's face in the wing mirror. He smiles at me, as though he finds my lacklustre comment adequate.
"You don't think you'll be too bored, then?" he asks.
No, I think I'll find enough to amuse me. I answer honestly, with only a smidgen of flirtation. Richard wiggles uncomfortably. Whitby is higgledy-piggledy. Built on an undulating coastline, the houses and tea shops, closed, look precariously stacked. We steer through the narrow streets and climb steep slopes. I'm suddenly in a period drama. Eventually we draw up in front of a row of terraced street houses. I am sure they are going to fall into the sea if anyone coughs too loudly. Darren assures me that the houses are tougher than they look, as they've been in place for over 100 years. I concede he's probably right. Even so, I make a mental note not to move too suddenly once inside. From the outside, the house looks minute, and I wonder how the Smiths managed to bring up 4 kids in something so small. Isn't property cheaper in the north? I consider passing this comment as a way of making conversation, but decide against it. We don't go in the front door, but slip up an alley come path, which leads to the back door.
"Alleyways are called courts around here,"
explains Darren, doing his psychic party trick of reading my mind. I realise that the house is in fact deceptively large, as it stretches back in a seemingly endless row of rooms. Mrs. Smith and Linda are waiting on the back step to greet us. Mrs. Smith keeps yelling to Father that Darren and his friend are here. Father turns out to be Mr. Smith, her husband.
He doesn't get up from his chair in the sitting room, but waves cheerfully from where he's sitting. This is understandable. He's watching a repeat of Gavin and Stacey, pretty compelling viewing. Mrs. Smith eyes me mistrustfully. I know from experience that women generally, and mothers specifically, are always wary of me. I also know from experience that if I want to ingratiate myself with Darren, I have to make his mother like me. It's amusing that almost always the reverse is true of a man trying to impress a woman. My mother's approval is a grade A turn-off. Mrs. Smith can't drag her eyes from my skirt and mutters something about her being sure it's all the rage in London. Linda, by contrast, greets me in a manner with which I am much more accustomed. Unadulterated praise and flattery. She loves my hair, likes my bag, adores my skirt, and would die for my shoes. Her mother tuts impatiently, but I answer all her questions about where I got everything and let her touch the fabrics. Poor kid. She probably hasn't ever seen anyone dressed in anything like it before. I offer to take a B&B, so as not to inconvenience Mrs. Smith, but she won't hear of it, and in fact appears offended that I've suggested it. She says that Darren can share Richard's room, and I can have Darren's old room. Linda enthusiastically offers to take me to it straight away, and I agree. I haven't touched up my lipstick since I arrived at Darlington. Linda is a delight to be with. Adoring me is obviously a point in her favour, and she has all the advantages that youth can offer: buoyancy, an uncynical view of the world, hardly any wrinkles, and an ability to be oblivious to the humiliation of slavishly following fashion. Besides, she, like Darren, has won the gene lottery jackpot. I much prefer to be surrounded by beautiful people. Linda has thick black curly hair that she wears shoulder length. She has Darren's to die for eyes and Bambi lashes, and she's slim. Perhaps her most attractive feature is that she seems to have no idea how beautiful she really is. It's a shame she lives in the armpit of nowhere and won't ever be seen. In London, she'd be a hit. She could get a job in media, modelling or working in the city, all of which require more than a pretty brain. Instead, I fear she'll be consigned to marrying young, raising a football team of children, and counting her stretch marks. Blissfully unaware of her fate, she chatters vivaciously and non-stop as she guides me to Darren's room. The house, like the county, is a diverse mix of ancient and modern. I spot a warehouse worth of electrical goods, and all-white good mod cons. Yet the wallpaper and carpets must have been hung and laid before the war, and I'm talking Crimean. I take in endless brass wall hangings and crocheted doilies, and make a mental note that next time we are producing a period piece, the props department would do well to consider Mrs. Smith as a source. Whilst the fixtures and fittings are old-fashioned and, frankly, ugly, they are immaculate. My mother could run her finger along any skirting board or wardrobe top and fail to find cause for concern. At first, I'd been embarrassed by Mrs. Smith's insistence that I stay in their family home. I don't do family homes. I occasionally stay over at Josh's, but his parents' houses, note the plural, are so big that there is never any danger of bumping into a parent on the stairwell. Anyway, you can't justifiably call Josh's places family homes. His parents are only together in a nominal sense, negating the term family and the term home. They both take advantage of the size and number of their abodes to avoid each other. If his mother is in the country, you can put money on his father being up in town. If his father is in the country, his mother is ensconced in their Spanish villa. Married bliss.
Yet despite my reservations about accepting Mrs. Smith's invite, I do have an inexplicable but overwhelming curiosity with regard to Darren, and so I am delighted at the prospect of sleeping in his childhood bed. I casually try to establish if the room I am about to be shown has always been Darren's and Darren's alone. Linda assures me that it has. "This room has seen everything, from bedwetting to—" she hesitates. "Well, bedwetting, I suppose." Too much information. She pushes open the heavy wooden door, and we both struggle to get my extremely large case into the extremely small room. Like a lot of parents, Mrs. Smith has lovingly preserved the shrine of her eldest son's childhood. I feel I've just been handed Darren's diary. The room is a thumbprint. There is a skinny, hard-looking bed pushed up to the wall under the window. It gives the impression that sleeping was a low priority for the youthful Darren. I can't help but wonder if the same still holds true. There's an ancient wardrobe and a small dated hi-fi dressing table unit. There are posters on the wall that I would expect in the room of any male, of scenes from Star Wars movies and nubile pop stars whose names I'd struggle to recall. These are the only nods towards a conventional bedroom. The rest is an Aladdin's cave meets Treasure Island meets Batman's cave. There are zillions of books. They line the windowsill and countless shelves, and the overflows are piled in precarious, wavering, waist-high stacks around the walls of the room. There's everything from Beano annuals to a Reader's Digest collection of Charles Dickens' work. His taste is wide, but the thing that all the books have in common is that they are well thumbed. Lying on top of the books are a number of models that have obviously been made by a young Darren. I think his mother has arranged them in date order, as the ones nearest to the door are childish, although charming in their naivety. Rockets and submarines, made from loo rolls and cornflakes boxes. Then Darren must have introduced elastic bands and Dairy Lee tubs to make helicopters and combine harvesters. The models grow in complexity and size until finally, in the corner opposite the door, there is a massive Meccano model about 3 foot high and 2 wide. "It's a replica of NASA," explains Linda. She must realise that I'm none the wiser, because she starts dropping small marbles into buckets, which turn a wheel, which activates a pump, which motivates an engine, which launches a rocket, etc. It's fascinating, and it's more complicated than Mousetrap. It must have taken him hours to build. It did. Didn't he have any friends? Hundreds. She grins cheerfully, oblivious to my implied insult. But he's always been fascinated by ecology, and wider than that, the universe, and... The reason we are here? I can hardly keep the smirk out of my voice. Absolutely, enthuses Linda. She reminds me of the Americans. They don't get sarcasm either. She smiles at me expectantly, and, unusually, I'm shamed. I'm forced to mutter, "It's very good," which is honest enough. The pièce de résistance is the ceiling. Darren has painted a night sky. I look closer at the pattern of the stars and realise it's an inaccurate rendition of the Milky Way. Scientific accuracy aside, it's gorgeous. Linda smiles. Mum won't paint over it. Darren did it when he was 13, and Mum loves it. I can't decide if this interior decorating proves that Darren is the saddest man I've ever met, or the most amazing. No, definitely a loser. I look out of the window, which is encased with sparkling net curtains, hanging straighter than Izzy. Is that his treehouse? Yes, it's mine. I built it myself. says Darren. I jump and turn to face him. Linda looks infuriated that he's crashed our girl time. I, on the other hand, can't help but be pleased to see him.
It's very fine, I say. Most people settle for one story and forego the plumbing.
But I beam, making it clear that I'm impressed. Darren smiles back, and I, for once, am devoid of a sharp put-down. We return to the kitchen, which appears to be the epicenter of the Smith household. Mrs. Smith hands me a huge mug of strong, sweet tea. I mean to tell her that I prefer black coffee or Earl Grey, but I can't quite find the opportunity. The kitchen is a hive. The radio is tuned into some local station. The DJ has the strangest accent. The washing machine, dryer, and dishwasher are all whirling at once. Yet despite this industry, there are also great mounds of dirty plates in the sink and clean ones draining on the draining board. There are piles of ironing on at least 2 chairs. No one is sitting on any of the other chairs, as they are inhabited by fat, lazy, sleeping cats. Intermittently, the dog, an aged Labrador, jumps up from its basket and barks at some sound outside. It amazes me that he can hear a sound outside. I can barely hear myself think. There isn't a pause in the conversation. In fact, conversation is a generous description. It seems to me that everyone is talking at once about different things and without regard for anyone else. Yet despite this, no one, except me, seems to be struggling to keep abreast and answer the correct people at the appropriate time. Linda and Mrs. Smith regularly try to force food on me, which I try but fail to decline. I quickly realise that it's easier to accept the cakes, biscuits, and sandwiches and leave them untouched on the side of my plate. I do quietly sip my tea, which is surprisingly pleasant. Sarah and her husband and kids explode onto the scene. Sarah unceremoniously drops the baby she is carrying onto Mrs. Smith's knee and flings her arms around her brother. The 2 older children, girls who are probably between 3 and 9 years old, it's hard to guess unless you're into kids, follow suit and climb all over Darren. Sarah's husband quietly melts away and goes to join Mr. Smith watching TV in the front room. The kitchen, bubbling before, is positively effervescent now. I desperately need a glass of champagne, or at the very least, some soluble aspirin. ASAP. My head is simply throbbing with all this noise. Darren's nieces are demanding, "Twizzies," and Darren is obliging them. Sarah is demanding a cup of tea and wants to know if her mother's baked this morning. Mrs. Smith assures her she has, which accounts for the delicious smell that's wafting through the house. Mrs. Smith is balancing the baby on one hip and feeding it with one hand, whilst setting up the ironing board with the other hand to iron dry a skirt for Linda. Shelley and Richard arrive. There is more noise and more kissing. Shelley has brought a chocolate cake, which is cut into immediately, with no regard to whether it is a mealtime or not. Richard wants to know if Darren is up for a kickabout in the back garden. Shelley shows her nieces-to-be samples of material for their bridesmaid dresses. Delighted, they squeal their approval. Sarah is unpacking groceries, recalling some incident to do with her eldest daughter's, turns out to be Charlotte, schoolteacher. And throughout all this, everyone is interrogating me about who I am and why I'm here. Mrs. Smith, Sarah and Shelley have jumped to the understandable conclusion that I am Darren's girlfriend. Understandable, that is, if you don't know me. I've never been a girlfriend, and I have no desire to be one. And if ever I did have the desire to be one, it wouldn't be with someone like Darren.
He may be good-looking, sexy, funny and intelligent, but he's definitely not my type. I'm sure he'll make someone a lovely boyfriend. The kind of someone who wants a lovely boyfriend. However, it's easier to allow the Smiths to think that I'm a girlfriend than explain that actually I want Darren to seduce his ex for the edification and delight of the now astounding 8.9 million viewers. The Smith women take advantage of Darren and Richard's exit to quell their curiosity. So, you and our Darren are friends, then? Sarah hovers over the word friends for about 10 seconds. I concentrate on choosing a biscuit from the heaving plate proffered by Linda. I barely nod my head. Known each other long, have you? It's just that I don't recall him mentioning you, adds Mrs. Smith. I'm glad I'm not into this man. His interfering family would be a nightmare. It's obvious that they don't think anyone is good enough for their Darren. I imagine that a number of years hence, Mrs. Smith and Sarah will be checking Darren's bride's ability to wash whites whiter than blue white. Awful thought. She'd probably have to sit an exam in pastry making before they'd hand him over. Poor Shelley. I imagine that she was subjected to the same hostilities when Richard first brought her home. I look at Shelley, expecting to see the brow-beaten shrew of my imaginings. She grins at me cheerfully and confidently kicks a cat off a chair, plonking her own bum in its place. Move it, Tabby. Charlotte's interrogation lacks subtlety, but then this is forgivable, because she's still wearing Winnie the Pooh, matching vest and pant sets. She cuts the preamble. Are you Darren's girlfriend? No, I'm not. I knew the question was brewing, so why am I blushing? Oh. Charlotte is unimpressed. The others are simply perplexed. Have you got a boyfriend? She continues. No. I would never, ever have come here if I'd realised that I was going to be humiliated in this way. Poor you, says Charlotte. I have. His name is Alan Barker, and he sings to me. I smile at her encouragingly. She persists. I'm 6.5, Lucy is 4, Ben isn't really a baby, he's nearly 2. How old are you? Don't be rude, Charlotte. You should never ask a lady her age, says Sarah. Yet she pauses expectantly, waiting for me to answer. 33, I oblige. I notice that Shelley, Sarah and Mrs. Smith exchange furtive glances. They think there is something suspect about a single 33-year-old woman. I wish Darren would stop farting around with that football and come and rescue me. Do you have a sister? Pursues Charlotte. We haven't lost eye contact since the interrogation began. I wiggle on my seat, trying to get a better view of the back of her scalp. I'm looking for a tattoo of 666. No. A brother, then? Asks Lucy. I'm afraid not. Lucy climbs onto my knee, as if to console me. I'm a bit nervous. I don't think I've ever had anything so young on my knee before, not even a kitten or a puppy. How will she balance? It appears that Lucy has got experience in this sort of thing. She expertly cuddles into me and begins to suck her thumb. I can feel her breath on my neck. I look around for approval. No one else seems to think it is at all unusual that I have a child on my lap. But it is. People don't touch me, not unless they are paid to, or it's sexual. An important distinction. I'm touched by my hairdresser, masseur, acupuncturist, and personal trainer for hard cash, and by men for a more amorphous fee. But this child is sitting on my lap and holding my hand,
and doesn't appear to want anything from me at all. How odd. So, what do you do for a living? Asks Sarah. I am about to offer to fill in a questionnaire, but I notice that Darren and Richard have just come back inside. I bite my tongue. She works in TV, jumps in Linda. Linda is the only one who is impressed by my career choice. What exactly do you do in television then, dear? Asks Mrs. Smith. I give my dummied-down job description, which I assume will be adequate. No one ever really understands what someone else does for a living. I think up ideas for programs. Oh, the kitchen choruses. Did you think up Friends? Asks Shelley. No, it's American. Did you think up Blue Peter? Asks Charlotte. No, before my time. Did you think up any game shows that I've heard of? I do like a game show. I watch them all, says Mrs. Smith. Or Cold Feet? Asks Linda hopefully. No, not my channel, I add apologetically. Clearly, I failed to impress anyone. Oh, well, what did you think of? Asks Sarah. Mercifully, the doorbell rings, and this causes such concern that everyone, other than Darren and Lucy, leaves the kitchen. No one ever rings the doorbell, he explains. They all come round the back. It must be a delivery. I nod as though this outlandish behaviour was second nature to me, rather than the extraordinary adventure it is. Why didn't you tell them the name of your show? He asks. I stare at him sulkily. I guess I didn't think it was their cup of tea, I mutter. Oh, you took a guess that they weren't part of your 8.9 million. Very astute. I glare at him. He is so smug. He is so cocksure. He is so sexy. I think it's the mouth. Chapter 10. I am unsure how I got myself into this predicament. I can't remember the point when I actually agreed to accompany Darren, Charlotte, Lucy, and baby Ben to the swimming baths. The noise and confusion that reign in the Smith household are so extreme that it is possible I didn't agree at all, but simply was unable to resist their collective force. I don't do public baths. I do health spas and private gyms. I can feel the foot diseases waiting in the cracks of the tiles, and despite the gallons of chlorine that the local council has tipped into the pool, I am sure that I am about to swim in neat child's wee. To add insult, I catch a glimpse of myself in the steamy mirror. It's bad. I didn't bring a costume with me, and therefore I've been forced into borrowing Sarah's. Although there is evidence that Sarah has been a very attractive woman in her time, she has had 3 babies and has let her figure go somewhat. I get the feeling sartorial elegance is not the top of her list of priorities. The bathing suit is high street rather than high fashion. I did explain to Sarah and Shelley that I only ever wear black. They smiled and handed me this monstrosity. I think that initially it was a mass of fluorescent flowers, which thankfully have faded. The cut is all wrong. Damn. Why didn't I bring my Calvin Klein costume? It's cut to maximize the length of the leg and minimize the waist. It's padded at the breast, creating a look that is undisputably flattering. The floral number is baggy at the crotch and hips, plus the straps keep sliding off my shoulders. As if the possibility that I might fall out of the suit altogether isn't terrifying enough, suddenly I find that I am alone in the changing rooms with 2 small people. The panic rises. Not just because I haven't shaved my legs in over a week, but because Charlotte and Lucy are both looking up at me with expectancy in their eyes. It appears that everyone, Darren, his mum, Sarah, Shelley, and these kids, all seem to think I am in charge, and that I'm capable of it. Which I am, of course. I mean, I run a show that pulls in millions of viewers per week, for God's sake. I control budgets of hundreds of thousands of pounds, create revenues of millions. I can undress 2 small children and dress them again in suitable attire. Surely. They don't stand still. They slither and slide all over the place. They don't want to wear the costumes anyway, much less their armbands, which I abandon altogether. It seems that no sooner have I got the appropriate limb in the appropriate hole than they take it out again. I do manage to get the costumes on, but one is inside out, and the other is back to front. I realise that above all else, I must remain calm. Like any confrontation, it is important not to let the adversary know that you feel menaced or panicked. I can outstare 4- and 6-year-olds, definitely. If only they would stay still. Charlotte, don't run. The floor's slippery, you might hurt yourself. I try to make this sound like advice or a warning. It comes out sounding like I'm threatened or threatening. Lucy, we didn't bring your pink costume. You have to put this blue one on. Now, please, stop crying. Just one more arm. Please. Both the girls are crying, although I suspect Charlotte's are crocodile tears. And I am closer to tears than I've been in 25 years, when another mother offers to help. They're not yours, are they, Pet? No. I'm irritated and relieved all at once. They aren't hers either, are they? But, in a blink of an eye, she has managed to get them both into their costumes, the right way out, and facing the right direction. Why couldn't I? Can it be that there is a mother gene that makes this stuff easier once you are a mum? Not that I ever want to be a mother, not in my wildest dreams. In fact, it's close to my worst nightmare. But I do like to be able to do things properly. I don't like to fail. I bribe the girls into not telling Uncle Darren that the nice lady had to help with dressing them. I offer them each £1, but Charlotte informs me that the going rate is a new outfit for her Barbie doll and a trip to McDonald's. I would be annoyed, but actually, I admire her business acumen, and I'm sure that she'll go far. Darren doesn't comment that we've been in the dressing room for 45 minutes, but waves cheerfully from the baby pool, where he is confidently handling a happy, gurgling Ben. I lower myself into the pool and try not to think of the we. I hand him the armbands for the girls, making it clear that it's his turn.
Will you hold Ben?
I nod, as I don't want to open my mouth for fear of what will go in it. Darren grins and hands him over. I'm relieved that he doesn't start to cry. I smile winningly at him and hope that my legendary way with men works on someone so young. Darren hoists himself out of the pool. He is divine. He must work out. His muscles are taut and developed. He's lean and tanned. I watch the pool water glisten as it clings to his shoulders and legs. I'd glisten too if I was clinging to that Adonis. I'm thrilled to note that his strong chest and legs are hairy, but his back is clean. My nipples harden and chafe against the costume. Bloody cheap thing, no lining. Darren puts the armbands on the girls and lowers them into the pool with me. He sits on the side, dangling his legs in the water. He drags his feet unselfconsciously through the water,
bending and straightening his knees. My knees have turned to Play-Doh. My entire body is on fire. I cannot drag my gaze from him. He is utterly, utterly stunning. From his tanned feet with neat square nails, rather than the yellow curled nails that most men choose to sport, to his long, tight, muscular legs, to his neat, flat stomach. Six-pack, forget it. This is an entire shelf at the off-licence. I want to entangle my fingers in his chest hair, lose them there, and never ever find them again. His shoulders are as rigid as they are broad. They look almost polished. He's staring out at the children and not aware that I'm studying every little droplet of chlorine that's clinging to him. His glossy hair curls rebelliously at the nape of his neck, and I'm envious. I want to be that lock of hair. I want to be the drops of chlorine, pool water and pee. Since he's occupied watching the children splash and bob, I risk taking a look at his swimwear. Whoa-ho! Hello, big boy.
Should I take Ben now?
I nearly drop the baby with the embarrassment. Why did he have to choose that moment to start up a conversation? I avoid his eyes as I pass the baby to him. I feel like a kid caught with her hand in the biscuit jar. I force myself to look at Darren, and he's grinning again. Well, I'm pleased to be so amusing. Irritated and flustered, I sulkily pull myself onto the side of the pool as he climbs in. He tries to make conversation, but I won't be mollified. It isn't until I catch him furtively checking out my tits that I start to brighten up. In fact, I feel considerably happier. When we leave the pool, we go to McDonald's. Darren is blatantly a bit surprised by my choice of dining venue. I smile and don't offer an explanation. It isn't until Lucy is onto her second chocolate shake and I've taken Charlotte to the loo twice, unaided, that it crosses my mind to check my mobile messages. I can't believe I've forgotten to call Fee or Bale. It's not as though I'm having a good time. I mean, I'm not shopping or clubbing. Normally, I check my messages every 5 minutes when I'm out of the studio. I've had 6 calls. Hi, Cass, it's Fee. I reviewed the files through the night and have a short list of 3 possible scenarios for next week's show. Should I interview them? If so, you'll need to release more budget. Call me.
Hi, Cass. It's Josh. Izzy told me that you're chasing some bloke halfway up the country. What's the angle? Well, call me when you get a mo.
Cass, it's Fee again. I haven't heard back from you, so I had to make the decision to go ahead with the interviews. I think I found a substitute. Hope this is okay, but I didn't really have a choice, what with the timetable being so tight. Can you call me? Say hi to Darren for me. Tell him I was the one in baby blue cashmere. No, scrub that. Cass, it's Izzy. Well, how goes it with Mr. Northern Hunk? Jocasta, it's your mother. I do hate these things. Can you hear me?
Cass, Bale, call in.
So, nothing urgent. I switch the phone back to silent. By the time we drop the kids back with Sarah, I am exhausted and barely have the energy to turn down the offer of staying for supper, which under normal circumstances I'd turn down with extreme force. Stay. We're having lasagna and Mum and Dad are down the pub. Richard's at Shelley's, Linda's here. There'll be no one at home. You'll be rattling around an empty house. Hearing this, I get another surge of dynamism and almost wrench Darren's arm out of its socket as I pull him from their kitchen and bundle him into the car. Laughing, He turns the ignition.
Had enough of kids for one day.
I feel a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he wanted to stay and was too polite to contradict me. After all, he probably doesn't get to see his family much, being based in London. But my arms are aching with playing 1, 2, 3, swing. I smell of baby puke. My mind is fried with coming up with answers to the perpetual why question, nearly all of which had come from Darren. Most importantly, I haven't reapplied my makeup since leaving the swimming pool. To be honest, yes. I'm not used to kids. No nieces or nephews.
Some of your friends must have children, though,
he comments. I think about it. No, not really. Women in TV rarely nod towards their reproductive capacity, and my friends in other lines of work seem to disappear once they have babies. I suppose it's because we keep very different hours. No, I smile at Darren and decide to confess. In fact, until today, I don't think I've ever held a child, or dressed one, brushed its hair, taken it to the loo, changed a nappy, or fed it.
Really?
Really, I confirm. I'm slightly shamefaced and don't know how Darren will take this. He obviously values these motherly skills in his women. Indeed, all men like to see a woman behave perfectly with kids. Most women like to think they have a natural ability to be patient, entertaining, and loving. Not me. I'm not bothered. Well, I was keen to put the shoes on the right feet, but that was because I hate to be inadequate at anything. As a kid myself, I didn't like anyone else winning musical chairs. Second place is nowhere. If something is worth doing, it's worth doing well. That's always been my motto. It has nothing to do with impressing Darren. I don't care what he thinks of me. I sneak a look at him to check his reaction to my confession. Richard's car is so tiny that Darren is almost folded double. He's concentrating on the curling roads. He puts on the long beam lights and the windscreen wipers are valiantly trying to clear the pouring rain. I fear it's a losing battle. Without taking his eyes off the road, he mumbles,
"You're amazing."
I'm amazing. I'm floating on air. My bum is absolutely refusing to stay in the car seat. I'm amazing. Oh yeah, and how many times have I heard that before? I'm amazing. I'm floating on air. My bum is absolutely refusing to stay in the car seat. I'm amazing. I bet he says that to everyone. I pretend I haven't heard and close my eyes, keen to get some sleep on the short journey back to the Smiths' house. I wake up and a young David Beckham is smiling down at me. Where am I? I'm in a single bed with itchy nylon sheets and itchy nylon bedspread. They are brown, different shades of brown. My worst fear, I've screwed someone with bad taste. I hear children laughing in the garden, and I look out of the window. Darren. And Charlotte and Lucy. It's a grey, bleak day. Grey grass, grey sky. But Darren and the girls are a remarkable contrast. Their clothes and laughter, a colourful relief to the horizon. Impetuously, I bang on the window and wave furiously. They all look up and wave back. Then I remember I haven't got any makeup on, so I dive back into bed before they can see me properly. There's a knock on the door and, before I answer, Mrs. Smith bustles in. She smiles broadly, and I bathe in it. Perhaps she's heard how good I was with the children yesterday, and is beginning to approve of me. Not that it matters. I neither want nor need Mrs. Smith's approval. Much. She hands me a cup of tea that's so strong the spoon can stand up in it. I take it from her and thank her. Bye, you were tired, weren't you? A strange feeling of unease creeps into bed with me. It gets under the sheets and disperses the cosy feeling. Oh, bugger. Yes, now I remember. Last night I'd been very tired. Too tired to argue my case about the show properly, but tired enough to argue petulantly. We were having a laugh. In the absence of wine or gin, we decided to raid his parents' cocktail cabinet. A walnut veneer monstrosity, straight from the Ark, justifiably hidden in the front room. We agreed that tequila was the perfect accompaniment to cheese on toast. Desperate measures for desperate times. The other choices were all fluorescent in colour and likely to have been radioactive. I had the idea of broaching the subject of the show whilst the family were out, and we had the house to ourselves. I thought that as he was beginning to warm to me, he might be open to discussion. He wasn't. The conversation had been brief, powerful, and cold. He turned his back to me and concentrated on grating the cheese. The hairs on the back of his neck were standing to attention. I had an overwhelming desire to blow on them. I'm not saying that you should have sex with Claire. God forbid. Just find out what would happen. Just let fate take its course. I argued to his very wide shoulders. But your programme isn't about fate, or what would happen naturally if everyone was left to their own devices. Your show is designed to distort, to bring out the worst in people. He was watching my reflection in the window against the black night sky. The worst in people is the norm. He tuttered dismissively, but he did, at least, turn back to me. Or was he just turning because he needed to put the bread under the grill? No, it's not. You just think that the peculiar is normal because it's prevalent in your life. Fucking cheek. What does he know about my life? Well, besides the stuff we'd talked about at the Oxo Tower restaurant, on the train, and today. But that hardly amounts to revealing insight. He knows little more about me than what my favourite milkshake was when I was a kid. Oh, and admittedly, we had a fairly flirty but extremely coded, due to the presence of minors, conversation about condom flavours this afternoon. But then, half the men at TV6 know that I prefer banana-flavour condoms. None of them know it's chocolate milkshake. I glared at him and said, Infidelity is a fact. Disloyalty is a fact. Okay, maybe, but it's a horrifying fact, and should remain horrifying. By continually showing betrayal as an acceptable form of entertainment, you are neutralising the horror. Are you so damaged that you can't see that? I was tired and sick of his sanctimonious attitude. I found I was shouting. I ignored his question and asked my own instead. You want to shelter who, exactly, from these cultural and moral norms of the West? I'm not suggesting anything that they aren't already endorsing, committing. We both fell silent as Darren concentrated on retrieving the cheese on toast from under the grill. He set it down in front of me and offered Worcester sauce. I refused it. I poured him tequila. He had left it untouched. We ate in silence, and then I went to bed, alone, defeated. Now, I try to find my wristwatch. It's 3:30, pet, says Mrs. Smith cheerfully. In the afternoon? I jump up suddenly. Mrs. Smith clocks my lacy negligee. Yes, in the afternoon. Thy love, you must have been tired not to notice the cold in that flimsy thing.
If you'd said you only had your underwear to sleep in, I'd have lent you one of my nighties.
Duly mortified, I crawl back into bed and cover myself from her disapproving gaze. Underwear indeed. I'd especially selected the most conventional and practical nightdress I own to bring on this trip. I normally sleep naked. If she thinks this is skimpy enough to be underwear, what would she think of my knickers?
Darren wanted to get you up, but I said, let her sleep. You obviously needed it. He's just taking the kids into town for a ride on the merry-go-round on the seafront. I thought that you might want to get bathed, and then we can think about a bite to eat.
I nod politely, although I'm sure my stomach will actively revolt if I try to eat anything more. Yesterday's binge of sweets, chocolate cake, scones, hamburgers, and finally cheese on toast was more than I normally eat in a week. It must be the fresh air that's given me such an appetite.
What time did you say it was? It's nearly 20 to 4 now.
What day is it? I'm not normally so vague, but then I don't normally sleep for 17 hours. And I don't ever sleep in nylon sheets.
Tuesday.
Oh, shit.
Excuse me?
Mrs. Smith looks horrified, but I have no time to placate her.
Shit! Shit!
I scramble in my bag looking for my mobile phone.
Shit! 14 messages.
Mrs. Smith tuts and leaves me to my own devices. I think it's safe to assume that any tentative strands of approval she'd been weaving my way are now well and truly snapped. So what? I turn to my messages. The first is from Izzy, reminding me that my New Year's resolution was not to have casual sex. Ha! Fat chance. Darren doesn't even seem to want to swap pleasantries, never mind bodily fluids. And anyway, what is she talking about? That's not why I'm here. I'm here to endear myself to Darren so that he agrees to be on the show. Nothing more. I thought I'd explained that. All the other messages are work-related.
Cass, please give me a call. It's Tuesday morning. What time will you be back? Have you persuaded Darren to be on the show?
Fee sounds nervous, and a twinge of guilt bites as I acknowledge that I have left her in the lurch. She's a strong assistant, but she hasn't had to make the decisions before. Well, maybe I micromanage too much, and it's time that Fee had a bit more responsibility. She's probably doing a good job. I skip a few more messages to listen out for her voice. There are 3 more from Fee. The first and second are increasingly irate.